Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Peace does not come easy, and Donald Trump is learning that the hard way. Despite his outreach, Russia has rejected a complete ceasefire and looks like it has riled up the US president. He says he's pissed off at Vladimir Putin. What does this mean for the Ukraine peace process? Is Putin playing the US president? Meanwhile, there could be trouble in the oil market. The US is threatening two key producers, Iran and Russia, with sanctions. We'll tell you what it means for oil prices. Will Donald Trump visit Saudi Arabia again for his maiden presidential trip? Multiple reports say he will. We'll try and discuss why. Why is Saudi Arabia so special for him? Why is the US Defense Secretary in Japan? How is India helping the search and rescue effort in Myanmar? Why are Nepal's politicians calling for the former king's arrest? Why is Mohammed Yunus talking about Indian states in China? And how much data are you sharing with big tech? In the era of Ghibli images and health trackers, you should be aware of the pitfalls.
The war, everybody has problems. Even you.
Stupid president, and you men are brave, but they have used our military.
President Donald Trump is many things. Stubborn, for sure, outspoken, definitely, and defiant, without a doubt. But patient? That's one word you would not associate with Donald Trump. And that's also one thing that you need in diplomacy. You have to be patient. Trump was always in a hurry to end the war in Ukraine. He promised to end the fighting on day one in office. More than 2 months have passed, and all we have is a broken truce. This is clearly frustrating the US president. He unloaded on Russian President Putin yesterday. He said he was very angry and pissed off. Listen in.
You could say that I was very angry, pissed off, when Putin started getting into Zelensky's credibility, because that's not going in the right location.
This is sharp criticism from Trump, sharp and rare. He's called Zelensky all sorts of things. But he's generally been respectful of President Putin. So what triggered this outburst? Perhaps Putin's remarks last week. The Russian president was in Murmansk last week. He said two controversial things. Number one, he questioned Trump's claims on Greenland. And number two, he questioned Zelensky's credibility. Putin proposed an election to replace the Ukrainian regime. Listen to this.
It would be possible, under the auspices of the UN, with the United States, even with European countries, and of course with our partners and friends, to discuss the possibility of introducing temporary administration in Ukraine. For what? In order to hold democratic elections, in order to bring to power a viable government that enjoys the people's trust, and then begin negotiations with it on a peace treaty.
This seems to have riled up Trump. He too had called for Zelensky to be replaced, but now he's made a U-turn. Trump has made a U-turn. He says Putin will have to strike a deal with Zelensky whether he likes him or not. And that's the thing with Donald Trump. You really don't know where his loyalties lie, because in the same breath, he also lashed out at Zelensky. He said he's trying to back out of a minerals deal.
I think he wants to make a deal. And I think Zelensky, by the way, I see he's trying to back out of the rare earth deal. And if he does that, he's got some problems, big problems. We made a deal with rare earth, and now he's saying, well, you know, I want to renegotiate the deal. He wants to be a member of NATO. Well, he was never going to be a member of NATO. He understands that. So if he's looking to renegotiate the deal, he's got big problems.
So Trump is clearly frustrated, both with Zelensky and with Putin. Maybe he was expecting to make quick progress in the talks. Clearly, that's not happening. Trump's team met the Russians on the 18th of February. Both sides agreed to end the fighting. Later on, Trump secured two partial ceasefires. The first one was on energy infrastructure, which both sides have violated. Russia and Ukraine, they violated this one. And the second one is in the Black Sea, which was already devoid of any military action. So both these ceasefires were largely symbolic. They lacked a roadmap to settle this conflict once and for all. And it's not a good look for President Trump. He takes a lot of pride in his negotiating skills. In fact, his book is called The Art of the Deal. But right now, he's on the receiving end of what? A negotiating masterclass by Vladimir Putin. Let's take a look at the last 2 months. The Russian president made two crucial moves in this time. One, he forced Trump to reveal his hand, and two, he played for time. Putin was among the first leaders to congratulate Trump last year. He also spoke on the phone to Trump and readily agreed to end the war in Ukraine. Putin agreed, and the result was this. Putin put the ball in Zelensky's court. After that, it was all about waiting. When Zelensky refused to talk, Trump piled the pressure on him, and in the process, he also revealed his hand. Trump ruled out NATO membership for Ukraine. He briefly cut off military aid to Ukraine, and he called Zelensky a dictator. And then he openly admitted that Russia has all the cards. It must have been music to Putin's ears because it revealed Trump's limits and red lines. So that is the first move. Putin forced Trump to reveal his hand. Now to the second move. You cannot just randomly talk about peace. You must back it up with actions. In Putin's case, he came up with symbolic actions. First, the energy truce, then the Black Sea truce. Both gave the impression of progress, though in reality, they meant very little. They bought more time for Russian troops on the battlefield. And last week, Putin made that clear. He says Russia has claimed the initiative along the entire front line, and he plans to finish off Ukraine.
What is happening today is essentially also clear. Our troops have the strategic initiative along the entire line of combat contact. I said quite recently that we would get the best of them, but there is reason to believe that we will finish them off.
This strategy is still being employed. Moscow is talking about another Trump-Putin phone call. They've also started talks on rare earths. You heard that right. Even Russia wants to sell natural resources to the US. And once again, it's the same tactic. When the pressure mounts, give Donald Trump a symbolic victory, like a partial truce or a rare earth deal. The question is, what is the end goal here? What happens next? Well, that depends on Trump. If he loses interest, it is advantage Putin. If he abandons Ukraine, it's again advantage Putin. And if he piles pressure on Russia, it's the same as before. Moscow has withstood thousands of sanctions since the war began. I'm sure they can survive a few more. I guess Trump is getting a taste of real world diplomacy here. He's not mediating between Israel and Arab powers. He is talking to the largest nuclear power in the world. Threats and ultimatums will not work. So Russia is in Trump's crosshairs. He wants to sanction Russian oil unless Putin agrees to a deal in Ukraine. And this is important because oil revenues are the backbone of the Russian economy. And Trump is looking to target a key Russian weakness here. What does it mean for the global oil market? Will oil prices shoot up? They did see a marginal rise in today's trade. On the surface, things seem to be holding steady, but beneath the surface, there's a fair bit of chaos. Because Trump's warnings are not limited to Russia. He's also targeting Venezuela. Starting the 2nd of April, any country buying Venezuelan oil will face a 25% tariff in the US. That's two major oil producers that Trump is eyeing, Russia and Venezuela. And here's the third one, Iran. Trump is threatening military strikes on Iran. Listen to this.
We're going to make a decision on secondary tariffs on Iran based on whether or not they're going to make a deal. If they're going to make a deal, then we're never going to put secondary tariffs on. We're going to hope they have a great, long, and successful life as a country. But we'll see what happens.
If Trump goes ahead with this, global oil supply will take a big hit. Russia alone exports 5 million barrels of oil per day. That's around 5% of the global demand. That comes from Russia, 5 million barrels of oil a day. Then you have Venezuela. They contribute 760,000 barrels daily, and Iran supplies 1.5 million barrels a day. If Trump decides to attack Iran, he will put 1.4% of the global oil supply at risk. That is the contribution of Iran. So it's a tough situation. Like I said, the markets are holding firm for now, but they're on a knife's edge. It's not clear how serious Trump is about his warnings, how his sanctions will work, and how he plans to enforce them. More importantly, will other countries comply with America's diktats after Trump's trade war on everyone? Will they defy him? Will they look for a backdoor? We don't know. There are a lot of questions and uncertainty. Trump's threats are loud, but his direction is unclear. Plus, there are other variables in this mix, other risks that could determine the trajectory of oil prices. What are these risks? Number one, the situation in West Asia. This region is volatile due to Israel's war in Gaza and tensions in the Red Sea. This month, the US launched a campaign in Yemen. They attacked the Houthis and killed more than 20 people. The Houthis have retaliated.
The Yemeni armed forces affirm that American aggression will only strengthen the resolve and resilience of the Yemeni people. The confrontations over the past days are merely the beginning of a gradual expansion of defensive operations in the coming days, and the enemy will witness more of the strength and determination of Yemen's steadfast and unyielding people. We will continue to prevent Israeli navigation in the Red Sea and the Arabian Sea, and we remain committed to supporting our resilient and oppressed brothers in Gaza until the aggression against them ceases and the siege is lifted.
Ships traveling through the Red Sea are at risk, and this has implications on oil prices because this is one of the world's most important shipping routes, especially for oil transit. If the Houthis continue to attack, it would be a repeat of 2023. That's when the Houthis attacked ships in the Red Sea and sparked a global shipping crisis. If that happens again, oil prices could spike. So that's the first risk to watch out for. The second one is OPEC's next move. OPEC stands for the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. It's basically an oil cartel. It has 12 members. Saudi Arabia controls the group because it is the world's biggest oil supplier. And OPEC controls the world's oil supply. This cartel wants to raise the output of oil because they have been losing market share. They're being challenged by the likes of the US and Canada. Let me show you some numbers. In 2016, OPEC and its partners controlled over 50% of the oil market. But by next year, 2026, their share could fall to 46%. So OPEC wants to raise output to recapture this market share. More oil means one thing, a drop in the prices. So tensions in West Asia, OPEC's production cuts, and Donald Trump's threats. These three factors could determine oil prices. Countries like India and China would be watching these trends closely because both countries rely heavily on oil imports. They're sensitive to price hikes. They could be affected by all these three scenarios. Number one, if Trump imposes tariffs and restricts oil suppliers, prices would rise. Number two, if tensions escalate in West Asia, prices would rise. And number three, if OPEC boosts production, prices would fall. Right now, there's a fragile balance in place, but the risks are piling up. We'll keep track for you.
In terms of dollars, $3 billion, $533 million.
is an old playbook for new American presidents, especially when it comes to their first big foreign trip. You shake hands in London, maybe share a polite chuckle with Canada, or pay a visit to Mexico City. Most American presidents have followed this, but not Donald Trump. He first became president in the year 2017 and tossed this playbook out the window. Trump's first foreign trip as president was to Saudi Arabia. And now he's in the White House again for a second term. Guess where he's heading first? Back to Saudi Arabia. Reports suggest that Trump will visit the kingdom in the month of May. That will be his first foreign trip as US president. Which brings us to the question, why Saudi Arabia? Why does Trump keep going there first? And what does he hope to achieve? Let's start with the last one. What does he hope to achieve? If there's one thing that Trump loves, it's a big flashy deal. That's what he got in 2017. He landed in Saudi Arabia, he got a grand reception, and he secured a $450 billion investment.
In this day, I just want to thank everybody, but tremendous investments into the United States, and our military community is very happy, and we want to thank you and Saudi Arabia. But hundreds of billions of dollars of investments into the United States, and jobs, jobs, jobs.
This time he's outdoing himself. Riyadh has pledged to invest $600 billion in the US, $600 billion, but Trump is not happy. He wants $1 trillion. 1 trillion, that's one with 12 zeros, and that's what Trump hopes to achieve on this trip. Of course, when and how this money flows is an entirely different story. But this is not just about the money. It's the way Trump does business. He doesn't like slow, bureaucratic diplomacy. He likes big numbers, catchy headlines, and immediate results. In 2018, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was in the White House, and Donald Trump came with a chart. It showed the American weapons sales to Saudi Arabia.
To Saudi Arabia very soon, and that's for their protection. But if you look in terms of dollars, $3 billion, $533 million, $525 million, that's peanuts for you.
This is Trump's style, and you could say it aligns with the Saudi royal family. They don't bother with stiff formality or cautious maneuvering. They go over the top, and that's what they did with Donald Trump. Riyadh rolled out the red carpet for him. They made him feel like a king with their gold-plated receptions, their lavish banquets, and their sword dances. So Trump got his multi-billion-dollar deals, and Saudi Arabia got political support. That's how they played it the last time. And they seem to be gearing up for round 2. Now, to be fair, Trump is not the first US president to cozy up to the Saudis. Washington has been cutting deals with Riyadh since the 1940s. Roosevelt struck a pact. Oil for security. Saudi oil for American security. That was the deal. The deal that shaped West Asian politics for decades. Presidents Carter, Reagan, Bush, Obama, they all played this game. But things hit a rough patch with Joe Biden. He started on a bad note with the Saudi royals, and he could never really mend the ties. Now Biden is out, Donald Trump is back in office. He wants to take it to the next level. Unlike his predecessors, Trump's Saudi connection is not just political. It is very personal. The Saudis bailed out Trump's son-in-law. His name is Jared Kushner. He was a big shot in Trump's first term. He has kept a low profile this time. The Saudis gave Jared Kushner a lifeline of $2 billion. Plus, they have strong business ties, the Trump Organization and the Saudis. In 2024, they announced their second tower in Riyadh. And then there's Trump's favorite sport, golf. Donald Trump has strong ties with Live Golf. That's the golf tour backed by the Saudi Sovereign Fund. Trump has praised it multiple times. In 2023, Live Golf announced a merger with the US-based PGA Tour. The deal is yet to be closed, but Trump is doing his best to secure it. So as you can see, Trump's ties are more than political. They're very much financial and personal. Take the Jamal Khashoggi episode. He was a Saudi dissident. He was killed in the Saudi embassy in Turkey, reportedly on the orders of the Saudi Crown Prince. When the case came to light, every Western nation isolated the Saudi kingdom, but not Donald Trump.
We are going to leave nothing uncovered. With that being said, The king firmly denied any knowledge of it. He didn't really know. Maybe, I don't want to get into his mind, but it sounded to me like maybe these could have been rogue killers. Who knows?
There's also the war in Ukraine. Trump wants to end it. And helping him in this pursuit is Saudi Arabia. They're playing the role of mediator. All big meetings between the Americans, the Russians, and the Ukrainians are being held in Riyadh. And this says a lot about the relationship. Trump loves the Saudi kingdom. But what's the agenda for this visit? He's looking at the next big prize, not just the money. He also wants a normalization deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel. These two countries do not recognize each other. They have no official diplomatic ties. If Trump can change that, he would change West Asia forever. And it's a deal that he has long pursued. In his last term, he got 4 Arab states to recognize Israel: the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, and Sudan. Adding Saudi Arabia appeared to be just a matter of time, but that was during the last term. Right now, the picture is very different. West Asia is a mess. The war in Gaza is raging. The Saudis want a clear path to Palestinian statehood. They cannot be seen as abandoning Gaza after all that has happened in the last year. So normalization with Israel right now would be very tough. Of course, Saudi Arabia would also want something in return, and that's literally the trillion-dollar question. What does Riyadh want? Maybe more military support, maybe advanced weapons, maybe even nuclear technology. We shall find out soon enough. From Trump's love for Saudi Arabia, we turn to his plans for China. U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is in Japan. He's basically the American defense minister. He is in Japan, and he has been sent by President Trump himself. Pete Hegseth's task is clear: prepare for war with China. This is his first visit to Asia in his current role. His first stop was in the Philippines. Hegseth announced unwavering support for Manila. The U.S. and the Philippines are expanding their ties. Both nations see China as a threat, but the optics in Manila were rather tame. 2 joint press conferences were held. Both lacked substance. It was the usual diplomatic stuff. Both sides spoke of securing the Indo-Pacific region. There were multiple mentions of maintaining the status quo, and they agreed to increase deterrence. China was mentioned just once. Taiwan was not mentioned at all. All of this was in Manila. Then Hegseth went to Japan, and his tone changed completely. He has made some big announcements in Tokyo. 1, the U.S. is recommitting to Japan. 2, the U.S. will send more troops to Japan. And 3, a new war-fighting command will be established in Japan. Listen to this.
America's warriors stand shoulder to shoulder every day with their Japan Self-Defense Force counterparts. Our forces operate and train together across all domains to uphold deterrence. America and Japan stand firmly together in the face of aggressive and coercive actions by the Communist Chinese. And with that, I want to announce that the Defense Department has started phase 1 of upgrading U.S. Forces Japan to a joint force headquarters.
Hegseth directly named China as a threat, and he said this in Tokyo. So clearly, Trump is pivoting hard towards Japan. He's creating a new war-fighting command. What does that mean? What is a war-fighting command? You see, as of now, the U.S. has many soldiers in Japan, more than 55,000 troops, according to the latest reports. More than 55,000 American troops in Japan. It is the largest overseas deployment for Washington. These American troops are scattered across Japan, mostly in 8 major bases. But there are nearly 120 U.S. military facilities. I'll repeat that for you. 120 military facilities in Japan are American. And all of these come under one unit. It is called the United States Forces Japan. This unit is a subordinate of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. It oversees logistical and administrative tasks in Japan. And now this unit will get its own war room, because Trump sees Japan as the first line of defense. So the U.S. commander in Japan can now launch offensive missions. And this is a major shift in the American doctrine. Until now, they were only training Japanese forces. They were not meant to launch attacks. So this is a serious upgrade. Listen to this.
This also means reorganizing U.S. Forces Japan into a warfighting headquarters, increasing its staff and giving its commander the authorities needed to accomplish new missions. As I mentioned in our meeting, America and Japan, we seek peace. But as my first platoon motto says, those who long for peace must prepare for war. We must be prepared.
Hegseth said the US and Japan must be prepared for war. His message has surely calmed nerves in Tokyo. Why do I say this? What was Tokyo worried about? Donald Trump's utterances. Just earlier this month, Trump had different plans for Japan. He wanted to end the US-Japan Security Treaty. This is a treaty that was signed way back in 1960. It allows the US to have these military bases on Japanese soil. And it has been the cornerstone of America's Indo-Pacific strategy. Japan depends on the US for security. It doesn't even have an army of its own. The Japanese only have what they call a self-defense force. But they've had a treaty with the US, a treaty that has held for 75 years. Then Donald Trump happened. He wanted to shred this treaty. He said America should not defend Japan because Japan does not offer security guarantees to the US, which is true, but only partially. You see, the US is like a bodyguard for Japan, but Tokyo is not freeloading. Japan pays almost $2 billion every year for this American security. $2 billion. This covers operational and housing costs for the American troops. Uncle Sam is clearly a costly security service provider. And there's more. This pact gives the US access to prime real estate. There are American facilities on nearly all of Japan's strategic islands, like Okinawa, which is the closest Japanese island to Taiwan. It also houses the largest American base in the Indo-Pacific. So it makes sense for the US to have Japan as a strategic ally. And Donald Trump knows this. He's trying to arm twist them to get a better deal. That's classic real estate tycoon behavior. But it's also counterproductive because ending the security pact with Japan will be a setback to the US. America's strategy against China is incomplete without Japan. And Pete Hegseth's visit is an admission of that reality. He has set the tone with a new war command and additional troops. Clearly, Trump is in no mood to let go of Japan. Now let's turn our attention to Myanmar, the war-torn nation to India's east. Last week, it suffered a devastating earthquake. The death toll has crossed 2,000, but experts warn the real number could be much higher, as high as 10,000, according to some estimates. As the rubble is cleared and more bodies are being found. In this moment of crisis for Myanmar, India has stepped forward to help. It has launched Operation Brahma and acted as the first responder. India was among the first countries to send aid to Myanmar. Indian rescue workers were the first ones to arrive in Myanmar's worst-hit cities. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken to Myanmar's military leader and offered India's full support. Our next report has more.
It was one of the deadliest quakes Myanmar has seen in decades. About 2,000 people have died. The destruction was widespread, and India was among the first to respond. Soon after the quake, New Delhi launched Operation Brahma. The mission is named after the Hindu god of creation. The name carries a deeper meaning. India's immediate goal is rescue and relief. But its long-term aim goes further. It wants to help rebuild Myanmar, a country shattered by conflict and now shaken by a disaster. Members of the Indian Army, along with medical teams and the Disaster Response Force, were among the first to arrive on the ground. Over the weekend, India dispatched multiple planes as well as naval ships. Indian rescue teams were the first to arrive in Mandalay, one of the worst affected cities in Myanmar. In Naypyidaw, the capital of Myanmar, here too, Indian personnel were the first to arrive. The city's airport wasn't even fully functional. Over the weekend, India has shipped considerable aid. Reports say Myanmar has received 137 tons of supplies. This includes ration, tents, medicines, sleeping bags, and a fully functional field hospital. India's disaster response force is helping Myanmar with the rescue efforts. They are armed with tools like concrete cutters, drill machines, and hammers. India has also taken rescue dogs to Myanmar. They'll help in search operations. And New Delhi says it's willing to do more if needed. Prime Minister Modi spoke with Senior General Min Aung Hlaing, the leader of the ruling military junta. In a post on X, PM Modi said that India stands in solidarity with Myanmar. But the rescue effort is proving to be challenging. In remote areas, several victims still remain trapped under rubble. The window to rescue them is closing. After an earthquake, the first 72 hours are critical. Beyond that, the chances of survival diminish rapidly, especially if the victims don't have any water. The damage from the quake was widespread. The tremors were felt as far away as Bangkok, where bridges and buildings collapsed, including an under-construction high-rise.
Building collapsed.
A Chinese company was behind this project. The China Railway No. 10 Engineering Group. It's a subsidiary of China Railway Engineering Corporation or CREC, one of the largest construction and engineering contractors and owned by the Chinese state. The building was supposed to house Thailand's government agencies, including the State Audit Office. But now it lies in ruins. Whether it's Myanmar or Thailand, the damage is extensive and it will take months for the victims to recover.
A republic, if you can keep it. This is what Benjamin Franklin famously said in 1787. He had just drafted America's Constitution. Afterwards, a journalist asked him, "What have we got, a monarchy or a republic?" Franklin replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." These words ring true thousands of miles away in Nepal. It became a republic in 2008, but the people are struggling to keep it. Pro-monarchy protests have rocked the country. Let me repeat that. Protests to reinstate the king in a republic. That's what we are seeing in Nepal. Recently, these protests also turned violent. The monarchists clashed with the security personnel. More than 100 people were injured and at least 2 were killed. Take a look. The clashes have reached the parliament too. Usually parliament sessions are live streamed in Nepal, but yesterday the session was not, apparently because of technical issues. Later, a muted clip of the session was released. It shows heated exchanges in the lower house. Today, Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli addressed the lawmakers. He accused the former king of disrupting social harmony. That's King Gyanendra Shah. He reigned from 2001 to 2008. He was ousted after Nepal became a republic. The government is clearly going after him. His security cover has been slashed. There is also a chorus to have him arrested. Several ruling party lawmakers have raised this demand. The question is, will Kathmandu agree? Chances are there will be a bigger crackdown. So far, Nepal has arrested 110 people, but Prime Minister Oli's language indicates something more. Let me quote from what he said. The alleged organizers attempted to drive a vehicle over the police and breached the restricted area. There were terrorist activities like setting fire to the international airport and the oil corporation's depot. Prime Minister Oli is calling these protests terrorism. Of course, any prime minister would. Nepal has fought hard to abolish the monarchy. No leader would support its return. Having said that, Oli is making one major mistake. He is not reading the public sentiment. Look at what he said last week. Oli told his lawmakers that India was involved in these protests. No evidence, no intelligence, just a random, baseless claim. And it's a strategy that we've seen before. Can't control your people, just blame the so-called foreign hand. But this strategy ignores the reality in Nepal, a disillusionment with democracy. That is the reality. Listen to some of these pro-monarchy protesters.
We need the country to return to monarchy and the king to come back because the political parties and system have failed in the country. When the source is so polluted, the entire system has gotten rotten.
The existence of this country is now fading, so a king is needed here. Without a king, our country will no longer exist. Within the next 15 years, this republic will break our country into pieces.
That's a grim assessment. The question is, what led to it? Political instability and lack of prosperity. This is what led to the current situation. Nepal has had 14 governments in 17 years. 14 governments in 17 years. 10 prime ministers have ruled the country in this period. It's almost like a game of musical chairs. All this churn has affected the country's growth. Look at the numbers. Nepal grew by 3.9% in 2024. It is projected to grow by 4.9% in 2025. This is down from 6 to 7% in the last decade. So Nepal's growth momentum has been lost. As a result, joblessness is also high. Youth unemployment is close to 20% in this country. Many young Nepalese have left the country in search of jobs. Around 2.1 million of them live outside Nepal. And that is more than 7% of the entire population. This crisis is not the making of one political party. Like I said, governments keep changing here, so all of them are equally responsible, which is why these protests are happening. They're not just about restoring the monarchy, they're about protesting the hardships. Instead of addressing all of this, what does the Prime Minister do? He just calls them terrorists. And he floats an India angle. It's a strategy that could easily backfire because right now the royalists are a fringe group. They have just 14 seats in Nepal's parliament. 14 out of 275 seats. Yes, they have mobilized a movement on the streets, but that is not backed by actual political power. If Prime Minister Oli is not careful, he may end up changing that. If the crackdowns intensify or if the ex-king is arrested, then this movement could explode. So now is a chance to prove that democracy works. Let's see if Oli makes the most of it. From one dysfunctional government, we turn to another. We are talking about Bangladesh. Born in 1971, the country was once a democracy, not anymore. It is now ruled by an unelected leader. You already know him. His name is Mohammad Yunus. He is the chief advisor of Bangladesh. This is a caretaker role, at least on paper. Yunus returned to Dhaka in August last year after the country saw violent protests. Former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina was removed and Yunus was brought in on popular request apparently. He was tasked with reforming the nation's institutes, which he is yet to do. Instead, he has been busy running the country, which is not his mandate. Yunus acts and behaves like an elected leader. Let me remind you, he is not. He has never stood for elections, not a single vote has been cast in his name. He has always held advisory roles in the past, including now, but somehow he is the leader of Bangladesh. So much for credibility. And why are we talking about him tonight? Because he has made a trip and some statements. Mohammad Yunus was in China last week, his first bilateral state visit abroad. Bangladeshi leaders would normally visit India first, but not Mohammad Yunus. He went to China on a 4-day visit where he met President Xi Jinping and interacted with China's C-suite executives. Last Friday, he chaired an investment summit in Beijing, and this is what he said. The 7 states of northeast India are landlocked. They have no access to the ocean, so Bangladesh is the only guardian of the ocean. That's what he said. And then he called Bangladesh an extension of the Chinese economy. You have to listen to this.
7 states of India, eastern part of India, called 7 Sisters. They are landlocked country, landlocked region of India. They have no way to reach out to the ocean. We are the only guardian of the ocean for all this region. So this opens up a huge possibility. So this could be an extension of the Chinese economy.
Yunus talked about the seven sisters of India. He was referring to the seven states: Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Meghalaya, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland and Tripura. These are the seven Indian states in the northeast. Mohammad Yunus says these states are landlocked, which is great. We now know that he can read a map. Then he said that these states have no way to reach the ocean. Sure, they're not coastal states, but they're part of India. So India's coastline is their coastline, and they definitely have access to one, a very large one, if I may add. Mohammad Yunus then said that Bangladesh is the only guardian of the ocean in the region. He is referring to the Indian Ocean here. The ocean is called the Indian Ocean. India's coastline is 10 times that of Bangladesh, but Yunus thinks Bangladesh is the guardian. Then he extended an invite to Chinese firms to quote-unquote produce in Bangladesh and sell in China. He basically wants China to play savior, and I'll tell you why. Bangladesh is witnessing a rapid decline under Mohammad Yunus. Inflation is skyrocketing, the GDP is shrinking, unemployment is at an all-time high, Hindus and other minorities are being targeted, the country's social fabric is breaking apart, corruption is rampant, and external debt is ballooning. That is why Yunus was in China, for money. Dhaka owes more than $6 billion to Beijing. Repaying China seems like an uphill task at the moment. So Yunus is offering an alternative. He wants Chinese firms to open shop in Bangladesh. Here's what he said.
From Bangladesh, you can go anywhere you want because the ocean is in our backyard. So this is the opportunity that we want to take. And not necessarily it will be something you produce and sell it to the world. You can produce in Bangladesh, sell it to China too. Because it's a market which is easier, cheaper to produce it in Bangladesh, or it's easier, cheaper to produce it in China. That will be the question you'll be raising yourself. Any kind of business is okay.
He says any kind of business is okay. It shows you the level of desperation. Maybe he's taking notes from his new friends in Pakistan. Bow, plead, and ask for Chinese money. That is Pakistan's playbook. No wonder the first call Yunus received after his Beijing trip was from Pakistan. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has invited Mohammad Yunus to Pakistan. These two leaders met in December last year. They've been coming closer since. And where does this leave India? Debt-free for sure. India has had several engagements with the Yunus government. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is yet to meet him though. Dhaka says it has made multiple requests. But again, Yunus is not an elected leader. Prime Minister Modi is not obliged to meet him. In fact, India and Bangladesh will be at the BIMSTEC this week. The BIMSTEC is the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, which is a mouthful. Basically, this is a group which has both India and Bangladesh as members. They will have a summit in Thailand's capital, Bangkok, on the 4th of April. But like I said, a bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and Mohammad Yunus is unlikely, even more so after Yunus's recent statements. Picture this. It's lunchtime at school, the bell rings, kids rush to the cafeteria. Normally you'd hear the familiar sounds, chips crunching, soda bottles opening, candy wrappers being torn apart. It's the soundtrack of any school break, right? But not anymore in Mexico, because from today, Mexico has banned all sorts of junk food in schools. No chips, no soda, no ultra-processed snacks. Only home-cooked meals and plain old water. The goal is to fight an obesity crisis that has reached alarming levels. But will it work? Have other countries tried it before? Our next report tells you.
It's Monday morning in Mexico. There's the usual buzz of school kids, chattering and running through their school gates. But this time, there's something different. No crinkling of chip bags, no clinking of soda bottles, no candy wrappers rustling in their hands. It's because Mexico has banned the sale of junk food in schools. So what led to this decision? Well, Mexico has a problem, a big one. The country has one of the highest obesity rates in the world, and it starts quite young. According to UNICEF, Mexican kids consume more junk than any of their Latin American peers. Soda, candy, chips. These ultra-processed foods make up a staggering 40% of their daily calorie intake. The result? 1/3 of the nation's children are overweight or obese.
There is a high level of acceptance of this policy among parents. Some young people still don't like the idea very much, but deep down, they know it's for their health.
And this isn't the first time. Mexico has tried to tackle this problem earlier as well. In 2020, they tried warning labels. They were black and ominous and found on junk food packets. 2 states went a step further and banned the sale of junk food to children. But they didn't exactly shut down the fiesta. Junk food was still everywhere, sold in school canteens, stuffed in backpacks, and peddled by street vendors just outside school gates. So this time, Mexico is going bigger. Any food or drink that carries a black warning label is now banned from school grounds. And it's not just about taking junk food away. Schools are required to offer healthier alternatives. That means swapping out chips for bean tacos, candy for fresh fruit, and sugary sodas for plain water. Administrators caught breaking the rules face hefty fines, anywhere from $545 to $5,450. Parents are also being urged to pack healthier lunches.
I hope all parents continue the trend, so we are no longer the #1 country in childhood obesity. We have childhood obesity, and diseases like childhood diabetes are on the rise.
But does an all-out ban actually work? Other countries have tried similar approaches. Chile has arguably been the boldest in this arena. In 2016, the country enacted a sweeping set of regulations, banning cartoon mascots on sugary cereal boxes, forbidding junk food ads targeting children, and implementing front-of-package warning labels. The result? A 25% drop in sugary drink sales in just a few years. But soon, companies found loopholes. The UK took a slightly different route, opting for a sugar tax on soft drinks in 2018. They didn't want to ban outright, but wanted to nudge kids into choosing better. In 2023, Norway restricted all advertisements of unhealthy foods, especially to those under the age of 18. But the results have been a hit or a miss. It's one thing to ban junk food inside schools, but what about outside? Street vendors aren't just going to pack up and leave. As long as there's demand, there will be supply. Then there's the affordability issue. Junk food isn't just tasty, it's also cheap. And for many low-income families, a bag of chips is an easier option. So will this ban actually work? It's too early to say, but what's clear is that Mexico is serious about trying to turn things around.
Attention to detail, intricate hand drawings, and a slow, years-long, careful process. This is what many animated movies usually entail, like the ones from the famed Studio Ghibli. But last week, all of it changed. OpenAI launched its advanced AI image generator, and you all know what happened next. Users quickly began using it. They rendered image after image. They turned everything from memes to selfies into copies of the Japanese studio's work. And they flooded social media with Ghibli-style images. This spurred a global outage of ChatGPT over the weekend and forced its top boss to say, "Please chill, this is insane." Critics agree, indeed it is, because this viral imitation trend raises a range of concerns. Moral and legal ones, and more importantly, privacy concerns. Tonight we'll talk about that last bit, your data's privacy. Experts say that it may have gone for a toss here. Let us understand why. OpenAI has a privacy policy. It clearly states that the company collects the data that users feed it. Then it uses this data to train its AI models. So when you voluntarily upload your original personal images on ChatGPT, you expose facial data via pictures. You give OpenAI consent to process those images, your family photos, pictures of your home, pictures of your children, whatever it is that you have uploaded. OpenAI has free and easy access to all the pictures that you have voluntarily shared with it. Safe to say this is a serious safety concern, so experts are sounding an alarm. They say that the free-for-all Ghibli cuteness may come at a cost. Tech giants train their models without disclosing details, and this tech itself is new. So who knows what AI training involves exactly? Your photo could be misused. It could be manipulated. It could be sold for targeted ads. If the data is stolen, it could even end up on the dark web. And if this sounds scary, that's because it is. None of these risks are unprecedented. Have you heard of Clearview AI? This is an American startup. It deals with facial recognition. Last year, it was fined $33 million by a Dutch watchdog. The company was scraping billions of images from social media without people's consent, compiling them into a database and then selling them. Similarly, last year, an Australian company called OuterBox suffered a data breach. It had facial scans, driving licenses, addresses of 1 million people. All this data was stolen. Like I said, it is scary. And this is not just about your pictures. It is about all kinds of data, like your health data. Let's look at another tech giant, Apple. Apple is revamping its health app. It wants to analyze your health metrics, your heart rate, blood oxygen, calories, all of it. And it wants to give you live health advice with an AI tool. This will basically give you a doctor in your pocket. And it will give Apple a treasure trove of data. Now, don't get us wrong, this can be helpful in some cases, but it comes at a time when headline after headline shows this. Companies are collecting your health data and selling it, sometimes secretly, sometimes openly, but they're doing it. I have another example, 23andMe. This is another big name in the news for all the wrong reasons. This is a genetic testing service. People used it in hopes of learning fun things about their family, but now this company has gone under. It is up for sale. And so is the DNA information, the genetic data, the health histories, all of it, of 15 million customers. All this data is up for grabs to the highest bidder, so people are scrambling to delete it, and they're crashing the site in the process. Which brings this cautionary tale to a full circle, because this is about everything from Ghibli-style images to your DNA. Technology is growing by leaps and bounds. It is monitoring us. It is recording all kinds of data. It is encoding and decoding our faces, our feelings, our form. But what happens to this data? Is it really used for the better? Is it safe? Frankly, no one is sure. And that is a huge problem. So what should you do? We have the answer straight from the horse's mouth. We asked ChatGPT, is it safe to upload personal pictures in ChatGPT's Ghibli art generator? And listen to what it said. It is important to be cautious, avoid uploading sensitive or personal content, identifiable or private images, review the privacy policies of the service, and if you have any concerns, it's always a good idea to err on the side of caution. For decades now, scientists have been on a hunt for glowing, colorful ribbons of light, or what's called auroras, like the widely popular northern and southern lights here on Earth. Scientists were trying to find something similar on Neptune, the farthest planet in our solar system. And at last, their decades-long quest has come to an end. For the first time ever, scientists have spotted colorful waves in the atmosphere of this icy giant. And they're nothing like the ones we see on our planet. Here's a report.
Mainly green, but also red. And sometimes even pink, purple, or blue. These ribbons of light on Earth's north and south poles are some of its most fascinating features. But this doesn't mean that our planet is the only one with auroras. Over the years, scientists have found auroras on most planets, including Mars, Saturn, Jupiter, and Uranus. But for decades now, scientists have not been able to find these lights on one planet, the solar system's most distant planet, Neptune. This sky-blue ice giant is the fourth largest planet in our solar system, and its auroras have long eluded astronomers. That is, until now. Scientists have finally spotted a shimmering, glowing spectacle in its atmosphere. And this is all thanks to the James Webb Space Telescope. It is a very powerful instrument. It has highly sensitive infrared instruments, and it was able to capture the diaphanous colors of light. But why is this discovery important? To understand this, let's talk about the basics. Auroras happen when energetic particles, or high-energy charged particles from the sun, slam into a planet's atmosphere and bounce off the gases. This is a particle collision, and it causes flashes of light. Auroras have a lot to do with a planet's magnetic field, its strength, its location. This is what guides the auroras, which means that each planet generates auroras differently. On Earth, you will find auroras arching over the poles, because this is where the magnetic field interacts with the solar wind. But this is not true for Neptune. Its unique auroras spill over either side of its equator, because this planet has a wonky magnetic field. If this sounds weird, hold up. Much like their location, their range differs as well. On Earth, auroras form a panoply of colors. On Jupiter, they are the most powerful in the solar system. They are not dancing colors, but permanent caps of ultraviolet lights. 4 of its moons have auroras too. Saturn has UV auroras too, as does Mars. Venus has green auroras. Mercury has X-ray auroras. They are not visible to the naked eye because the planet has no atmosphere. Meanwhile, on Neptune, the auroras come in colors, but they are much duller like the ones we see on Earth, because this planet is ice cold, and colder temperatures mean fainter auroras. These subtle differences make the dance of atmospheric lights all the more interesting, but this discovery also does so much more. It will allow scientists to learn more about this planet far, far away, and this could reveal what was previously hidden, much like the aurora itself.
March is celebrated as Women's Month in the West, a time to honor women and their major contributions. US President Donald Trump also joined in on the celebrations, but his remarks have not gone down well. First, Trump was given a softball by a journalist. He was asked to define a woman. His first response, "A woman is somebody who can have a baby." He then went on to call himself the fertilization president. Until recently, he was the father of the IVF. Now he is the fertilization president. And the irony, Trump has single-handedly curbed women's rights in the United States. You have to listen to this.
Since Democrats seem to struggle answering this question, I wanted to ask you, what is a woman and why is it important that we understand the difference between men and women?
Well, it's sort of easy to answer for me because a woman is somebody that can have a baby under certain circumstances. She has a quality. A woman is a person who's much smarter than a man, I've always found. A woman is a person that doesn't give a man even a chance of success. To the women, between the fertilization and all of the other things that we're talking about, it's going to be great. We're joined today, fertilization. I'm still very proud of it. I don't care. I'll be known as the fertilization president. That's okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. I've been called much worse. Actually, I like it, right? I like it. Thank you.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. The holy month of Ramadan has come to an end and the world is celebrating Eid ul-Fitr. So here's a look at Eid festivities from across the globe. We'll see you tomorrow.
أكبر الله أكبر
السلام عليكم.
ولله الحمد. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. We're so happy to have you with us today. I'm Eric Ham, and we're live in our studios from Washington, D.C. We begin right here in Washington, where President Donald Trump has once again stirred controversy by suggesting he could pursue a third term in office. In a recent interview with NBC, the commander-in-chief affirmed that he was not joking, that there are methods to bypass the constitutional two-term limit. Now, even though the 22nd Amendment of the U.S. Constitution explicitly states, quote, no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, end quote, yet President Trump's remarks suggest he's seriously considering ways to remain in power beyond the legal limit. He even claimed that a lot of people want him to do it, but emphasized that his current focus remains on his ongoing term.
I don't want to talk about a third term now because no matter how you look at it, we got a long time to go. We have a long time. You know, we have almost 4 years to go. And that's a long time. But despite that, so many people are saying, you've got to run again. They love the job we're doing. Most importantly, they love the job we're doing.
Now, soon after his comments, the White House also reiterated that the president is, in fact, concentrating on his current term and calling talk of a third term far too early.
Americans overwhelmingly approve and support President Trump and his America First policies. President Trump was focused on undoing all the hurt done by the Biden administration and making America great again.
Now, the idea of a third term has been a recurring theme in President Trump's rhetoric. In fact, during the interview, when President Trump was questioned about running as vice president alongside J.D. Vance, the commander-in-chief acknowledged the scenario, but hinted that, quote, there are others too, end quote. Now, despite this, there has been some support within the Republican Party for extending presidential term limits. In fact, in early 2025, Representative Andy Ogles of Tennessee introduced a resolution proposing an amendment that would allow a president to serve up to 3 terms, provided they were not consecutive. So even though President Trump's musings on a third term raise unsettling questions, it remains to be seen whether his words are a serious plan and if he truly does have quote unquote methods to achieve a third term. And now shifting focus to the ongoing Tesla takedown movement, widespread protests erupted across the globe over the weekend against billionaire Elon Musk and Tesla. Thousands in multiple cities across the world took to the streets to protest against President Trump's billionaire buddy Elon Musk and his involvement in reshaping the U.S. federal government. The coordinated effort, dubbed the Tesla Takedown, saw over 200 events planned worldwide, most of them outside Tesla showrooms. In the United States, rallies were held in nearly every state. In New York, hundreds protested at a Tesla dealership with posters reading, "Burn a Tesla, save democracy." In San Francisco, a crowd of around 200 gathered in front of a Tesla showroom. Protests also took place in Australia and New Zealand, then spread across Europe, hitting countries like Finland, Norway, Denmark, Germany, France, the Netherlands, and the UK. Each local rally adopted its own unique theme, ranging from Smash the Fash in Ireland to Down with Doge in Switzerland. The movement has been urging people to boycott Tesla vehicles, sell off any Tesla stock they may hold, and actively join their Tesla takedown campaign. Now, billionaire Elon Musk heads the Trump administration's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, which he has tasked with slashing federal budgets, including laying off thousands of workers. Now reacting to the massive anti-Tesla demonstrations, Musk tweeted saying that it was ironic that people were shooting bullets into Tesla stores, burning down cars, and calling him a Nazi when he is not engaged in any violence at all.
But I am kind of perturbed by the sort of how aggressive these protests are. You know, where it's like, you know, there are people at these protests calling for the death of the president and death of me and, I don't know, probably death of others. You know, that's the kind of thing that's not cool, you know. At the risk of saying something outrageous, calling for murder is not cool. Yeah, I mean, isn't it shocking how much violence and hatred is coming from the left? I mean, isn't it supposed to be the party that they claim to be the party of empathy, and yet they're burning Teslas and shooting up dealerships and calling for the death of the president and me? I'm like, guys, you know, this is insane. Like, they're gone psycho. I mean, it's really like, I totally understand if somebody doesn't want to buy a product. Yeah, it's up to you. It's a free country, you know, but you don't have to burn it down. Okay? But much. That's somebody else's car. Leave it alone. Thanks, guys.
Now, organizers of the Tesla takedown have in fact condemned vandalism against Tesla properties, emphasizing their movement is non-violent and focused on peaceful protests. Meanwhile, earlier, President Trump vowed to designate any violence against Tesla dealerships as domestic terrorism. And as the anti-Tesla movement continues to gain momentum across the globe, it remains to be seen how Musk will in fact tackle this global backlash. And now moving on to the crackdown on illegal immigration, an internal guide used by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, points to how exactly Venezuelan immigrants are being sent to a terrorism confinement center in El Salvador. The guide, which uses a point-based system, allows immigration officers to designate individuals as illegal immigrants based on arbitrary signs like tattoos and clothing. Our next report has more.
Tattoos. They are a mark of self-expression across the world. But in Trump-led US, they are becoming the ink of deportation of Venezuelan immigrants. An internal immigration enforcement document reveals that tattoos have become an expression of immigration status in Trump's America. It further reveals that bearing a tattoo even remotely resembling a notorious gang member could get Venezuelan immigrants deported to an anti-terrorism facility in El Salvador. Drafted on the basis of a 1798 law, the document outlines a system under which Venezuelan immigrants could be designated the members of the dreaded Tren de Aragua gang, or the TDA. According to this guide, U.S. immigration officials can deport individuals based on little more than the presence of a tattoo, a clothing, or having a gang member as an acquaintance. Under this, any individual who is Venezuelan and over the age of 14 is eligible to be scrutinized. From there on, a point system is used to determine if the person is affiliated with TDA gang. Higher the score, deeper the trouble. Here's how it works. A person bearing a tattoo to denote loyalty to Tren de Aragua gang is assigned 4 points. Social media posts depicting activity, interaction, or support with known members of TDA also gets 4 points. Being in group photos with 2 or more known members of the gang is also worth 2. Communicating with a known TDA member are assigned 6 points. And 10 points are assigned if the individual is convicted of any offense related to TDA activities. If they self-identify, even unwittingly, as a member or associate of TDA to law enforcement, that's another 10 points. Officials need 9 points to approve the deportation of a Venezuelan immigrant. The implications of these guidelines have already raised concerns. They suggest that individuals could face deportation based on an officer's interpretation of their appearance or social interactions. Many deported Venezuelans inside El Salvador's prison are told that they are detained because of their tattoos. The deported individuals say they are sent back from the US based on nothing but superficial appearances. Critics fear that this point-based deportation system gives immigration officials too much power with too little oversight, and they could be used to unfairly target and deport individuals who pose no real threat to national security. The Trump administration is now facing a lawsuit against this point-based system. The petitioners say that the government is exploiting an 18th century law to bypass modern-day protections for immigrants. Just earlier this month, nearly 300 Venezuelan immigrants were deported to the infamous terrorism confinement center in El Salvador. The procedure suggests that all of these individuals were processed for deportation, partly based on whether or not they had a gang-affiliated tattoo. Last week, even as the U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem walked through the same terrorism confinement center, the specter of shaved-headed prisoners behind bars loomed large, exposing the extremes of the current state of American deportation policy. As the legal battle over this point-based deportation system continues, questions remain about the balance between national security and immigrant rights.
And now shifting focus to Canada, in just 4 weeks, the Great White North is set to vote in a general election to elect a new government, including a new prime minister. Now, reports indicate that incumbent Prime Minister Mark Carney of the Liberal Party has taken a lead in the polls over his main rival, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. Carney, who took over from Justin Trudeau as Prime Minister in mid-March, is reportedly gaining traction as observers suggest he has a strong chance of forming a majority government, reversing the fortunes of the Liberals, who were headed for an election wipeout under former Prime Minister Trudeau. Now, reports also suggest voters are turning to Prime Minister Carney because they seek quote-unquote security and a reassuring figure in the time of crisis.
He's well-spoken and he's ready to put Canada first, I think, and help out Canadians financially as well and take on the United States. He's not afraid to speak up and challenge, I think, Donald Trump and his tariffs.
Canada's election comes at a time when U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened the Canadian economy with high tariffs and repeatedly called for the country to surrender its sovereignty and become part of the United States. However, on Friday, President Trump said that he had an extremely productive first call with Carney, adding that the two leaders had found common ground on many issues.
For the call, you seem to be much more positive about Canada than you've been in the past.
No, I just think, I've always loved Canada, and we had a very good conversation with the Prime Minister, and they've got an election going on, so we're going to meet after the election.
Now, this reportedly marks a stark contrast in tone from the U.S. president, whose dealings with former Prime Minister Trudeau had been frosty. Now, following their call, Prime Minister Carney told reporters that President Trump had respected Canada's sovereignty, but emphasized that the relationship between the two countries had now changed.
Today, President Trump and I spoke on the phone. We had a very constructive discussion, and we agreed to begin comprehensive negotiations about a new economic and security relationship between our two sovereign countries immediately following the federal election. I made it clear that I will be working very hard with my colleagues behind me. I will be working very hard over the next month to earn the right to represent Canada in those discussions.
Meanwhile, Conservative leader Poilievre has launched his campaign with a focus on tax cuts, affordable housing, and the development of Canada's natural resources.
income tax so you bring home more of each dollar you earn, and hard work actually pays off. And we will do it. We will cut government waste. We will cut bureaucracy, consultants, handouts to corporate insiders. We will cut wasteful foreign aid to dictators, terrorists, and multinational bureaucracies.
Now, Canadian voters have been largely focused on issues such as threats from Donald Trump and strategies to prevent the country from slipping into recession. Several smaller parties have also struggled to gain traction as voters reportedly keep their attention on the two frontrunners. And with the nation of 41 million heading towards a snap election on April 28th, all eyes will be on the race between Carney and Poilievre. And finally, the sudden resignation of Prince Harry from Centerbell has led to a series of uncomfortable questions surrounding the African charity. Sophie Shanduaka, the charity's chairwoman, has now accused Prince Harry and co-trustees of bullying and harassment. While Harry's supporters say Shanduaka's mismanaged funds and put the charity's future in jeopardy, she claims the Duke of Sussex wanted it to fail and then come to a heroic rescue. The war of words has also drawn in the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle, as well. Here's more on the growing fallout.
Prince Harry's journey with Centerbale began with a promise, one forged from grief and hope. In 2006, alongside Prince Siso of Lesotho, Harry founded the charity to help the vulnerable affected by HIV and AIDS. For years, the organization stood as a symbol of compassion, driven by the young prince's memory of his mother, Princess Diana. But today, Centerbale faces a crisis. The Duke of Sussex's brand is being labelled toxic. Earlier this week, Prince Harry and others quit the organization, citing irreparable relationship with the charity's chair of the board, Sophie Shanduaka, who in turn claims the departure of trustees amounted to bullying and harassment.
Can you imagine what that attack has done for me, on me, and the 540 individuals in the Centerbale organizations and their family? That is an example of harassment and bullying at scale. And so if the world didn't want to believe that there's such a thing as bullying, this unleashing of the Sussex machine on me and the 540 employees at Centerbale who received this and have had to defend it.
The trouble began when Sophie Shanduaka, a Zimbabwean lawyer, was appointed the charity's chairwoman in 2023. She says she was determined to modernize the charity, but it struggled to diversify its donor pool following Prince Harry's relocation to the United States. She says she tried to shift Centerbale's fundraising focus away from Prince Harry's wealthy circle, but her strategy struggled to gain traction and frustration mounted. Centerbale donations fell below its self-imposed $700,000 safety threshold. Shanduaka blames Harry's public feud with the royal family and his explosive memoir, saying it scared off sponsors. When the trustees pushed for her resignation, she refused to step down. Then what followed was an all-out war. Shanduaka's list of accusations was long. She claims Prince Harry wanted to force a failure and then come to a heroic rescue. She also insisted the board resented her vision of African leadership.
I put a whistleblower complaint about the bullying, the harassment, and the misogyny, and Prince Harry interfered in the investigation of that. So it's a cover-up, and the prince is involved.
But this saga had another explosive angle: Meghan Markle. The incident traces back to a polo match in Miami, where cameras captured a moment that quickly went viral. An ex-user pointed out that the Duchess of Sussex seemed to have motioned for Shanduaka to step aside during a photo op. Forced to duck awkwardly under the trophy, Shanduaka's discomfort was visible, and users wasted no time in lashing out at Meghan over her treatment for her staff. Chandauka claimed Harry demanded she defend Meghan in the press, insisting she make a statement that Meghan hadn't been rude.
Prince Harry asked me to issue some sort of a statement in support of the Duchess, and I said I wouldn't. Not because I didn't care about the Duchess, but because I knew what would happen if I did so, number one. And number two, because we cannot be an extension of the Sussex.
Amidst the chaos, the Charity Commission has launched an investigation into the latest allegations against its trustees. But as the legacy of Diana's dreams seems to slip further away, the question remains: can Sentebale rise from the ashes, or will the storm consume it whole?
That's Firstpost America for this Monday, March 31st. I'm Eric Ham, signing off until tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest from the Horn of Africa, a region emerging as a hotspot for geopolitical tensions. In a dramatic development, Somalia has offered the US exclusive operational control over its strategic ports on the Gulf of Aden. This is according to a leaked letter from Somali President Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud to his US counterpart Donald Trump. Now, Somalia's offer includes ports and military bases to bolster American engagement in the region, ensuring uninterrupted military and logistical access, while preventing external competitors from establishing a presence in the corridor. This comes as the US increases its military deployment in the Red Sea to counter Iran-backed Houthi rebels. But the assets Somalia is offering to the US are not without controversy. Now, Somalia is offering the US ports and bases in Berbera and Bosaso. Now, it is also offering the Baladogle Air Base, where US troops are already stationed to fight al-Shabaab and ISIS in Somalia. But the assets in Berbera are located in Somalia's breakaway region of Somaliland, while the Bosaso is in the semi-autonomous region of Puntland. But Berbera Port, considered one of the most crucial Red Sea bases, has become the center of a major controversy. Now, Berbera Port is seen as a hope of independence for Somaliland, a region that does not consider itself a part of Somalia. Somaliland has been seeking international recognition, but no country has officially recognized its claim. Somaliland has been eyeing a separate deal with the US, a deal that would grant port access in exchange for recognition. Now, reports indicate that these talks had gained traction in Washington, but Somalia's new proposal could be a strategic move to block these efforts. Somaliland has responded to the plan. It has strongly rejected the idea of giving the US access to Berbera Port under the Somalia deal. Somaliland's Foreign Affairs Minister dismissed the move as desperate and that nothing can stop Somaliland from receiving recognition. He said that he believes the US isn't foolish and that they know exactly who they want to deal with. Somaliland recently expanded port in Berbera. It's run by a company from the United Arab Emirates, a key US ally in the region. The UAE has reportedly shown strong support for Somaliland's quest for international recognition. Now, Somalia, on the other hand, has not been in Trump's good books. The US has long played a pivotal role in helping Somalia to fight Islamist militants linked to al-Qaeda and ISIS. However, observers say that Mogadishu fears that President Trump may reduce US support as he did during his first term. The country is also reportedly on a proposed red list or under a complete travel ban under Trump's administration. Meanwhile, Somaliland has gained attention for the relative stability and political environment that it has maintained. So, whose offer of port access will President Trump choose? And what will be the security implications for the Horn of Africa? Now, for more on this, we have with us Yusuf Belal, a Horn of Africa expert who is joining us from Meknes in Morocco. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, what strategic advantage would the United States gain by securing control over Somalia's air bases and ports, particularly in the context of countering the Islamist militant threats in the Horn of Africa region?
Well, there are three main advantages. The first one is certainly in the context of the war, the Israeli war on Gaza, and given that the Houthis in Yemen have been active in threatening part of Israel's security. So it is very much related to having an outpost and a naval, additional naval base that would help the U.S. Face the Houthi attacks, mostly that are against Israel, but also the maritime trade. The second advantage for the U.S. would be to have to be able precisely to secure the fluid trade in the Red Sea and through the Suez Canal. And the third one is within this competition between the US and China and Russia, and given that Russia will have most likely in the next few months a naval base in Sudan, in Port Sudan on the Red Sea. So having an additional presence is also part of this competition with Russia and China regarding the Belt and Road Initiative.
Right. And Yusuf, how does the inclusion of Berbera, which is a location that is also claimed by Somaliland, complicate Somalia's offer? And what are the potential geopolitical and legal implications of Somaliland rejecting this move?
Well, you know, we are in a situation that is very similar to what happened 1 year ago when the crisis between Ethiopia and Somalia started over the issue, a very similar issue, and the Berbera port. So legally, Somalia is the only legal authority to be able to have this kind of agreement with the U.S. because it's the only government, the federal government of Somalia, that is internationally recognized.
Right.
Somaliland is recognized by no other country in the world. So legally, it would be then the federal government of Somalia that would be able and entitled to have this kind of agreement. But practically and politically, if the federal Somali government has the legal authority to do it, it doesn't have the political means to do it because practically Somaliland is a de facto state. It doesn't have a legal status. So that move would require if on the Somali perspective it needed to work, it requires very intense negotiations with Somaliland to accept that kind of deal. So it's a kind of triangular relationship, and it would require, and obviously for the Somali government, it's a way to contain any possible recognition of Somaliland.
Right. And could this offer to the US risk escalating the regional tensions or invite pushback from other powers with interests in the Horn of Africa, such as China, Turkey, or the UAE?
Look, at this stage, we are in a situation with much less tension than what we had 1 year ago, when the crisis started between Ethiopia and Somalia over the issue of the Berbera port and the possible recognition of Somaliland. Yeah. So now we have to keep in mind that the UAE has been pushing very much the US for this kind of policy, and the UAE is one of the key allies of the US in the region, and given that the UAE has been pushing also for a deal with Somaliland and Ethiopia, then the question would be what would be then the kind of understanding that the UAE would have with the US regarding this kind of policy, because then it would have implications in the way that Somaliland acts as an independent or autonomous actor or not, and how all this will have implications in the fight against Al-Shabaab in Somalia.
Yusuf, thank you. It's always great to have you on the show.
Thank you, Alison.
And from Somalia, we move to the conflict between the DRC and Rwanda. Qatar has reportedly hosted another round of talks between the neighbours, Rwanda and the DRC. And this time, Rwanda-backed M23 rebels have also joined the discussions in Doha. Now, the second round of DRC-Rwanda talks was reportedly held in Doha on Friday, but the details are not out yet. The reports also say that the M23 representatives and they attended separate talks with Qatari officials, which did not include the DRC and Rwanda representatives. Now, these talks come after the first round of the surprise talks held between the DRC President Felix Tshisekedi and his Rwandan counterpart Paul Kagame this month. Now, this was the first time that the two leaders met since the M23 rebels stepped up an offensive in eastern DRC in January. The two leaders called for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. However, the M23 distanced itself from these talks. It continued its offensive with the capture of another strategic town in eastern DRC. Now, apart from reports of them joining the Qatar talks, the M23 last week also agreed to a deal with the Southern African Development Community on the evacuation of its peacekeeping forces from the DRC. Now, SADC forces have suffered heavy losses in the latest fighting, with the most casualties in South Africa, including at least 16 soldiers killed. The DRC accuses Rwanda of supporting the M23 rebels and using them to loot the DRC's precious minerals in the east. The UN says up to 4,000 Rwandan troops are present in DRC. However, Kigali calls it a defensive measure to protect itself from anti-Rwanda militias operating in the DRC. In the lightning offensive since January, the M23 has seized key mineral-rich cities in eastern DRC, including provincial capitals of Goma and Bukavu. At least 7,000 deaths have been reported in the clashes. Multiple efforts to broker peace in this years-long conflict have failed, with mediator Angola stepping back recently, citing frustration over both sides' reluctance to participate in direct talks. Will Qatar, which has been a mediator in multiple global conflicts, including the ongoing Israel-Hamas war, will they be able to broker peace in the DRC and end its decades-long conflict with the Rwanda and M23 rebels? We will keep you posted. And from Qatar's mediation in the crisis in eastern DR Congo, we now turn to another conflict unfolding in Africa, the war in Sudan, which has taken a dramatic turn in recent days. Now, Sudan's army chief, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, visited Saudi Arabia on Friday, following his force's decisive victory over the rival paramilitary Rapid Support Forces in Khartoum last week. During his visit, Burhan discussed the situation in Sudan with Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and the two leaders agreed to establish a coordination council, this to strengthen bilateral relations between the two countries. Now, Saudi Arabia has previously attempted to mediate peace talks between the rival factions in Sudan, but without success. Despite this, it has expressed interest in supporting reconstruction projects in Sudan. At the same time, Riyadh has backed the Sudanese army, led by Burhan, with reports pointing to both military and financial support. Moreover, Saudi Arabia has also rejected the formation of a parallel government by the RSF, the paramilitary force which is allegedly supported by the UAE, one of Saudi's main competitors in the region. Now, Burhan's visit to Saudi Arabia, followed by the army's recent military gains after driving the RSF from most of Khartoum earlier this month, as a part of the two-year battle for control of the capital. The military has since reclaimed key locations, including the presidential palace, the airport, markets, and other strategic sites. Over the weekend, the RSF leader, Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, acknowledged in a speech that his forces had withdrawn from Khartoum. However, he vowed to return to the capital with greater force and determination. Dagalo also dismissed any suggestion of negotiations or agreements with the army, saying those who believe that such talks are underway are mistaken. Meanwhile, Burhan has pledged to continue fighting the RSF until the paramilitary forces surrender their weapons.
The atrocities committed against our people and the bitterness that these criminals have inflicted on people, their images, sounds, and renewed wounds give us no options in settling with these criminals and their supporters. I say to them in the voice of the displaced and exiled people, whose money has been plundered, the besieged people, the bereaved mothers, the orphaned children, and the martyrs, that we will not forgive, we will not compromise, we will not negotiate, and we will not break our covenant with the martyrs.
After 2 years of war that have divided Sudan in two, the army holds control in the east and the north, while the RSF dominates most of Darfur in the west, along with parts of the south. Now, the conflict has triggered waves of ethnic violence, creating what the United Nations calls the world's worst humanitarian crisis, and plunging several regions into famine. On Sunday, Pope Francis, who is recovering from a life-threatening illness, issued a written message calling for urgent peace talks in Sudan. But with no peace deal in sight and both sides refusing to back down, Sudan's war rages on. As the death toll rises and millions face starvation, international efforts to broker a ceasefire have so far failed. For now, peace remains a distant hope, while the suffering only deepens. And our final story is from Kenya. Life is stressful, especially when the economy is in shambles. The headlines are grim, and the only thing piling up faster than your to-do list is your anger. But in Nairobi, people have found an unconventional solution to vent their rage. Smashing glass bottles and hurling objects in specially designed rage rooms. It's therapeutic chaos at its finest. And it's quickly becoming the go-to option for stressed-out Kenyans looking to let loose. Here are the details.
Do you feel like the world is closing in on you? Tired of bottling up your anger only to have it burst out in a dramatic and possibly regrettable moment? Well, Nairobi has a solution, and it's as cathartic as it is chaotic. Enter the Rage Room, a place where you can throw things, break things, and scream to your heart's content. These smash sanctuaries are becoming all the rage, offering Kenyans a therapeutic alternative to shouting into the void. And with the economy teetering, femicide issues making headlines, and the government keeping everyone on edge, who could blame them? Take Daniel Gatimu, for instance. Armed with a baseball bat and some serious grievances, Gatimu swings his way to serenity by smashing glass bottles into a sparkling mess.
Before I came here, I was super mad because of the economy, the femicide issue, how the government is running things is really not good. And school, yeah. And I'd say it's better to be here than being out there, being rude to people, shouting at people, throwing fits. Yeah, so come here, relieve your stress in a controlled room.
Another client, Kinya Gitonga, channels her inner warrior with every swing after donning protective gear because safety first, even in a rage room. She hurls bottles with the precision of someone taking down their inbox on a Monday morning.
It's been amazing, throwing the bottles and, screaming, letting out my inner pains, worries, sadness. It's been a wonderful experience, and I'm feeling much better. My heart is not heavy anymore.
Meet the brains behind this smash hit idea, Wambui Karati, a 23-year-old counseling psychologist who decided it was time to shake up mental health stigma in Kenya. Therapy, she explains, has long been misunderstood in the country.
There is a lot of discrimination, stigmatization around it, and it was introduced to us like it's for people who are not okay in the head, like mad people. So apart from therapy, what else can we offer?
Inspired by a rage room scene in a movie, Karati decided to create the Healing Room, a one-stop shop for smashing your stress and unpacking it later with a professional therapist. However, one shouldn't substitute it for therapy.
Therapy helps you to understand where the anxiety is coming from, how to deal with it, and with a professional therapist, they will help you to walk through. But the rage room is more of exposure therapy, to feel relieved, just to feel relieved, and then you can go back to your life. But you see, you haven't dealt with the anxiety itself.
The walls of the Healing Room tell their own stories, with clients leaving graffiti messages like, "Lives were definitely saved here," and "It's all going to work out, stay calm." Meanwhile, the floor is littered with the remnants of frustration, shards of glass that symbolize stress shattered into oblivion. Kenya's mental health landscape remains a challenge, with 23% of the population struggling and 75% unable to access services. But for those who step into the rage room, the experience is a lifeline. As Karati puts it, sometimes you just need to smash something to feel a little less heavy. So if life has you on edge and your stress levels are through the roof, perhaps it's time to trade your bottled up emotions for some bottled glass. While rage rooms might help you blow off steam, true healing comes from smashing the stigma around mental health and not just plates.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Xi Jinping wants to be India's friend. No, this is not an April Fool's joke. The Chinese president has written a letter to the Indian president where he says the dragon and the elephant should tango. We'll decode this change of heart and discuss the strategy behind the letter. It comes just before Trump's tariffs kick in. Countries across the world are bracing for impact and markets have crashed. Meanwhile, consumers are boycotting American goods. This is hurting American companies, but can it change American policy? We'll discuss that. Also, why Vladimir Putin is ramping up his military amid American-led peace talks, why China has launched major drills around Taiwan, why Egypt is deploying its forces in the Sinai Peninsula, and why Israel is complaining about this. What's the new British report that talks about Hindu extremism and why it's being challenged? What is artificial superintelligence? Why does Harvard University, why does it need $9 billion in government funding? And why the Netflix show Adolescence has triggered a global conversation. One of the most basic tenets of diplomacy is adaptability. You need to be flexible to respond to evolving challenges. And right now, China is showing dramatic flexibility. It has reached out to India a day before Trump's tariffs kick in, a day before the deadline. Beijing is knocking on New Delhi's door. And not through some embassy or foreign ministry official. The outreach is from the president himself, Chinese President Xi Jinping. He has written a letter to his Indian counterpart, President Draupadi Murmu, ostensibly to celebrate bilateral ties. India and China mark 75 years of diplomatic ties today, so this could pass off as diplomatic courtesy. And yet it's more than that, because this is China, whose troops attacked Indian forces at the border and whose leaders challenge Indian sovereignty in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. When they extend diplomatic courtesies, it merits closer examination. So let's look at Xi Jinping's letter. He has called India and China, and I'm quoting, ancient civilizations and pillars of the global south. And then he speaks of a dragon-elephant tango. China, as you would know, is called the dragon, and the elephant symbolizes India. They've been locked in a border standoff for years. They were locked until last year. But President Xi Jinping now wants them to tango. What explains this complete shift in approach? This is basically China making a strategic calculation. They need markets to supply their goods and to ramp up exports. And they need this urgently to put their economy back on track, the Chinese economy. And India could prove to be that market. Now more than ever, because the US market could slip from China's grasp. Trump is imposing restrictions that could deal a blow to Chinese businesses, and India could soften that blow. That is why Xi Jinping wants to repair the relationship. He said India and China should boost trust. They should deepen ties and ensure stability. And what is India's response? Well, caution and restraint for now. President Murmu wrote back to Xi Jinping she has welcomed the outreach, and that's that. As of now, there is no sign of a major policy shift. And it makes sense to exercise abundant caution. Look at our recent history. 4 years of border standoff, and finally a thaw last year. Prime Minister Modi and President Xi met in Russia on the sidelines of the BRICS summit. That engagement raised expectations. Such meetings tend to pave the way for resumption of normal ties. And we seem to be heading in that direction. Last month, Prime Minister Modi spoke about ties with China. He appeared on the Lex Friedman podcast, and he said that trust would return to this relationship soon. Beijing agreed.
Being partners in mutual success and making the dragon and elephant dance together is the only correct choice for China and India. China is willing to work with India to thoroughly implement the important consensus reached by the leaders of the two countries.
So India and China want to work together, but the old challenges remain. Let's take the example of trade. China's ambassador to India spoke about this today. His name is Xu Feihong. He said China is ready to buy more Indian goods. He suggested that both countries should close the trade gap. Total bilateral trade between India and China is worth more than $100 billion, but it is tilted in China's favor. The deficit is a staggering $85 billion. In 2024, India exported goods worth over just $16 billion. How can this be increased? There has been a lot of back and forth, a flurry of engagements. Indian officials have traveled to Beijing, but what is the outcome? China is yet to reduce trade barriers on India. Indian exporters face major restrictions spanning multiple sectors and products, including pharmaceuticals, basmati rice, and bovine meat. These barriers are not new. They were in place even before the clashes in Galwan. So China wants to buy more Indian goods. And if it wants to do this, it should start by leveling the playing field. It should meet India halfway on all points of contention and all outstanding issues, like border management, river cooperation, resuming pilgrimages, easing of investment rules, reopening direct flights, and lifting app bans. There's a lot of ground to cover and little progress. Here's what India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said.
What happened in 2020 was actually very traumatic for the relationship. It wasn't just the bloodshed, it was the disregard of written agreements. Because this isn't a gray area we are talking about. Through this period, obviously it took us, we're still dealing with some parts of this. So it's not like the issue has completely gone away. But we also felt that the way forward was to find a negotiated outcome, and that's what we've been trying to do since 2020.
So while both sides have expressed intent, we are far from a real reset, even on the border. While the troops have been pulled back, and that's a major development given how things were before, the larger boundary issue remains unresolved. Long story short, for all the talk of mutual trust, China has shown little interest in addressing the fundamental problems. Xi Jinping's desire for cooperation is convenient. There may even be synergies on paper, but in practice, mutual distrust runs deep. So the Chinese president's outreach is not a reset, it is a reaction, driven by pressure from Trump's tariffs. This letter is not a diplomatic breakthrough, it is diplomacy under stress.
It's a liberation of this country. India is one of the highest tariffing nations in the world. I think you're going to have a country that's going to boom.
The clock is ticking. The deadline is tomorrow, the 2nd of April. In less than 24 hours from now, Donald Trump's new tariffs would kick in. Before the deadline, the president is softening his tone. He says it may not be as bad as people expect.
Are you concerned that this move of the tariffs this week could push some of the United States' closest allies to work with China?
No, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. Yeah.
Mr. President, can I ask you
I
about
think they have a
something?
chance of doing better, actually, with the tariffs. It can actually help them in a certain way. If you look at the European Union on cars, the European Union already dropped their tariff down to 2.5%. It was announced a couple of days ago, which is what which is a very small tariff. The United States charged very little. And I think I heard that India just a little while ago is going to be dropping its tariffs very substantially. And I said, why didn't somebody do this a long time ago?
Will the tariffs push America's allies towards China? Trump does not think so. He also believes that India will lower its tariffs. Normally, such remarks would calm the markets. But with Donald Trump in the White House, investors are not taking any chances. Markets around the world have crashed, including Indian stocks. It was a complete bloodbath today. Investors in India lost about 3 lakh crore rupees in a day. That's over $35 billion gone in today's trade. In the US, markets have fared much worse. The sell-off began in February in America, and it has not stopped. Their losses have crossed $5 trillion. To call the situation bad would be an understatement. Trump's tariffs will have a sweeping impact. And stock markets are just one part of the equation. Overall, the global economy will bear the brunt of these tariffs. Total losses could cross $1.4 trillion. That is the scale of damage. Experts are quite worried about the fallout because Trump's plan remains vague. It is missing a lot of specifics. Like, how will the plan be implemented? Will there be a blanket tariff rate on all countries, or will Trump pick and choose specific imports? The US president's own team sounds clueless. Listen to his press secretary.
If you look at the unfair trade practices that we have, 50% from the European Union on American dairy. You have a 700% tariff from Japan on American rice. You have a 100% tariff from India on American agricultural products. You have nearly a 300% tariff from Canada on American butter and American cheese. This makes it virtually impossible for American products to be imported into these markets, and it has put a lot of Americans out of business and out of work over the past several decades. So it's time for reciprocity.
She's criticizing India's tariffs and calling for full reciprocity, which, by the way, contradicts Trump's own demands. Because the US president has hinted at a potential deal with India. He said New Delhi is lowering tariffs. So what is the plan? Trump says he has finalized one. He has a final plan, but he won't reveal it until tomorrow. His trade officials have offered some clues, though. They have released a report, an assessment of foreign trade barriers. The US has trade arrangements with 20 countries, and from the looks of it, they will top the list of Trump's targets. This list includes partners like China, Canada, the European Union, South Korea, Mexico, Japan, Vietnam, and India. These are some of America's biggest suppliers, and this report dedicates a section to each of them. What does it say about India? It highlights the high tax rates, the 50% tariff on apples, corn, and motorcycles, and the 100% import tax on coffee, raisins, and walnuts. This is what India imposes on American goods. Beyond this, the US has raised other complaints like regulatory hurdles, the need for licenses and approvals, quotas and other requirements, price caps, and subsidies. In fact, on this front, there is a specific mention of farm subsidies. And this has been a long-standing point of friction. India's tariffs on farm goods and the subsidies to Indian farmers. Trump's team wants lower barriers. They want what they call a level playing field for American imports. And this is a very sensitive topic, politically, economically, and strategically, because these protections are critical for India's own food security and for the livelihood of India's farmers. Agriculture still employs the highest number of Indians. India's economy depends on this sector. 14% of India's GDP and 13% of India's exports come from agriculture. So India here faces a very tough balancing act. What happens if Trump pulls the trigger? What if he imposes sweeping tariffs across the board? Countries around the world are bracing for impact and working on their response. China, Japan, and South Korea have joined hands. They say they will respond to Trump's tariffs together. The European Union is threatening retaliatory tariffs. And if Trump leaves no room for compromise, India too will have to respond. During the Second World War, American soldiers were stationed in Italy. They craved coffee, but the local espresso was too strong. It was bitter for their palates. So these soldiers came up with a hack. They would dilute it with hot water. The new drink was milder and similar to the coffee that they drank back at home. This became known as Caffè Americano, or the Americano coffee that we know today. It's available all over the world, but not in Canada. After Trump's tariffs, they've given the Americano a new name. It's now the Canadiano.
It's been a really interesting kind of shift to have more people ordering a Canadiano, making a point to say Canadiano. I think the reception has in general been very positive.
I don't usually drink Americano coffee, but I just saw it on the board and I went, hey, this is something that's cool, and I'm going to support Canada and have a Canadiano.
Shows you the effects that Trump's tariffs have had. At first, the signs were subtle. A Danish grocery store displaying a sign that says, "Buy local." A French boutique quietly swapping out Levi's jeans. Canadian markets removing American bourbon from their shelves and renaming the Americano coffee. Then the hashtags emerged. Boycott USA, boycott American goods, buy Made in America. And before you could blink, there's a full-scale boycott. Tesla, Coca-Cola, Pringles, McDonald's, even good old Netflix. American goods are suddenly the ultimate taboo. They're off the shelves, and they're off people's shopping and wish lists.
Year, the LCBO sells nearly $1 billion worth of U.S. wine, beer, cider, seltzers, and spirits, including more than 3,600 products from 35 states. As of today, every single one of these products is off the shelves.
The latest country to join is Denmark. It controls Greenland. Trump wants to take over the territory, Greenland, and that has sparked a lot of anger. Supermarkets in Denmark are promoting homegrown goods. There are apps for customers. Ironically, a lot of them American apps. They can find out where the produce originates. Facebook groups have come up. They offer tips on how to avoid US goods.
Well, people has been wanting to buy European goods. Obviously, with geopolitics going on at the moment, I guess you can guess yourself why. Basically, we want to sell products from all over the world, but of course, we at the same time want to help our customers as much as possible. And here, the specific ask from a lot of customers has been, we would like to buy European goods, and therefore we are now helping them with guiding them in the store with a black star.
On Google, which is also American, boycott USA is a top trend. And leading this trend are 5 countries: Denmark, Canada, France, Switzerland, and Sweden. Last month, there was a survey in Canada. People were asked about US goods. 85% planned to replace them. Many said they'd already done so. So the sentiment is the same everywhere, and this is impacting American goods and brands, especially Tesla. That's the company of Trump's first buddy, Elon Musk. Tomorrow, Tesla is set to release its quarterly report, essentially its sales numbers, and investors are bracing for a dip. The forecast is between 355,000 to 360,000 models sold, which is a 7% dip from the same period last year. In Europe, Tesla sales have dropped by 49% in the first 2 months of this year. This is despite the electric vehicle market growing. Tesla stores are also being vandalized in many countries. the signs are not good. And at the center of all of it is one man, Donald Trump. His trade wars were supposed to strengthen American manufacturing, but they mostly triggered retaliatory tariffs and international resentment. Trump, of course, is undeterred, but can America afford this war? This is not the first time the world has weaponized its wallets. Boycotts have long existed. They show how consumer activism can cause real change. At the same time, not all boycotts stick. So can Boycott USA push Trump to change his policy? I guess that depends on how long consumers hold the line. Right now, American businesses are feeling the pinch. Their challenge is clear. They must adapt or suffer the consequences. So some will rebrand, others will double down on domestic markets, banking on the idea that international resentment will fade.
Well, certainly, we're very concerned about the tariffs, increased costs that are already going to be tapping into already tight margins, and certainly the impact on our customers. Who's going to pay $75 for what was a $25 bottle of wine?
The biggest takeaway? Consumers are more politically engaged than ever. This is a world where your shopping cart can be a political statement. So brands are under scrutiny like never before. And if this boycott continues to gain traction, US businesses might have to face a sobering reality. Sometimes, the biggest trade war is not fought with tariffs. It is fought in the checkout aisle. Let's turn to Ukraine now, which is bracing for a new onslaught. They have steadily lost territory since this year began, but chances are it could get worse because President Putin is going for the jugular. He has launched a new recruitment drive today. The plan is to draft 160,000 men into the Russian army, another 160,000 men to join the army. Now, this is a massive build-up. It is Russia's biggest conscription since 2011. All Russian men between the age of 18 and 30 can be drafted. They will have to serve for 1 year. And where will they serve? Typically away from the front line because Russia leaves the fighting to train soldiers. So these new recruits are mostly backups. Nonetheless, the timing is very significant. The US and Ukraine are trying to force Putin into a ceasefire. And what does Putin do? He announces a massive military recruitment drive. It's a very clear message for Moscow. Pressure will not work. A message from Moscow, rather, that pressure will not work. The war will only end on Putin's terms. But President Donald Trump is still hopeful. He says Putin will live up to his promise.
I think he's going to live up to what he told me, and I think he's going to fulfill his part of the deal. Now, then you have Zelensky, and hopefully he's going to live up. I see he's trying to renegotiate the rare earth.
And what about Ukraine? President Zelensky predicted this last week. He said Russia was planning new operations in Sumy, in Kharkiv, and in Zaporizhia. He said Putin's plan is to drag out the peace talks to gain as much land as possible. European countries also share this assessment. Their top diplomats met in Madrid yesterday. They were joined by the UK's foreign minister, and all of them had two demands. One, if Russia is serious about peace, it should accept a ceasefire. And two, the US must put pressure on Russia.
A few weeks ago, Ukraine agreed on an unconditional ceasefire, whilst Russia keeps perpetrating war crimes, and I say this on the 3rd anniversary of the Bucha massacre. And I believe Russia today owes the United States of America, who have committed to reaching a ceasefire, a clear answer on whether it wants to go on the path of peace path, yes or no.
So Europe is calling out Russia. They are saying, give us a clear answer. Do you want a ceasefire or not? Well, Putin already gave his response last month. It wasn't a yes or a no. It was a maybe. You see, Russia has all the battlefield advantage at the moment, and they will want the truce to reflect that, to give them concessions. But Ukraine and Europe are unwilling to accept that. They want to give guarantees and recover lost Ukrainian land, both of which are non-starters for Moscow. So how can we break this deadlock? Trump is trying from his end, but could there be pressure from another end? Perhaps from China. I ask because the Chinese foreign minister is in Moscow, Wang Yi. He's on a 3-day trip to Russia, and he had held 2 key meetings today. First with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and then with President Putin. In Moscow, Wang Yi spoke to the Russian media. He talked about the ongoing peace talks. Let me quote from what he said. The step towards peace, although not that big, is constructive. It's worth building on it. With peace, it is no pain, no gain. You need to work hard to achieve it. Now, this has largely been China's position. Yes, we need peace in Ukraine, but we must acknowledge Russia's concerns, which is exactly what Trump is doing. But will President Xi go that extra mile? Will he ask Putin to take a ceasefire? Trump was certainly hopeful of it. He admitted that China has a great deal of influence over Putin. He also urged Beijing to persuade Moscow. Listen to this.
Hopefully, China can help us stop the war with, in particular, Russia, Ukraine. They have a great deal of power over that situation. And we'll work with them. And I mentioned that during our phone conversation with President Xi. And hopefully we could work together and get that stopped.
Does China have the leverage? Their trade with Russia stands at $224 billion. China is Russia's largest trading partner. It has been for 14 years now. Plus, China gives a lot of dual-use goods to Russia. Dual-use goods are things that have both military and civilian use. So in short, yes, China does have the leverage. But does it also have the political will? This question is a lot tougher to answer. If China can persuade Putin, they will have Donald Trump's gratitude. It's worth a lot right now because Trump has launched a trade war with China, so Beijing would love a change in fortunes to be in Trump's good books. Having said that, there is a downside too. If this war ends, US-Russia ties will improve considerably, and Trump has been quite open about this. He wants to deepen relations with Moscow. At the same time, he wants to break up the Russia-China axis. So it's a tough call for Beijing. Yes, they would like to see the war end. It would open up supply chains and energy markets. But do they have sufficient confidence in their ties with Moscow? Can it survive Trump's reset with Russia? In today's meeting, Wang Yi projected confidence. He said China and Russia would not tolerate interference from outside. He said their ties are not against a third country. Let's see if this confidence allows Beijing to push Vladimir Putin. As Vladimir Putin prepares for war, his no-limits friend Xi Jinping is taking notes. China launched extensive military drills today. Hundreds of warships and aircraft were deployed. Beijing's agenda? A blockade of Taiwan, both in the air and the sea. Hundreds of Chinese warships surrounded the island. Fighter jets violated Taiwan's airspace, and these drills were done for one purpose, to send a message to Taiwan. China has called it combat readiness. Its Eastern Command said, and I paraphrase, Chinese armed forces will close in on the self-governing island from multiple directions and practice assault on ground targets and blockade of sea lanes. This is a threat, and the military deployment added to the optics. So did Taiwan hunker down? Well, not really. It has responded to the Chinese provocation. Taiwan launched jets and warships to counter the Chinese deployment. Taiwan's defense minister addressed his country. He called China a troublemaker and took potshots at Beijing by highlighting the corruption in their military. Listen to this.
It is obviously that China is a very obvious troublemaker. There have been a lot of reports related to corruption problems within the People's Liberation Army. I think they should properly resolve these internal problems instead of destroying peace and stability in the region.
Now, Chinese drills around Taiwan are not new. In fact, they happen quite often. Taiwan is used to the provocation. They were prepared this time as well. So China was forced to change tactics. Beijing unleashed a different weapon, one that they are quite proud of. their propaganda. Like I said, China was practicing a blockade of Taiwan. Warships and jets surrounded the island, but Taiwan responded. So China took the fight to a different battlefield: social media. Beijing has released an animated video. You can see it here. It shows Taiwan's president, Lai Ching-te, as an insect. China labeled President Lai as a parasite who was poisoning Taiwan. And the cheap theatrics did not end there. The animation ended with this: Chinese jets and ships surrounding Taiwan and President Lai caught by chopsticks while being roasted on fire. That's the world's second largest economic power for you, masters of gunboat diplomacy and online bullying. China has often called President Lai a separatist, but now they're calling him a parasite. What triggered this animated fury? Two developments, both linked to the United States. The first is U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. He recently visited the Philippines and Japan. It was his first visit to Asia. He publicly condemned Chinese aggression in the Taiwan Strait. This happened on Sunday in Tokyo. We told you about this. And this has upset China, which is why they're acting up. Here's the second reason: weapons. Right before Pete Hegseth's visit to the Indo-Pacific, the Trump administration delivered something to Taiwan, and it was no ordinary weapon. It was the most advanced and lethal version of the F-16 fighter jets. Unlike the F-16 jets that Taiwan already operates, this one is modern with better anti-maritime capabilities. Taiwan will get 66 such jets. The first ones were delivered last weekend. It is a major boost to their offensive capabilities. And do you know who approved the sale? US President Donald Trump. This deal, in fact, was approved in 2019 when Trump was president. Then came the Biden administration. They delayed the deliveries. Now Trump is back in the White House and the deliveries are back on track. The first batch has been sent to Taiwan. Plus, Trump is ramping up support in other ways. In February, the US State Department removed a line from its website which said that the US does not support Taiwan's independence. This was the line. They removed it. And then new F-16 jets were delivered. If you join the dots, you will see a furious China. It opposes all American support for Taiwan, and this could be one reason for the latest drills. But what about the animation? The propaganda video screams desperation. For a country that takes pride in its technology and AI advancements, you would at least expect better graphics. To West Asia now, where a new conflict is brewing. This one features Egypt. Reports say Egypt is increasing its military buildup in an area called the Sinai Peninsula. This is Egyptian land bordering Israel. Israel says it is monitoring the development. According to Israeli reports, Egypt has deployed thousands of troops to the Sinai. It is extending runways in the peninsula. It is also expanding naval docks. If true, this could have serious consequences for the region, not to mention for Egypt-Israel relations. Because the Sinai Peninsula is strategically located, historically, it has been a point of friction. Let me show you a map. The Sinai is a land bridge between Africa and Asia. It connects Egypt and Israel. The Mediterranean Sea lies to the north, the Red Sea to the south, and tucked in the peninsula's west is the Suez Canal. Thousands of ships pass through here every year. The Sinai is Egyptian territory, but it has a troubled past. It has been controlled by several empires, starting with the ancient Egyptians, then the Romans, then came the Ottoman Empire and the British Empire. It was only in 1922 that Egypt regained control. 1922, that's when Egypt also gained independence from the British. And since then, the Sinai has been Egyptian territory. Now they're said to be deploying military here on what is technically their own land. So why is Israel flagging this buildup? Because of an old treaty signed between Israel and Egypt. Time for a quick history lesson again. The year is 1956. The Suez is a strategic asset. Egypt decides to nationalize the Suez Canal. The Europeans do not like it, especially the British and the French. Egypt blocks ships from using the waterway. Israel launches an attack. Britain and France support it, and Egypt loses control of the Sinai. That's when the US and Soviet Russia enter the picture. They force an Israeli withdrawal and they create a buffer zone. All of this happened in 1956. But the tensions lingered. Then in 1967, Egypt reclaimed the Sinai. This triggered another war, the Six-Day War. Israel attacked Egypt, Syria, and Jordan and took back the Sinai. But Egypt was not done. It launched another offensive in 1973. Fighting continued for several months. Finally, there was a ceasefire in 1975, and 4 years later, the United States stepped in. It brokered a peace treaty between Israel and Egypt. That's what he called the Camp David Accords. They were signed in 1979. This ended the hostilities. Israel agreed to completely withdraw from the Sinai. In return, Egypt set up formal relations with Israel. It has been 46 years since the Camp David Accords. The region has seen many wars in between, but the Sinai has been mostly out of it. In recent years, though, it's been on the edge. Egypt has battled multiple insurgencies in this peninsula. ISIS and Al-Qaeda once operated in big numbers here. They were eventually defeated with Israeli help. And that brings us to today. Israel's war in Gaza is adding to the pressure. Sinai is vital for sending aid into Gaza, but Israel's war on Hamas continues. Israeli troops remain deployed at the Rafah crossing. This borders the Sinai. Perhaps Egypt is preparing for a fallout in Gaza, like a mass exodus, or Hamas crossing into Egypt through underground tunnels. This would explain Egypt's military deployment, but Israel sees this as a violation of the peace treaty. The treaty allows Egyptian soldiers only up to a point in the Sinai, and even the movement of Egyptian forces is restricted. Now, Israel claims that Egypt is violating this pact. Israeli officials have flagged the breach with the Americans. The US enforces this treaty. Egypt is yet to comment. It is not clear if the treaty has indeed been violated, but it is amply clear that another war is the last thing that this region needs. Britain has found a new bogeyman, something to blame for its own failures. Hindu extremism. That's right. British police have prepared a new intelligence report. It focuses on extremism in Britain. Parts of that report have been leaked to the British press, and 3 claims stand out. Number 1, British Hindu extremists are aligning with the far right. Their shared belief? Apparently hatred for Muslims. The report says Hindu extremists met a far-right British activist. His name is Tommy Robinson, and he's currently in jail. That's point number 1, highlight number 1. Number 2, Hindu allies of Prime Minister Narendra Modi are meddling in British elections. Apparently, they campaigned against Labour in 2019. And finally, highlight number 3, European terrorists are taking inspiration from Hindu extremists. The report gives the example of Anders Breivik. He killed 77 people in Norway in 2011. Apparently, he found Hindu extremism appealing. These are the 3 big claims made in this report. It says Hindu extremists are trying to disrupt social harmony in the UK, that they will worsen ties between Hindus and other communities like Sikhs and Muslims. British Hindu groups have hit back at this report. They're calling these claims baseless, misleading, and false. And remember, this is just a leak. Chances are the full report could be worse, which is why some lawmakers want it released. They want to scrutinize the findings.
Into the Leicester riots of 2022, blaming Hindu extremism, despite the fact that during those riots, 105 Hindu homes were attacked, no Muslim homes, 2 Hindu temples were attacked, but no mosques. So could the Minister actually ensure that this report is published so we can actually scrutinise it and make sure that the blame is put where it should be?
Let's take a step back here. Why is Britain blaming so-called Hindu extremism? The first time they did this was in 2022 during the Leicester riots that the MP just spoke about. British Hindus and Muslims clashed in August and September that year. Later, government reports named Hindu extremism as a factor. I guess that was just the start, because this report goes even further. It is blaming Hindus for inspiring European terrorists, of conspiring with the far right, and of meddling in elections. Now, these are very serious allegations to make. Let's see if the UK government can back it up with proof. If not, let's see if they apologize. But for the moment, let's focus on the bigger picture. Britain's social issues are not new. The UK has always been an unfair, discriminatory society. Don't take our word for it. Look at studies conducted in Britain. 29% of minorities face discrimination in education. A similar number reported issues at work, plus more than 20% face discrimination from British police. Hindus are not the perpetrators here. They are among the victims. Yet who does the report blame? So-called Hindu extremists. The fact is, Britain has not been able to curb religious and racial hatred. That's their government's failure. There is no point blaming Hindus or India for it. And some of the claims are laughable. For instance, the report says supporters of Prime Minister Modi sent WhatsApp messages to British Hindus, saying what? Don't vote for the Labour Party. Apparently, this is proof of election meddling. Just think about the hypocrisy. British Khalistanis organize referendums to break up India. They target Indian diplomatic missions and vehicles, yet that is called freedom of expression. But alleged WhatsApp messages? Well, that's a strict no. And this is just one example. You may remember the grooming gangs of Britain. These were British Pakistanis luring and abusing young white girls. For years, British police did not crack down on them. Do you know why? Because they feared racial tensions. Even now they say, don't focus on race or religion, focus on the crime. Yet the same British police are openly talking about Hindu extremism. What happened to not focusing on religion? What happened to focusing on the crime? Clearly, this report needs to be studied more. Yes, every community will have bad eggs, but it's important not to generalize, not unless you have solid proof. Britain should instead focus on healing its social divisions, on curbing hate crimes and discrimination. It's always easy to blame the bogeyman. It's much harder to admit your own mistakes. It's not every day that a company attracts a $40 billion investment, but OpenAI has done it. That's the company behind ChatGPT. It has secured $40 billion in a new funding round, which was led by Japan's SoftBank. This was the largest funding round for a private tech company in history, the largest ever, and it raises OpenAI's valuation to $300 billion. So what explains this record funding round? It is for a seemingly intangible idea, something called artificial superintelligence. That's what OpenAI wants to achieve. And that is what SoftBank is betting on. So what exactly is artificial superintelligence? Is it really worth all the money and the hype? Our next report tells you.
OpenAI, they're the folks behind ChatGPT, the AI that can help you write essays, giblify your images, and even play the role of a BFF/therapist. The company has just raised $40 billion in one investment round. It's pushed OpenAI's valuation to $300 billion. This is the largest funding round for a private tech company in history. This investment round was led by Japan's SoftBank, but they have some conditions. OpenAI will currently receive $10 billion, but the remaining $30 billion will only come at the end of the year. That too, if OpenAI becomes a for-profit company. Only then will it get this money. So the funding comes with restructuring conditions. But what exactly is this staggering amount of money for? Is SoftBank just throwing cash at AI? Well, not according to Group CEO Masayoshi Son. He's hedging his bets on something bigger, artificial superintelligence or ASI. Masayoshi Son believes ASI will exist by 2035, and he thinks OpenAI is the partner that's closest to achieving that goal. What about Sam Altman? Well, the OpenAI CEO is even more optimistic. He says artificial superintelligence is just a few thousand days away, and he's confident OpenAI will get there. So what exactly is artificial superintelligence? Today, AI is broadly characterized into three categories. First, artificial narrow intelligence, where the system is given one task and it does just that. Think appliances, self-driving cars, streaming apps, or even healthcare. We give the machine a task and they do it. Basically, the rudimentary stages of artificial intelligence. Then comes the second stage, artificial general intelligence. This is where AI can rival humans. They can do multiple things at the same time. Many call ChatGPT a step towards artificial general intelligence.
Hello, I'm Mika, the world's first experimental AI.
And then we have the third stage. This is where things can get a little scary. It's called artificial superintelligence. Basically, machines go beyond human intelligence. They have a mind of their own. According to Masayoshi Son, they will be 10,000 times smarter than a human brain. Remember all those sci-fi movies with the villain robot? This is that stage, or so we're told. If you're getting flashbacks of robot uprisings, don't worry, you're not alone. It does sound a lot like the plot of Terminator. But are the robots really coming for us? The truth is, narrow AI is still a long way from becoming super intelligent. Artificial General Intelligence, or AGI, is the next step, and that is still in the works. It would be able to learn and perform tasks just like a human, but that's still far from becoming the brain of a super intelligent machine. So your Roomba is not about to stage a revolution, at least not anytime soon. So is all this money just creating an AI bubble? Well, inflation valuations are a problem, especially in the Silicon Valley. But this isn't just a bubble. Artificial intelligence is already transforming industries. Yes, we're still in the early stages, but the progress is so fast that it's hard to ignore. The fact is, AI is already part of our daily lives. It's just going to keep getting better, faster, and smarter. Will it be perfect? Probably not. Will it change everything? Absolutely. But are we ready? That's the question to ponder upon. Because according to Silicon Valley, ASI is coming and it just might be smarter than us. Let's just hope it likes humans enough to let us keep the internet password.
I'm sure you're familiar with Jordan. It's a country in West Asia, home to more than 11 million people. Jordan also has a standing army of more than 100,000 soldiers. I know what you're thinking. Why this crash course on Jordan? Well, Jordan's GDP is just above $50 billion, which is less than what our story's main character is worth. I'm talking about America's Harvard University. It is worth $53 billion. 53 billion, that's more than the GDP of 120 countries. Every year, Harvard's pile keeps growing, but President Donald Trump could be putting a stop to it. He is reviewing government funding to Harvard. How much money are we talking about here? Around $9 billion. That's $8.7 billion in grants and around $255 million in contracts. Harvard University was supposed to get this money over the next couple of years, but Donald Trump has paused it. Why? Because of Harvard's response to Gaza protests. Trump says the university did not crack down on anti-Semitism, that Jewish students were targeted by protesters, hence the decision to review the funding. Trump did the same to Columbia University as well. He withheld $400 million in federal funding. Next thing you know, Colombia changed its policy. Now, we'll stay away from the politics for now. Instead, we'll focus on the money. How did Harvard University end up with $53 billion? Why did it need another $9 billion? And where will this money go? Where does this money go? When we say Harvard has $53 billion, we're talking about the Harvard Endowment. Think of it as a funding pool. Every donation in the university's history, every gift, every check, all of it goes to this endowment. Harvard then invests this money in different places, like in stocks, private equity, or hedge funds. And the returns? Well, that is used to run the colleges. These returns make up 1/3 of Harvard's expenses. What about the rest? Well, that comes from other sources like federal funding and tuition fees. Look at last year's split. Harvard's total expenses came to $6.4 billion. Out of this, $2.4 billion came from the endowment and the rest from grants and fees. So let me recap. Harvard University is sitting on $53 billion. It is making billions from this fund every year, yet it was slated to receive $9 billion more. $9 billion of American taxpayers' money. Where exactly does it go? One expense is financial aid. Harvard has almost 25,000 students. Around 55% of them get some sort of financial assistance. Another expense is salaries. This university has more than 20,000 faculty and staff. They're some of the best in the world, which means they're highly paid. Then you have upkeep and capital expenses. Harvard has multiple buildings, libraries, and museums. It also sits on a massive parcel of land, almost 5,000 acres in size. So clearly, maintenance will be expensive. And finally, we have research. Harvard conducts dozens of studies and experiments every year. They cover fields like medicine and technology, and this is where federal funding comes in. So the US government wants to study, say the US government wants to study certain diseases or to weaponize certain technology, which they do all the time, then they will ask Harvard to carry out the research. In return, the university gets money. Last year, the US government paid Harvard $686 million. Nearly $500 million came from just one agency, the National Institutes of Health, NIH. And over $50 million came from the Pentagon, the American Defense Ministry. Obviously, a lot of this money is used for the actual research, to buy machines and to pay researchers, but sometimes the money is also misused. That's what happened at Stanford in 1991. Government money was used to repair the sailing team's yacht. It was even used to upgrade the university president's closet and pay for his laundry. It tells you what the downside is. Yes, the money contributes to cutting-edge research, but the oversight is lacking. And that's just one problem here. The sheer size of this funding is also problematic. $9 billion is a lot of money. Fun fact, it is equal to all of Afghanistan's central bank assets. Assets that are frozen in America. How can such a bloated budget be justified, especially in a country like the US? Around 2/3 of American adults do not have a college degree. Almost 42 million Americans have student debt, 42 million. Yet the government is giving billions to elite colleges, colleges that are unthinkable for most Americans. How can this be justified? Supporters say Harvard has a multiplier effect. Say you spend $1 on research, that research could lead to medical or technological breakthroughs, thus saving many more lives and dollars. So supporters say it's worth it. But critics say it's not. They want this money to be spent more widely on schools, on student loans, and on community colleges. The fact is, US college funding did need a review. If not for anti-Semitism, then certainly for wasteful spending. We live in a world that looks very different for kids today than it did for their parents. This month, the hit Netflix series Adolescence captured this very difference. If you watched the show, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, let me give you a preview. In one episode, a detective is investigating why a 13-year-old boy killed his female classmate. He tracks their Instagram interactions. Based on it, he assumes that these two children were friendly. That is, until his son, who's a teenager himself, tells the detective that he's got it all wrong. The emojis shared between the teenagers seemed innocuous, but they were actually a coded form of bullying. This is a dizzying realization for the detective and for the viewers of the series, and this disconnect is central to adolescence. This is a hard-hitting drama. It shows the aftermath of the stabbing of a teenage girl in the UK. It shines light on the corrosive impact of social media. It explores how the ideas of online influencers, like the self-described misogynist Andrew Tate, shaped the views of children hooked onto their phones. It also talks about the impact of the so-called manosphere. This includes online forums that oppose feminism and promote sexism. So the show explores a range of interconnected issues, and it has gripped the world. It has attracted 66 million viewers the world over. That's about the population of France. Within its first week of release, Adolescence made history in the UK with about 6.5 million viewers. The series has sparked a global conversation. Even the British Prime Minister is talking about it.
I mean, it's incredible. And it holds you there for four, frankly, at times harrowing episodes. And I have to be honest, as a dad, I have not found it easy viewing. We've been watching it with our children. My girl is 14, my boy is 16, and it's been really hard to watch.
It may be hard to watch, but Netflix has made an announcement. The drama will be aired across schools in the UK. Children in secondary schools will be able to watch it for free. And Starmer has backed this decision. After all, Adolescence is not about one fictional, innocent-looking boy who was driven to do something horrific. It shows that what happened in this series could happen anywhere, is happening anywhere and everywhere. Here are some headlines from last year. A 17-year-old stabbed 3 little girls dead at a dance class in the UK. 2 teenage boys were stabbed to death, and the murderer gloated about it on social media. 2 15-year-olds were arrested for killing a teenager by stabbing her 28 times. There are hundreds of cases like these, and not just in the UK, from Albania to India. It's happening everywhere. The question is why, and the answer is not straightforward. But part of the problem is isolation. Children are increasingly becoming lonely. About a third of them are lonely the world over. Mental health cases are on the rise, so children are no longer safe in their own rooms. As they peer at screens, forces exploit their vulnerability.
The devastating effect of misogyny on our society, very powerful. The dangers of online radicalisation and this sense of young people being on their own, very often in their bedroom or wherever, isolated with that online radicalisation.
Children are impressionable. What they see is what they learn. Unfortunately, in today's world, this means content on the internet, which is often hateful, violent, and sexist. According to a poll in the UK, 80% of 16 and 17-year-old boys consume content by Andrew Tate. In contrast, only 60% have heard of their own Prime Minister. This may sound appalling, but 56% of young fathers approve of Andrew Tate. Now, to give you context, this is the same man who has gone viral with his rants about male dominance. He has openly advocated violence against women. He has been banned from every major social media platform, and yet his ideas have taken root in the minds of countless children, even boys as young as 5. So when impressions are made at such a young age, we know what comes next. Deep fake porn of girls made by their classmates, cyberbullying, misogynistic chants by children, and sexism across schools spurred by social media. It is like a horror show, and children everywhere are at risk. But there is no silver bullet to fix this. Like we said, this is not one problem. This is a broad cultural issue. It is about how society views women. It is about the sheer lack of regulation. It is about playing catch-up with technology. This is a problem that needs both awareness and policy change. A TV show has taken care of the first part. There is awareness. Policymakers can talk about it. But it's about time that they take up the baton and do the work. We're doing a small experiment tonight. It is part of our new interactive news service. If you're watching us on your TV, raise your right hand. If you're watching us on your phone, I want you to raise your left hand. Done? Congratulations. It is April 1st, aka Fool's Day. Don't worry if you fell for it. Today is all about pranking and being pranked. The day you can get away with just about anything. Just don't forget to say April Fools afterwards. And it's not just us, the whole of internet is celebrating. Take a look.
I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Myanmar, rescuers pull out a survivor who was stuck under the rubble for 91 hours. In Iceland, a volcano erupts, forcing tourists and residents to evacuate. And a Bitcoin investor buys an entire SpaceX flight to fly over the North and South Poles. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 2004, Google launched its email service, Gmail. Many believed it was an April Fool's Day prank. At the time, email providers like Yahoo and Hotmail offered only a few megabytes of storage, but Google promised 1 GB. It seemed too good to be true. Today, Gmail has nearly 2 billion users. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Giá nhiều phao video bọn nó là giá nhiều.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Firstpost America. I'm Eric Hammond. We're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We begin at the White House, where anticipation is building as President Donald Trump prepares to unveil sweeping tariffs on what he calls Liberation Day on April 2nd, promising to be lenient and protect reliance of American industries on foreign goods President Trump's plan involves reciprocal tariffs aimed at matching the duties imposed by other countries on U.S. products.
No, we're going to make it all countries, and we're going to make it very lenient. I think people are going to be very surprised. It'll be, in many cases, less than the tariff that they've been charging us for decades. So I think people are going to be very, very surprised.
The White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt confirmed the president will announce details on April 2nd, but whether these tariffs will be product-specific or broader remains unclear.
On Wednesday, it will be Liberation Day in America, as President Trump has so proudly dubbed it. The president will be announcing a tariff plan that will roll back the unfair trade practices that have been ripping off our country for decades. He's doing this in the best interest of the American worker. Again, I will let the president get into the specifics of the announcement. It's his announcement to make.
Now, White House Trade Advisor Peter Navarro estimates that tariffs could generate around $600 billion annually. And India, in particular, faces scrutiny from the Trump administration. However, the commander-in-chief has claimed that India has agreed to substantially reduce tariffs ahead of the April 2nd deadline, but details are scarce.
Well, as you know, Prime Minister Modi was here just recently, and we've always been very good friends. India is one of the highest tariffing nations in the world. They're very smart, and he's a very smart man and a great friend of mine, actually. And we had very good talks. I think it's going to work out very well between India and our country. Very, very well. And I want to say you have a great prime minister.
Now, on the other hand, Canada and Mexico, which are America's two largest trading partners, already face steep tariffs. In fact, last month, President Trump implemented a partial month-long delay of his 25% tariffs on both countries. And in retaliation, Canada implemented counter tariffs on American goods targeting steel, aluminum, and other imports. Now, the Trump administration also narrowed down on steel and aluminum imports from the European Union and placed 25% tariffs on those items as well. The European Union then announced retaliatory measures worth $28 billion, but delayed enforcement until mid-April. Now, tariffs on Chinese imports have also not been spared. In February, the Trump administration enacted 10% tariffs on all Chinese imports and doubled them to 20% in March. Now, in retaliation, China imposed tariffs of up to 15% on American goods, including coal, LNG, and crude oil. As President Trump's Liberation Day draws near, businesses brace for turbulence. And as the clock ticks closer to April 2nd, the world wonders, will this be a bold step toward fair trade or the first domino in a global economic fallout? The answer is just hours away. We now move to the Sunshine State of Florida, where two crucial special elections on Tuesday could possibly shift the balance of power in the U.S. House of Representatives. In Florida's 6th Congressional District, Democratic candidate Josh Whale faces Republican Senator Randy Fine. And despite representing a district Donald Trump won by over 30 points in the last election, Whale's campaign has gained unexpected traction. The Democrat has raised a staggering $10 million, dwarfing his Republican challenger $1 million. Meanwhile, in the 1st Congressional District, Republican Jimmy Patronis, Florida's chief financial officer, faces Democratic challenger Gay Vallimont, a gun control activist. Now, Patronis, who won his district by a landslide in November, now faces a more competitive race due to Vallimant's strong fundraising, bringing in $6.4 million compared to Patronis's $1.1 million. Now, the Republicans have pulled out all the stops to secure these seats. In fact, President Trump himself has campaigned heavily for both Republican candidates through teletown halls, emphasizing the importance of holding these seats to advance his agenda.
Your vote in this crucial election will help determine whether the radical left will grind Congress to a halt, which is what they want to do. Just stop everything, all the progress that we've made, which is record-setting.
Not only the commander-in-chief, but conservative groups and a super PAC tied to his billionaire buddy Elon Musk have also poured money into both races.
It definitely creates a lot of anxiety that there's that much money coming in from all over the country. And they're driving it into a part of Northwest Florida that's never seen this much money ever spent on a campaign in the state's history.
Now, Democrats, on the other hand, have faced challenges with limited support from national organizations. However, both Democrats believe they can win by leveraging high Democratic enthusiasm, appealing to independent voters, and swaying moderate Republicans dissatisfied with recent cuts to federal services orchestrated by both President Trump and Elon Musk.
These districts are so Republican, there would ordinarily be no reason to believe that the races will be close. But what I can say, almost guaranteed, is that the Democratic candidate in both of these Florida special elections will significantly overperform.
Now the stakes are high and the House is currently divided 218 to 213 in favor of Republicans, meaning the party can't afford to lose seats, especially in deep red districts. A win for the Democrats would mean a big step closer to a majority in the narrowly divided House. However, regardless of the outcome, the elections are seen as a key test of voter sentiment as well as setting the tone for the 2026 midterms. But for now, both parties brace for a tense election day in Florida. And now moving on, after Columbia University, President Donald Trump seems to have another Ivy League institution in his crosshairs, Harvard University. The Trump administration is threatening to pull out billions in federal grants targeting Harvard over alleged failures to address anti-Semitism on campus. Columbia University has already lost hundreds of millions in federal funding over similar concerns. Will Donald Trump pull the plug on Harvard's funding as well? Here's the story with more.
From cancer cure to the humanity-defining consequences of artificial intelligence. At Harvard University, science finds the task to solve the modern world's most pressing challenges. But President Donald Trump's administration could be just one step away from pulling the plug on some of the most advanced scientific research-related developments of our times. The U.S. government has announced a review of nearly $9 billion in federal grants to Harvard as part of its investigation into how the Ivy League institution handled anti-Semitism in the wake of pro-Palestine protests on the campus. The administration said it will examine over $255 million in current contracts and $8.7 billion in grants spread over multiple years. The Trump administration says Harvard has failed to protect students from quote-unquote anti-Semitic discrimination in what critics believe is a reference to the pro-Palestine encampment at Harvard last spring. Addressing the purported concerns raised by the Trump administration, the university's president, Alan Garber, said that the institution is committed to tackle anti-Semitism, calling anti-Semitism one of the most insidious forms of bigotry. The Harvard president emphasized the university's commitment to academic freedom and called for dialogue. Trump's threat to terminate Harvard's funding tranches follow the cancellation of $400 million in federal funding to Columbia University over what his administration described as unchecked anti-Semitism in the New York-based institution. In response, Columbia University agreed to the government's demands to tighten rules on campus protests and hire security officers with arrest powers. Days later, the university's interim president, Katrina Armstrong, also resigned from her position. The Trump administration called the New York-based institution's reaction a promising first step towards regaining federal funding. The federal funding cuts, added with a politically charged atmosphere, have even contributed in a drop in applications at Columbia, with many reconsidering their enrollment. Unlike Columbia University, the Trump administration is only reviewing, not cancelling, the grants and contracts at Harvard. But the New York-based institution's federal funding cuts have put its Massachusetts-based Ivy League counterpart on a cautious road ahead. With billions in federal funding at stake, Harvard's response to the Trump administration's scrutiny can shape not only its own future, but also the broader landscape of higher education and scientific progress in America.
And now we head to the Middle East, where the Houthi rebels claim they shot down yet another American MQ-9 drone over Yemen's central province of Marib, which is home to the country's oil and gas. The Iran-backed rebels said that the American drone was destroyed by a quote-unquote locally manufactured missile as the U.S. forces continued to attack Houthi targets in the capital Sana'a and rebel stronghold Sada region.
Our air defenses succeeded in shooting down an American MQ-9 enemy drone while it was carrying out hostile missions in the airspace of Marib Governorate. This was done with a suitable locally manufactured missile.
Now, the show of resistance from the Houthis came hours after President Donald Trump vowed to continue striking Houthis until they stop attacking the ships linked to the United States and its allies in the Red Sea. A warning against future strikes, President Trump said, quote, "The real pain is yet to come for both the Houthis and their sponsors in Iran," end quote. Meanwhile, the U.S. Military Central Command, or CENTCOM, which oversees troops in the Middle East, released a video claiming to show preparations to carry out more strikes on the Houthis. The video showed 2 missiles being launched from a ship as well as 3 fighter aircraft taking off from an unspecified military base. The latest conflict between the Houthis and the U.S. forces began on March 15th when the Iran-backed rebels resumed targeting Red Sea shipping over Israel's attacks in Gaza. Now, Houthi-held parts of Yemen have faced nearly daily attacks since then as the Trump administration attempts to stop the rebels from threatening vessels on key maritime routes. According to the rebel-aligned Yemen media, over 60 people have in fact been killed in the U.S. airstrikes on Yemen since March 15th. Meanwhile, the Houthis have made it clear that the attacks on Red Sea shipping will not stop until the war in Gaza is brought to an end.
The Yemeni armed forces affirm that they will continue to prevent Israeli navigation in the Red and Arabian Seas and will continue to support the Palestinian people until the aggression on Gaza stops and the siege is lifted.
And as the escalating tensions between the U.S. and Houthi rebels ramp up with elevated optics of military actions, the fate of the Red Sea shipping routes remains uncertain in the backdrop of war in Gaza. And finally, we turn to Europe, where Norway is reviving a Cold War strategy as geopolitical tensions with Russia are now on the rise. Deep beneath its Rocky Mountains, long-abandoned Cold War-era bunkers are being reactivated to house fighter jets and submarines. The move underscores Norway's renewed focus on defense in the Arctic, one of the world's most strategic regions. Our final report details why these underground bases are making a comeback.
24/7 and has the overall command and control of
In today's unpredictable world and geopolitically charged unprecedented times, national security and sovereignty are at the center of every government strategy. But how does one ensure it? For Norway, the answer lies underground. Beneath its rugged mountains lie Cold War bunkers. Once considered obsolete, now being revived as Europe's tensions with Russia rise. During the Cold War, Norway, a NATO member bordering the Soviet Union, built an extensive network of underground military facilities, including fortified hangars and secret submarine bases to defend against a possible Soviet attack. Now, 2 of these bunkers are being reactivated. First, the Bardufoss Air Station, a fortified hangar for Norway's F-35 fighter jets. Second, the Olafsvern Naval Base, a secret submarine facility carved into a mountain. Once deemed unnecessary, these bases are being modernized to protect Norway's forces. Bardufoss Air Station opened in 1938 and was initially used by Germany. During the Cold War, its hangars were reinforced for a possible Soviet attack. Today, Norway's multi-million-dollar F-35 fighters are stationed here. The base's reactivation aims to protect the aircraft from drone strikes like those seen in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Olafsvern Naval Base features a deep-water dock, dry dock, and massive blast doors. Once designed to hide submarines from Soviet satellites, it was largely abandoned after the USSR collapsed. In 2013, it was sold to private investors who allowed Russian vessels to operate from it. Now Norway has retaken control with upgrades underway, and the US Navy reportedly showing interest in basing nuclear submarines here. But why this sudden restoration? Long before invading Ukraine, Russia expanded its northern fleet, increasing military drills in the Arctic and reactivating nearly 50 Cold War-era bases. Norway is responding in kind by restoring old bunkers and strengthening its Arctic defenses. It is reinforcing its strategic position in the north. Norway is not alone in restoring or building new bunkers. Sweden has reopened its Muskö naval base, a vast underground complex near Stockholm. It has also invested $10 million to check and renovate its civil defense shelters. China has built a massive underground submarine base on Hainan Island, and Iran has also developed an underground missile city in the Persian Gulf. But for many NATO countries, reviving Cold War bunkers is too costly. Some have been flooded, destroyed, or turned into museums or nightclubs. But Norway sees a different path. As modern warfare evolves, it is returning to a proven strategy, going underground to ensure its survival.
That's Firstpost America for this Tuesday, April 1st. I'm Eric Ham signing off from our studios here in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest developments from Zimbabwe, where a national protest turned into a shutdown for citizens of the southern African country. A small group of disgruntled war veterans took to the capital Harare's streets on Monday, accusing Zimbabwe's president, Emmerson Mnangagwa, of corruption, economic crisis, and seeking to cling to power. The group, led by Blessed Gaza, a veteran of Mnangagwa's own ZANU-PF party, called on the protests over anger at moves to keep Mnangagwa in power beyond the end of his term in 2028. Now, they demanded that the president step down from his position. However, only a handful of protesters took part in the planned march. Harare citizens largely opted to stay away rather than to take to the streets amid a heavy security presence. Anticipating possible unrest, most businesses, schools and vendors across the capital of Harare, as well as in the second largest city of Bulawayo and other towns, stayed closed as large numbers of police patrolled the empty streets.
A successful demonstration. Like I'm saying, there is no trust. It won't be a successful demo, because people, they are just at home for their protection of their livelihood and their life.
I am surprised there are not many people in town, and I am contemplating going back to relax at home and wait for tomorrow to go to work.
A few small protests did erupt in the capital Harare. Scenes from the aftermath showed streets lined with debris and tires used to barricade roads. Police were seen clearing these objects after dispersing protesters with tear gas. Now, reports also suggest that the police have arrested 95 people on charges of promoting public violence during their demonstrations. But the protests still failed to garner massive support across the nation. Despite Gaza previously calling for Zimbabweans to fill the streets in a final push to force the president to step down. At the heart of the recent protest is a reported plan by the president, who took over after a coup in 2017 to extend his final term by 2 years to 2030. Mnangagwa's second term expires in 2028. Zimbabwe's constitution limits presidential terms to 2 5-year terms. Despite a recent assurance from the president that he did intend to step down in 3 years, many remained unconvinced. Mnangagwa and his government have been accused of corruption and mismanagement that has left the southern African country in an economic crisis, while repression has weakened the political opposition. Gaza and his group of veterans of the war that led to independence in 1980 are pushing to replace Mnangagwa with his vice president, Constantino Chiwenga, a retired general who orchestrated the coup against Mnangagwa's predecessor, Robert Mugabe. So while the protests failed to gain widespread support, they have exposed the growing rifts within Zimbabwe's ruling party and a deepening sense of uncertainty among its citizens. With questions looming over President Mnangagwa's future and a struggling economy, what lies ahead for Zimbabwe? Now, to discuss more on this, we are being joined by Boitumelo Ben Senokoane, who is an associate professor at UNISA and a political commentator from Pretoria, South Africa. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for having invited me.
What does the low turnout for the national protest, despite the widespread frustrations, suggest about the political climate and public sentiment in Zimbabwe right now?
Look, the low turnout in any protest does not necessarily mean that people are disinterested. You know that protests have got several stages first, but secondly, there might be other ways of protesting. You might have silent protest, you might have people having stayaways. And the situation of Zimbabwe, you know that there is a rule by fear, a rule of fear. People will not necessarily want to go out there to risk their life. But it has been long that since we have seen or witnessed protest in Zimbabwe. This, as much as it might be seen as small, but it is significant in a sense that people are still brave in the smaller numbers to go out there and challenge the status quo. So the low turnout should not be misinterpreted as people being satisfied.
Sure. And Professor, how significant is the role of the war veterans in this protest? And what does their opposition signal about the divisions within Zimbabwe's ruling ZANU-PF?
Look, it is very clear that the fall of Zimbabwe or the new direction of Zimbabwe, at least in this current history or recent history, is that a new dispensation will mean the breaking into two pieces of the ZANU-PF. And it is very evident that what Blessed Gaza is doing, he represents a certain faction within the ruling party, especially if we are made aware that he's a strong support of Constantino Chiwenga. And we cannot undermine the group of people that, especially war veterans. But beyond war veterans, you will also get people within ZANU-PF supporting underground. It is for that reason you saw President Mnangagwa changing Chiwenga as a former chief of military and changing other critical position within his parliament. The reason for doing that he's no longer sure who to trust within the current people who are his ministers and stronghold. It is for that reason that he's trying to then rearrange to put those that they think that he believe in or trust.
And given the heavy security presence and the use of tear gas, how would you assess the government's approach to the dissent? And what are the implications for civic spaces and for democratic expression in the country?
Look, we agree that we've seen that the police are out there in full force and military is also being put on standby. That is the response by the Home Affairs Minister has also declared that they will strengthen police or security within the country, but all ministries are preparing for that. What we need to take into consideration is that the response will be standard and it's not only something new, it has been there before. It will continue to happen even today where the president opt to use police and military where necessary to protect himself and to cling into power. So it's nothing really new. It has been expected. And of course, if he does not strengthen that, he will be out in power anytime soon. So he will try by anything necessary to stay into power to at least until 2028.
Professor, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa and for your valued insights. Shifting focus to the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, one of the most militarized and conflict-ridden regions in the world. As the fighting worsens with Rwanda-backed M23 rebels, a convicted war criminal has announced a new rebel group in the region to topple the DRC government. Now, war criminal Thomas Lubanga has announced a new rebel group named the Convention for the Popular Revolution, or the CPR. The group will be active in DRC's eastern Ituri province. Now, Thomas Lubanga is the first person to be convicted by the International Criminal Court in 2012 on charges of recruiting child soldiers. Now, he was released in 2020. After his release, the DRC President Felix Tshisekedi controversially appointed him to a task force to bring peace to Ituri. But in 2022, he was taken hostage for 2 months by another rebel group. Now, he blames his abduction on the DRC government. After being freed, he relocated to Uganda. He has announced his new rebel group from Uganda's capital, Kampala, with the goal to retake Ituri province. Now, the Ituri province in the DRC's east borders Uganda. Just like the rest of the mineral-rich eastern DRC, it also is a hub for armed militia and violence. Now, several armed groups are actively operating and fighting over conflicts rooted in ethnicity, power grabbing, and minerals. The DRC government struggles to maintain control with limited security forces and inadequate infrastructure. Even rebel groups fighting neighboring nations have found safe haven in the DRC's east. Now, neighboring Uganda is complicatedly involved in the region. Now, Uganda maintains a troop presence in the DRC's Ituri province to fight rebels acting against it. However, in the process, the Uganda military has reportedly armed one local faction after another, including the Lubanga-led group. However, after his ICC conviction, Uganda distanced itself from Lubanga. But the new alliance announced by him near Uganda's border might further complicate Kampala's involvement in the region. Meanwhile, this development comes at a time when Rwanda-backed M23 rebels have seized key areas in eastern DRC's North and South Kivu provinces. Now, the latest fighting has reportedly killed over 7,000 people since January. Over 100,000 people have been displaced. Will a war criminals' new alliance further complicate the DRC crisis? We will continue our coverage. And shifting focus to Algeria, which is locked in a severe diplomatic tension with its former colonizer, France. French President Emmanuel Macron has called for a gesture of mercy and humanity toward jailed French-Algerian writer Boualem Sansal. Macron made the plea during what he described as a long, frank and friendly phone call with his Algerian counterpart, Abdelmajid Tebboune. Now, this covering bilateral ties and tensions that have accumulated over the recent months. At the center of the tensions is Bourlem Sansal, a French-Algerian writer who was sentenced to 5 years in prison by Algeria last week for his comments that Algiers claimed were against its sovereignty. The 80-year-old writer, who is also a cancer patient, is known for his criticism of Algerian authorities and Islamists. Now, he sparked controversy after an interview with French media, where he said that colonial-era France unfairly ceded the Moroccan territory to Algeria. He was arrested at Algiers airport in November last year and was sentenced to 5 years in prison last week. Algeria accuses Sansal of undermining national unity and possessing videos and publications that threatened national security and stability. But Sansal argues that his comments were simply personal opinions and that he has the right to express himself like any Algerian citizen. French President Emmanuel Macron has repeatedly called for Algeria to release Sansal, citing his fragile health due to cancer. Sansal's conviction and sentence now add to a range of issues that have strained Algeria-France ties. Ties have worsened after Macron last year recognized neighboring Moroccan sovereignty over the disputed territory of the Western Sahara, the region claimed by the Algeria-backed pro-independence Polisario Front. Tensions have also risen over migration policies. In recent years, France has announced plans to dramatically reduce the number of visas issued to Algerian citizens, citing Algeria's lack of cooperation in accepting deported nationals. Now, earlier this year, France attempted to deport 60 Algerians deemed dangerous. Algeria rejected France's list, arguing that it bypassed diplomatic norms and denied the individuals proper trials. In response, France threatened to revise long-standing immigration and visa agreements with Algeria. As French President continues dialogue with his Algerian counterpart, will they be able to bridge the gap, or will these tensions escalate further, affecting bilateral relations and regional stability? We will continue to bring you the updates. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is about a Nigerian initiative that allows plastic to pay for school. In Lagos, where plastic bottles seem to grow like weeds, a brilliant idea is turning trash into treasure. Vulnerable parents in the city are now collecting recyclable plastic waste and trading it for money that goes straight to pay their kids' school fees. Now, this program isn't just cleaning up the city, it's also fighting poverty and helping to mitigate the school dropout crisis. Our next report gets you all the details.
Lagos, Nigeria's largest city and also its economic capital. It's a city where millions come to fulfill their dreams. But Nigeria's commerce center is also a hub for plastic pollution. The litter is not only damaging the city's environment, but also public health and economy. Lagos generates over 800,000 metric tons of plastic waste annually. While there are multiple efforts to get rid of it, for some, the waste is turning out a way to earn a living. Plastic waste for school fees. It's an initiative that's solving Lagos's plastic problem while also addressing poverty. The initiative is allowing parents to pay their children's school fees with recyclable materials like plastic bottles, cans, paper and glass bottles. Fatimo Adiosan is one such mother who's committed to her child's education. She scours the streets of her neighborhood every day for plastic waste. She's determined to collect as much of it as possible.
The reason I go about picking up plastic waste to fund my child's education is because about 3 years ago, life was hard and my son left school. I found somewhere to do a menial job. One day, I saw people picking plastic. I approached the school and asked if I can pick it, and they convert it for my son's school fees, and I was given the go-ahead.
Adiosan says she will continue to collect plastic for as long as her son needs education. However, her quest is not without its challenges. She says while rooting around in the trash, she has also had to deal with other people's judgmental attitudes.
There are several challenges I encounter in this line of work, but the motivation of seeing my son finish his education and in flying colors is what drives me. Sometimes, when we are moving the plastic waste to go sell, some folks use very derogatory statements about us.
But the initiative by Dreamstead School has made remarkable efforts in closing Lagos's education gap. The organization says accepting plastic waste as payment for school fees has enabled hundreds of children to return to school and receive a basic education. Once a school dropout himself due to poverty, the initiative's founder wishes to give back to the community that helped shape his journey.
Nigeria currently has the highest number of children that are out of school, with over 20 million children that are out of school. And a good strategy to actually reduce this number is by getting parents to bring in waste. So I strongly believe it is a good idea for when schools to embrace this by allowing parents to actually bring in waste in exchange of paying for their fee.
Nigeria has one of the highest number of out-of-school children globally. The situation in Nigeria's economic center also poses key challenges to the country's overall development. It's a crisis that has been affecting both rural and urban communities in Nigeria. So, while authorities in Nigeria find a way to tackle these much pressing concerns, the Lagos initiative is doing its part and becoming a hope for many families.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. The countdown is on. The world is watching with bated breath. What will Donald Trump unleash? The big tariff announcement is coming tonight. There's a lot of speculation and crashing stocks. We will bring you up to speed and look at the implications for India. How hard will be the blow? And can India turn it into an opportunity? Also, what should you do as an investor? Many are flocking to gold, the safe haven investment. In China, Xi Jinping is making moves, political, military and economic, to soften the blow. Meanwhile, Europe is in war mode, not just the tariff war, but the military kind too. Countries are boosting defense spending, reviving bunkers and stockpiling landmines. We'll tell you why. Also in focus, what is Qatar Gate? Why have Netanyahu's aides been arrested? How will Iran respond to an attack? And what role can Russia play? Why is the state visit of Chile's president to India so significant? What is Minecraft? Why is it the most successful video game of all time? And how rich are India's richest temples?
The president's historic action tomorrow will improve American competitiveness in every area of industry.
You'd start with all countries, so let's see what happens. There are many countries. I haven't heard a rumor about 15 countries, 10 or 15.
April 2nd, 2025, a date the world won't forget. History will remember it in one of two ways: the day America reclaimed its economy, or the day it plunged into financial chaos. For Donald Trump, it is Liberation Day. Liberation Day, a bold stand for American independence. For economists, it is a lit match in a gas-filled room. Either way, the world is watching, popcorn in hand, and a stock app in the other. So what exactly is Liberation Day? What does it mean for the global economy, and what comes next? Let's look at it one by one. First, what will happen on April 2nd? In just a few hours from now, Donald Trump will announce a series of new tariffs. His premise is simple: America has bought cheap foreign goods for years, Americans have been ripped off, and President Trump wants to end that. Because his motto is to make America great again, he wants to bring back manufacturing to the US, which is why he's imposing tariffs. The details of which still remain a secret, by the way. But Trump has teased them, like the season finale of a reality TV show, the Liberation Day address.
2nd, 2025 will go down as one of the most important days in modern American history. Our country has been one of the most open economies in the world, and we have the consumer base hands down, the best consumer base. But too many foreign countries have their markets closed to our exports. This is fundamentally unfair.
So which countries will be affected? The US has the largest trade deficit in the world. In 2023, it stood at $1.1 trillion, meaning the US imported $1.1 trillion worth of goods more than it exported, 1.1 trillion. In 2024, Washington had a trade deficit with 92 countries. So according to Trump, the whole world will be affected by his tariffs. They will apply to all countries.
Start with all countries, so let's see what happens. There are many countries. I haven't heard a rumor about 15 countries, 10 or 15.
So you're starting with all countries?
Essentially, all of the countries that we're talking about.
So what kind of tariffs are we looking at? Trump has been threatening this since he took office, and he's followed through on quite a few of them. On the 4th of February, he imposed 10% tariffs on China. On the 4th of March, he imposed 25% import tariffs on Canada and Mexico, and on the 26th of March, he announced 25% auto tariffs. So this one was long coming. But what will it look like? There are many conflicting reports. One says it will be 20% for all imports, a blanket 20% on everything. That's what one report says. Then there are also reports about the dirty 15. That's 15% of the countries that make a bulk of US trade and impose tariffs on American goods. There could be reciprocal tariffs on all these nations. So there is no one plan that the world knows of. Does Donald Trump have a consolidated plan? He was asked about it. All he said was that the US will be kind.
Are going to be very nice by comparison to what they were. The numbers will be lower than what they've been charging us, and in some cases maybe substantially lower, but we sort of have a world obligation perhaps. But we're going to be very nice. Relatively speaking, we're going to be very kind.
If history is any guide, the immediate economic impact will be felt in many ways. First is rising consumer prices. As you know, tariffs are taxes on imports. And who pays them? Not the exporting countries. It is the importers who pay this extra money. Higher the tariffs, higher the prices. That's how it works. And in the end, it is the consumer who pays more. So expect things to get more expensive. Everything from your sneakers to your cars. According to economists, an average US family could spend $3,000 to $4,000 more every single year. The second impact will be retaliation. Canada, the EU, and China, they're all already sharpening their counter punches. The last time Trump did this, they went after American goods. And this time, You can expect an all-out economic brawl.
We are going to be very deliberate in terms of the measures we take to fight for Canada, fight against these unjustified measures by the U.S. administration, but also to protect, to have that minimal impact in Canada.
We do not believe in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, because that always leads to a bad situation. Of course, measures are taken because measures are taken on the other side, but the dialogue must continue.
On our response, all I can say is that there will be one. It will happen at the appropriate moment after the expected announcement later this evening.
The third impact will be on the stock market. Investors hate uncertainty, so markets across the world are rattled. European and Asian markets took a nosedive today. Meanwhile, safe haven gold soared to a record peak. We will tell you about that in just a bit. But none of this is bothering Donald Trump. For him, Liberation Day is more than just an economic policy. It is a campaign event. His voter base loves protectionism. They see it as a way to revive America and sticking it to foreign competitors. So Trump is going with it. But here's why this is a gamble. About half of all US consumer goods come from abroad. If prices rise and inflation spikes, ordinary Americans, including Trump's voters, will feel the pain. There are also fears of a recession. Goldman Sachs has a new assessment. It has lifted the possibility of a US recession to 35%. So this is a tricky one. The tariffs will disrupt a lot. We won't know the full impact for months, maybe even years. But when the dust settles, the question will be this: was this truly liberation? Or was it the beginning of an economic war? It's going to be a long night in New Delhi. Expect our trade officials to pull an extra shift because that's how significant this moment is. Some newspapers are comparing it to 1991 when India turned an economic crisis into an opportunity, when we opened up our economy. The question is, can we do it again? And to answer that, we must look at the impact first. Will Trump's tariffs hurt us? The short answer is yes. Last year, India-US trade stood at $129 billion. And this trade is tagged in India's favor. We export $87 billion worth of goods to America. We import just $42 billion. So India benefits more from this trade. But what happens when the tariffs come in? Indian exports would suffer. You see, tariffs make goods more expensive. More expensive equals less competitive. Less competitive equals less sales, which is why Indian exports would suffer. Now we come to the specific goods and sectors. Trump's tariffs are reciprocal in nature. It's basically a tit-for-tat policy. You impose 5%, I impose 5%. That's reciprocal tariffs in a nutshell. So the impact depends on the tariff differential, the difference between India's tariffs and America's tariffs. Say India charges 10% on US alcohol, and the US charges only 3% on Indian alcohol. Then the differential is 7%. So you can expect Trump to hike alcohol tariffs by 7%. Basically, to bring it on par with Indian tariffs. The higher the differential, the bigger the impact. Now, based on this, a few sectors are more vulnerable. For example, electronics. Things like your mobile phones and laptops, they make up $11 billion of India's exports to the US. And the tariff difference? Almost 9%. Now remember, these are not Indian brands making in India. These are mostly foreign tech companies. So if the tariffs rise, they may stop making or assembling in India. Instead, they will look for low tariff nations. Another vulnerable sector is automobiles. both vehicles and vehicle parts. The tariff difference here is almost 23% in the auto sector. So expect a major impact. We don't ship a lot of cars to America, but we do ship a lot of car parts. And those companies are now at major risk. The third vulnerable sector is farm goods. Here, the average tariff difference is almost 32%. In fish and meat, it is almost 28%. And in dairy products, almost 38%. Reciprocal tariffs would hurt all these sectors. The fourth vulnerable industry is pharmaceuticals, your generic drugs, your medicines. India's pharma exports to the US made up $8.7 billion last year. And the tariff difference, almost 8.6%. Now, it is not as high as dairy or agriculture, but the volume of trade is quite high. And finally, the fifth vulnerable sector, which is gems and jewelry. Indian exports are valued at almost $10 billion. The tariff gap is more than 13%. So once again, it's a major risk. The government of India is clearly worried about all of this. It is pushing for a trade deal with the US. Yesterday, the Indian Prime Minister's office agreed to the terms of reference. Think of it as a framework for trade talks. With that agreed, the real negotiations can now begin. Trump has repeatedly said that India will cut tariffs. Let's see if New Delhi actually commits to it. And that sums up the impact on India's trade and exports, the impact of Trump's tariffs. Now let's go back to the original question. Can we turn this crisis into an opportunity? Well, to some extent, yes, we can. Many experts have complained about India's high tariffs. A lot of Indian sectors don't even need it. In fact, the tariffs shield Indian firms from competition. And no competition equals no growth. So perhaps Trump will jolt Indian policymakers into action. Having said that, there are concerns too. Like in agriculture, almost half of all Indians work in this sector, and yes, our agro output is massive. The output is very big, but productivity is still low. So American produce could displace Indian ones. Plus, agriculture is a politically sensitive issue. If you give tariff concessions, it could easily backfire. And the government will be aware of all of this. It is eager to finalize that trade deal before the end of this year, but a lot still depends on Donald Trump on why he is waging this tariff war. If this is just about the trade deficit, India has other options. Maybe buy more American weapons or US gas, basically level out that deficit. But if this is genuinely about reciprocity, all bets are off because it runs against established trade rules. That's also why most countries are preparing aggressive responses. At this point, it's a waiting game. Let's see what tonight brings. If you're an investor, these are tough times. You work hard to earn some money and you try to put that money to work. But all of a sudden, everything is uncertain. No one knows what the future holds. It's the worst situation for any investor. So tonight, we'll try and help you out. First, let's look at the usual investment avenues. Gold seems to be on a roll. Look at prices here in New Delhi. On the 20th of January this year, gold was selling for 81,000 rupees. That's 81,000 for 10 grams of gold. Do you know what was the price today? More than 93,000 rupees. That's more than 14% returns. Not bad for a so-called safe haven investment. Yesterday, gold prices hit an all-time high, and chances are they will keep rising. Some experts are talking about the magic 1 lakh number. 10 grams for 1 lakh rupees. This number could be hit in 2025 in this year, especially if the uncertainty continues. Because, like I said, gold is a safe haven investment. People buy gold when other things are volatile. So let's look at those other things. The stock markets are all over the place. Today, the Sensex closed almost 600 points up, but yesterday it closed almost 1,400 points down. And tomorrow, all bets are off. Investors are clearly worried about the tariffs. If the rates are lower than expected, the markets will be fine. They may even gain more points, but if the rates are higher, then we could see another bloodbath. Either way, it's not a good time to make big bets because the tariff impact will go beyond tomorrow. Some countries may announce retaliation, some countries may get relief. So this will be a long and winding process, and chances are the markets will react to each move and statement. Then what options do you have as an investor? What should you do? Some big fund managers have certain hacks, like stay away from the market swings. Instead, focus on individual stocks, on companies that have solid numbers behind them, maybe banks or construction firms. Another tactic is to avoid export-oriented firms. And the logic here is, of course, quite simple. If you don't export a lot, you will not be impacted by the tariffs. So focus on companies that make money in India, maybe airlines or beverage brands. And just to be clear, even these strategies have a certain amount of risk. None of these are sure shot options. They are meant to inform you, to give you an idea of what is possible and what should be avoided. If you like taking risks, there is an opportunity. As they say, buy the dip. The problem here is no one knows where the dip is, whether the markets will keep falling or whether they will rebound now. We don't know. It's a bit like the pandemic. When the markets fell in 2020, there was a lot of panic selling, but many investors stayed on for the ride. Some even doubled down and bought more. And 4 years later, they're reaping the rewards. So don't take any decision in haste. Factor in all your concerns, your appetite for risk, your financial priorities, and your ability to take a hit. And what about unconventional investment avenues, like cryptocurrencies? Well, experts are divided on this one. If you look at Bitcoin, it's been very volatile. We were talking about $100,000 last year. It is now trading at $84,000. If you add the tariff tensions, it's a huge risk. So to sum it up, let me just say this. I know these are uncertain times for any investor, but that's no reason to keep your money under your bed. Yes, some investments are not advisable, but there are solid ways to put your money to work. We just mentioned how gold has done well. So your job is to do the necessary research, to reach out to financial advisors, to understand the risks of each investment, and then finally make an informed choice.
China coming in, the top people right underneath President Xi.
So all signs point towards upheaval, more uncertainty, more unpredictability. How is Xi Jinping preparing for this challenge? He leads China, the world's second largest economy, also America's biggest economic and military rival. So Xi Jinping's actions will be closely watched. And he's making moves on all fronts, political, military, and trade. Let's start with the politics. President Xi's first priority/challenge is to maintain stability at home. And for an authoritarian leader, that means total control on all levers of power. So President Xi is shaking up the Chinese government. He has swapped the roles of two top leaders. Both are part of the Politburo. The Politburo is China's top decision-making body. It has 24 members. This body has been reshuffled. Two departments have new heads. One is the propaganda department, better known as the United Front Work Department. The second is the appointments department. Heads of these departments have swapped seats. In any other country, this would be a regular bureaucratic move. But in China, this is big news, and I'll tell you why. Because this is a rare step. In fact, unprecedented. This has never happened before. Usually a scandal or a corruption case leads to such changes. But there is no scandal this time, no suggestion that these officials did something wrong. Then why did the president transfer them? Because he just wanted to shake things up. That's what reports say. Xi Jinping does not want senior party members to become influential. He does not want them to build their own power centers. So he's trying to unsettle them. This is classic Xi. This is how he locks down power, by eliminating the possibility of rival power centers. So that's the first front where he's making moves, the political front. The second is the military front. China is flexing its muscle. It is targeting Taiwan again. We told you about this yesterday. The Chinese army, the PLA, or the People's Liberation Army, has launched fresh drills. They've mobilized a large number of military assets, including 76 aircraft and more than 20 Navy and Coast Guard ships. These drills simulate attacks on Taiwan's strategic assets, like ports and power plants.
China's joint military exercises serve as a serious warning and a strong deterrent against separatist forces advocating Taiwan independence. They are legitimate and necessary actions to defend national sovereignty and safeguard national unity.
China is also pushing propaganda. We've shown you this video before. It was released by Beijing. It features Lai Ching-te, the president of Taiwan. China has depicted him as a parasite. Lai is being held by chopsticks over Taiwan and the island is burning. Basically, the president is being roasted in this fire. That's what the animated video shows. Its purpose is the same as the PLA drills. It is designed to provoke and intimidate. It is also a message to the West. China is signaling that despite all pressures, it won't back down. Taiwan says these drills are an escalation.
Regarding this military drill, I think that China is adopting a threat and intimidation approach. They unilaterally altered the peace and stability.
So that's the second front, the military front. The third front is trade. With Trump's threats looming, China is looking beyond the United States. It is deepening ties with Russia. China's foreign minister was in Moscow this week. They're also building bridges in Asia. In fact, this week, China made a bold claim. If Trump raises tariffs, China will respond along with Japan and South Korea. That these three countries, China, Japan, and South Korea, will work in coordination. They will respond together. That's what Beijing said. But South Korea has called China's statement an exaggeration, and Japan has rejected it altogether. Tokyo said no such discussion has happened. So we'll have to see where this goes. But one thing is quite clear. Xi Jinping is looking to build alliances. He wants partners who can help and counter Trump's tariffs. And for this, he has sent a message to India too. He wrote a letter to the Indian president calling for a dragon-elephant tango and stronger ties between the two countries. And the reason for all of this is quite simple. China knows that America's tariffs will hurt. Trump has raised tariffs on China twice, and today's announcements will only make it worse. So Xi Jinping wants to shield the Chinese economy. He's preparing for all eventualities. He's projecting strength militarily. He's keeping his trade options open, and he's tightening his grip on power. We'll see if the plan works. Our next story focuses on Europe, a continent shaken out of its slumber, now rushing to be seen as doing something. European leaders have gone on an overdrive, stockpiling weapons and preparing for war. But what has triggered this frenzy? Two men, Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. Let's begin with the Russian president. Putin is mobilizing troops in the thousands and dragging his heels on the peace talks. This has alarmed Europe. They fear that the war in Ukraine could expand, and they don't want to be caught napping again. So the Europeans are ramping up their defenses. That's the first reason. The second one, like we said, was Donald Trump, the president of the United States, which was supposed to be Europe's closest ally. But now the same US is engaging directly with Russia. And Europe is worried about being sidelined here. What's worse, Trump has threatened to pull out of NATO. He says American protection comes at a price, and he calls the Europeans freeloaders. He said this in his last term too. And he pushed NATO allies to spend more on defense, at least 2% of their GDP. That's the minimum requirement for all NATO members to spend on defense, 2% of their GDP, but most did not do it. And they got a talking to from Trump. Now he's back in office, and he has raised the bar to 5%. Anyone spending less than that is bad NATO. At this point, that's all of Europe. Fun fact, the US itself does not spend 5%. But that's Donald Trump for you. And his threats have worked. One of the first to react is Greece. They already spend 3% of their GDP on defense, and now they plan to invest more. Greece has allocated $28 billion for new weapons. This will be spent over a decade. It includes a missile defense shield like the Iron Dome in Israel. Greece wants to call it the Achilles shield, after their most famous war hero in Greek mythology. And what will the shield do? Protect Greece against drone and missile attacks. The Greek Prime Minister was in Israel last week. His name is Kyriakos Mitsotakis. He met Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Reports say they discussed the missile defense shield and increasing military cooperation.
It's a strategic partnership that has significant depth, as you pointed out, and many security challenges that we need to address in order to return our common region to a state of peace. And we do want to focus also on our economic cooperation, but also on our defense cooperation, which is particularly important to us in Greece.
So Greece is preparing for a future conflict, and they're not alone. The Nordic countries are not far behind. We'll start with Norway. They are restoring 2 Cold War era bunkers. These bunkers were built almost 40 years ago. They were abandoned after the Cold War, and they were turned into tourist spots. But now Norway is reactivating these bunkers for military use. One bunker will be used to park F-35 stealth fighter jets. Norway has 55 of these jets. It is not clear how many will be kept in the bunker, but it will protect the costly warplanes from drone attacks. The other facility is a naval base buried in a mountain. It's an engineering marvel. It will house some of Norway's submarines. Again, we don't know the exact number, but this is what they plan to do. Then there's Sweden, Norway's neighbor and NATO's newest member. Sweden has deployed its fighter jets to Poland. These are the Gripen fighter jets, and this is a very significant move because this is the first time that Swedish jets have deployed beyond their own territory. This is a major shift in their doctrine. Sweden stayed neutral for nearly 200 years. 200 years. Then they joined NATO in March 2024. And now their jets are in Poland, flying along the border with Ukraine. This is quite a shift. Sweden's defense minister says it's a message to Russia. Listen to this.
We share our reading when it comes to making sure that Russia can't be aggressive. We share the importance of having a strong transatlantic link and of keeping NATO strong.
So Sweden is deploying jets beyond its airspace, and that too for the first time, and Norway is restoring its bunkers. Next on our list is Finland. They are doing 2 things. First, increasing their defense spending to 3%. Trump would certainly be happy about this. And second, retreating from the International Landmines Treaty. What does that mean? Finland will stockpile landmines, anti-personnel landmines. These are meant to stop ground invasions. These landmines were banned in 1997 under the Ottawa Convention, but now Finland is bringing them back. Their Prime Minister made the announcement, and he blamed Russia for this decision.
The security situation of Europe and Finland has fundamentally changed. Russia is and will remain as a threat to whole Europe. Finland aims to increase the level of our defense budget to at least 3% of GDP by 2029. We also propose that Finland starts to prepare withdrawal from Ottawa Agreement.
Finland is not the only NATO member to exit the landmine treaty. Countries like Poland, Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania also withdrew last month from the same treaty. Do you know what these nations have in common? A border with Russia. So they feel landmines would deter Russia. That is, if the fighting in Ukraine expands. And all of this makes one thing quite clear. Europe is preparing for war, but only a handful are serious. Some still fail to spend the minimum 2% on defense. Many don't have ammunition to last even a few days. Trump's threats have jolted them, but will it be enough for Europe to get its act together? Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in Budapest. Technically, he could have been arrested the moment he landed. Hungary is a member of the International Criminal Court, and this court has a warrant out for Netanyahu. But Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban does not care. He is rolling out the red carpet for the Israeli leader. Having said that, this trip won't save Netanyahu from the fire back home. I'm talking about the Qatargate scandal. Reports say his closest aides were recruited to promote Qatar in Israel, possibly benefiting from Qatari funds. 2 of them have now been arrested. Netanyahu calls it a political witch hunt, but can he survive it? Our next report tells you.
Israel and Qatar, the two countries don't have official diplomatic ties. But behind closed doors, well, that's another story. Qatar has long played the role of middleman between Israel and Hamas, funneling cash into Gaza under the guise of humanitarian aid. The idea was simple: keep things quiet and keep things stable. Until, of course, it all went terribly wrong. Hamas attacked Israel, a war broke out in Gaza, Qatar stepped in to mediate. But reportedly, that's not all they did. Reports suggest that some of Netanyahu's closest aides might have been pocketing Qatari cash. This is to push Doha's interests in Israel. These reports first surfaced last year, and right now there's an investigation underway. While the details are still not clear, if true, this means that Israel may be publicly skeptical of Qatar, but behind the scenes, some of its most influential figures were on Doha's payroll. There are 2 big names caught in this storm: Yonatan Urik and Eli Feldstein. They were arrested by the police on Monday. Yonatan Urik has been Benjamin Netanyahu's right-hand man, especially when it comes to media strategy and shaping narratives. Urik also co-owns a media consulting firm called Perception. According to Israeli media, Perception was hired to improve Qatar's image ahead of the 2022 World Cup. Feldstein, on the other hand, had a more shadowy role. He worked unofficially as the Prime Minister's military affairs spokesman, but has been accused of allegedly leaking classified documents to journalists. Both men were reportedly getting payments through Third Circle Inc. It's a US lobbying firm that works for Qatar. So if the allegations are true, that means they were essentially Qatar's mouthpieces while still working for Netanyahu. So what does the Israeli Prime Minister have to say? He's calling this a political witch hunt.
It's all a bluff, and you're leading this bluff, and it will end up with nothing like everything else. How many cases have exploded in your face?
And while this scandal explodes, the Israeli Prime Minister is in Hungary, flouting an ICC arrest warrant on a visit to Budapest. As one of the 125 members of the International Criminal Court, Hungary is obligated to arrest him, but Prime Minister Viktor Orban has rolled out the red carpet for him. But this isn't making Qatargate go away. And what makes it bigger is the fact that it ties into one of the biggest criticisms of his leadership, Netanyahu's handling of Hamas. For years, critics have accused Netanyahu of indirectly strengthening Hamas by allowing Qatari money to flow into Gaza. The logic was that it kept the situation under control. But after the Hamas attack, many Israelis started questioning whether that policy actually backfired. Now, with this scandal, those critics have more ammunition. Was Netanyahu's inner circle pushing Qatar's interests for money? Did their influence shape policies that made Israel less safe? This is no longer just a political crisis, it's a national security scandal. And it has the Shin Bet involved. That's Israel's security agency. They conducted an internal investigation into the October 7th attacks and has blamed Netanyahu's policies, and one of those were Qatar's years-long payments to Hamas. So what happens next? For now, Netanyahu is fighting back with everything he's got. But the real question remains, is this finally the scandal that brings him down? Or, like so many times before, will he find a way to survive this storm as well?
Most games have two parts. First is your main mission, and the second is your side quests. President Donald Trump already has a lot of main missions, like his liberation tariffs and his peace pursuit in Ukraine. We've talked a lot about his main mission, so tonight we are talking about his side quest. And that is a nuclear deal with Iran. Remember, Trump himself walked out of that deal in 2018, but now he wants to sign a new one, presumably a better one. But he's not asking Iran to begin talks, he's threatening them. Let me quote what he said last week. If they don't make a deal, there will be bombing. It will be bombing the likes of which they have never seen before. So Trump is threatening to bomb Iran. And it's not just empty talk. The US has moved B-2 bomber planes to Diego Garcia. Take a look at these satellite pictures. You can see at least 6 B-2 bombers. These can carry the heaviest American bombs and nukes. Weapons that can strike targets deep underground. Targets like Iranian nuclear sites. And now look at the location. Diego Garcia is a joint US-UK base in the Indian Ocean. It's around 3,900 kilometers from Iran. Trump is also moving warships to this region. One aircraft carrier is already in West Asia. That's the USS Harry S. Truman. Now Trump is sending a second carrier, the USS Carl Vinson. That's a lot of air and maritime power near Iran. So clearly, Donald Trump is sending a message. Come to the talking table or prepare for the worst. And how is Iran responding? Their supreme leader gave a speech on Monday. He vowed to hit back in kind.
The enmity from the US and Israel has always been there. They threaten to attack us, which we don't think is very probable. But if they commit any mischief, they will surely receive a strong reciprocal blow.
Does that mean no talks? Well, not necessarily. Iran's president says he is ready for indirect talks, but he will not engage directly with the United States. He wants a middleman. And who will that be? Russia is keen to play that role, to mediate between Iran and the US, but Moscow is not a fan of Trump's threats. They say targeting Iran's nuclear sites would be catastrophic, not to mention counterproductive. Iran is already in a vulnerable state. Its economy is struggling. Its ally in Syria has been toppled. Its proxies in Gaza, Yemen, and Lebanon have been weakened. So how do you think they would respond to a direct attack? By lashing out. A top Iranian official made that clear. He said, if you attack us, we will build a nuclear bomb.
We have said that there is a fatwa. We are working under the supervision of the IAEA and we won't move toward a nuclear weapon. But if you make a mistake regarding Iran's nuclear issue, you'll force Iran to take that path because it has to defend itself.
How close is Iran to making a bomb? They could produce weapons-grade uranium in 2 weeks. After that, it's just a matter of months. So Iran is very close to making a nuclear bomb, which is why Donald Trump is suddenly keen on a deal. Iran, too, is open to restarting talks. But they have certain concerns. For starters, Iran wants the US to lift sanctions. Only then will they engage in direct talks. Secondly, there is a trust deficit. Iran went through all of this with Barack Obama. When he was president, Iran signed a nuclear deal, and they kept their end of the agreement. It was America that walked out under Donald Trump. So naturally, the Iranians are a bit apprehensive. They feel that Trump cannot be trusted. The question is, how do you break this deadlock? You need a trusted mediator, someone who Trump and the Iranians can rely on. Like I said, Russia is eyeing that role, but it's not clear if they have the bandwidth. After all, Moscow has its own peace talks with Ukraine. Another option is China. Beijing has offered to play a constructive role, but their sympathies clearly lie with Iran.
The implementation of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action has been disrupted by U.S. withdrawal. The United States should show political sincerity and return to the talks as soon as possible. Sanctions, pressure, and coercion will lead to nowhere.
Arab countries are also prime candidates like the UAE or Oman. They're also well placed to mediate the talks. Whoever steps up, one thing is clear, this is a great opportunity to revive the nuclear deal. Trump recognizes the importance of such an agreement. It would unlock millions of barrels of oil, it would free up West Asian shipping lanes, and it would de-escalate regional tensions. At the same time, it would mean prosperity for Iranians because any deal will involve the lifting of sanctions, which is why Tehran is also not ruling out the talks. They simply want assurances and concessions, which is only fair after Trump's withdrawal in 2018. Let's hope both sides can put the past behind them and make some progress. Chile's President Gabriel Boric is in India. This is his first state visit to India as president. He's joined by a large contingent of ministers and business leaders. President Boric met Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday. They signed multiple agreements on critical minerals, defense and security, digital economy, and cooperation in Antarctica. President Boric also endorsed India's bid for a permanent seat in the UN Security Council. This visit is significant in many ways. Chile is an important South American partner for India. The two nations share warm ties going back 76 years. Chile has the world's largest copper and lithium reserves. These are needed in making batteries and electronics. And India is a major player in the global electronics manufacturing space. So closer relations with Chile would give India and India's manufacturing a big boost. That is why this visit is so significant. Our next report has more.
Chile's President Gabriel Boric arrived in India on the 1st of April. His plane landed in New Delhi, where he was given a ceremonial welcome. This is the Chilean president's first state visit to India, and he has brought a large contingent with him. Accompanying him are ministers and prominent business leaders from Chile. President Boric is in India till the 6th of April. After New Delhi, he went to Agra to see the Taj Mahal. He will also visit the cities of Mumbai and Bengaluru, but this visit is significant in many ways. President Boric met Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi in New Delhi yesterday, and the two shared admiration for India-Chile relations. This year marks 76 years of diplomatic ties between the two countries, and Prime Minister Modi emphasized on the deep cultural ties between India and Chile.
चिले के लोगों में भारत की फिल्म्स, क्विजीन, क्लासिकल डांसेस में बढ़ती रुचि हमारे सांस्कृतिक संबंधों का जीवंत उदाहरण है। आज दोनों देशों के बीच कल्चरल एक्सचेंज प्रोग्राम पर बनी सहमति का हम स्वागत करते हैं। हमने दोनों देशों के बीच वीजा प्रक्रिया को सरल करने पर भी विचार किया। हम भारत और चिले के बीच स्टूडेंट्स एक्सचेंज बढ़ाने के लिए भी प्रयास करते रहेंगे।
The two leaders then signed several agreements. These include cooperation in sectors involving critical minerals, defense and security, digital economy, cultural exchanges, and cooperation in Antarctica, which includes scientific studies and exploration. President Boric even extended an invite to Prime Minister Modi to visit the Antarctica.
As far as Antarctica is concerned, Chile has Antarctica as one of the most important issues. It works as a gateway to the Antarctic, and we have invited Prime Minister Modi to visit Antarctica.
The Chilean president called India a vital player in geopolitics. He hailed Prime Minister Modi's leadership and said India is the only country that is speaking to both Ukraine and Russia at the same time, despite the two being at war. President Boric even endorsed India's bid for a permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council.
We have backed India in the aspiration of a permanent post at the United Nations Security Council, and also the reform of the international organizations to make them more efficient.
But one moment between the two leaders stole everyone's heart. President Boric asked Prime Minister Modi about the Indian flag and the importance of the Ashok Chakra, which is the wheel in the center of the Indian tricolor. Here's why President Boric's visit is significant for India-Chile relations. Chile is a long, narrow country along South America's western coast, and it is rich in minerals. Chile has the world's largest copper reserves, which is about 190 million metric tons. At almost 10 million metric tons, Chile also has the world's largest lithium reserves. And both these minerals are vital for making batteries and electronics. Closer relations with Chile are in India's favor, because India has emerged as a global player in manufacturing electronics. This includes mobile phones, smart televisions, and smart home appliances. Deeper engagement with Chile will only boost India's manufacturing capabilities. President Boric's visit highlights India's growing role as a responsible power in the world, and with Chile's endorsement of India's leadership, New Delhi's mission of being the voice of the global South is surely gaining more traction.
Our next story is about a colorful cubic world. I'm talking about Minecraft. Even if you have not played the game, you've most likely heard of it. Minecraft is the world's best-selling video game of all time. It was first released in the year 2009. Since then, it has sold more than 300 million copies. 300 million. It is the first video game to hit this record. Now, to give you an idea, that's about 4% of our planet's population, 300 million. And it's not just about sales. Minecraft has about 160 million active players every month, even in Antarctica. This game is so popular, apparently it has players in every country, including the Vatican City. People have spent hours on end, and even years, playing the game. It has been a subject of numerous studies. Players have made entire careers around Minecraft content on YouTube, and now it is coming to life. Minecraft is soon to be a Hollywood movie. Simply put, Minecraft is quite popular, and this can be surprising because look at the video games today. This is the age of high-intensity blockbusters with high-fidelity graphics, augmented and virtual reality in gameplay, and then you have Minecraft. It is so basic. It doesn't have lavish graphics. It is a simple block-building game where players are exposed to an endless supply of 3D blocks. They can build structures and mine resources. In some versions, there is free-form building. In others, there are goals to achieve, like defeating a dragon. But in its essence, Minecraft is a rudimentary video game. So coming back to our question, why has it gripped children around the world? Because at the heart of the game is the act of building. That's what experts say. It is the joy of building that keeps kids and even adults hooked onto Minecraft. And this is not limited to the success of just this one game. It applies to similar video games like Terraria or Roblox. It also applies to physical block building games like Lego. According to experts, there is an evolutionary reason behind this. Humans love to build things. We build tools, homes, cities, everything. Building things is crucial to our survival. Science says that it is an innate instinct. So children pick it up early on, and they do so playfully. All young mammals love to play, but they do it differently. For instance, the young of predators catch things. Young prey animals play by dashing and dodging. They naturally practice the skills that are important for survival for them. Similarly, children play by building things. They make sandcastles and pillow forts. They play with Lego or wooden blocks or Play-Doh. They build something, then knock it down, and they love it. And this teaches them a lot about the real world, like the cause and effect of their actions. It develops a range of skills like problem solving, concentration, creativity, coordination, social interaction. No wonder then that building things is irresistible for children. And in today's world, this kind of play has shifted to the digital realm with games like Minecraft. And the benefits apply here as well. According to studies, playing Minecraft can motivate children. It can increase problem solving, reading and writing abilities. It can boost concentration and focus. Of course, this is not without concerns. There are pitfalls too. Like most things digital, there is a risk of increased screen time. Plus, there is a safety risk. There have been cases of child abuse on Minecraft's multiplayer version. There are similar allegations against Roblox as well. And this is a huge problem with online gaming. The thing is, games like Minecraft are a digital playground. And like with any playground, they need safety checks. If that bit is covered, there is no denying that children will build themselves up whenever and however they try to build something. For our last story tonight, let's focus on India again. The world's most populous nation is home to some of the world's most incredible temples, and also some of the richest. Here, temples are not just places of worship, they are cultural and economic powerhouses. A new report is out about the famous Siddhivinayak temple of Mumbai. Over the last financial year, this temple has earned 133 crore rupees. That's almost $15 million, which sounds like a lot, but this is a very small part of India's temple economy. Our next report tells you more.
This is Siddhivinayak, a temple for Lord Ganesh in India's financial capital, the western Indian city of Mumbai. It's one of the most popular temples in the country and also one of the richest. Over the last financial year, its annual earnings have jumped by 16% to reach 133 crore rupees. That's more than $15 million. Now, where does this money come from? According to the temple, much of it is through donations and offerings by the devotees. Then there's income of about 20 crore rupees from rituals like puja. Then, of course, there's the sale of prasad, the temple's famous laddus and nariyal wadi, which is a crunchy coconut sweet. A chunk of the money also came from auctioning gold and silver. This happens during certain auspicious Hindu days, and it has earned the temple a record-breaking 1.33 crore rupees. But this doesn't come close to certain even richer temples in India, especially southern India. Like the Tirumala Tirupati Venkateshwara temple in the state of Andhra Pradesh. This is a historic 10th century temple, and it's considered the wealthiest Hindu temple in the world. It has a net worth of 3 lakh crore rupees. That's more than $35 billion. The temple has an annual income of about 1,400 crore rupees. This money comes from a range of sources, like donations by devotees, huge interest on its investments like fixed deposits, the sale of food from the temple kitchen, which is one of the biggest in India, and of course, the sale of hair donated to the temple by devotees. Then there's the Padmanabha Swami temple of Kerala. This temple has assets worth 1.2 lakh crore rupees. It is infamous for vaults filled with priceless treasures, including idols and statues of gold and precious jewels. Many of them are believed to have been deposited by the royal family of the princely state of Travancore. In the same state lies the centuries-old shrine where Lord Vishnu is worshipped as Krishna, the Guruvayur Devaswam. With its magnificent elephants, this famed temple possesses bank deposits of more than 1,700 crore rupees. Apart from this, the temple holds a treasure trove of precious jewels, gold, and hundreds of acres of land. Now up north, the Vaishno Devi temple of Jammu is among the richest in India. It is set at an altitude of 5,200 feet. Over the last 2 decades, it has received more than 2,000 crore rupees in donations via cash, 1,800 kilograms of gold, and 4,700 kilograms of silver. So it's no surprise that India's temple economy stands at tens of billions of dollars. But what happens to it? How is this money managed? Across all temples, some of it is used for maintenance and operation. Some of it is invested. And then a part of the money is used for a range of purposes for social benefit. Take the Siddhivinayak temple for example. According to its board, 20% of the earnings are spent on medical and financial aid for people who need it. But there have also been reports of mismanagement of funds in this temple and others. Plus, there's hardly a system for using a temple's wealth of funds for public good. That said, in India, these historic living temples are imposing kaleidoscopic marvels. They aren't just wealthy, but a crucial part of the country's rich culture and heritage.
You hit me, I'll hit you back. It's the perfect strategy for street fights, not so much for global economies, but someone tell that to Donald Trump. He thinks tariffs are some sort of silver bullet. Impose them and watch the country prosper. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. someone will have to pay these extra tariffs. And spoiler alert, it won't be the tooth fairy. If you live in America, congratulations, you will be paying the tariffs. And many people on the internet are pointing out exactly that. Take a look. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Italy, a fire tears through a Tesla dealership in Rome. Humanoid robots enter the workforce as Shanghai trains the first batch of AI interns. An astronaut, Sunitha Williams, reunites with her dogs after spending 9 months in space. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1982, Argentina invaded the Falklands Islands. It was a British colony since 1892. But Argentina had long proclaimed its sovereignty over the Falklands. The invasion led to the Falklands War. It ended with Britain regaining control of the islands. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and thanks so much for joining us today. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. April 2nd has arrived, and with it comes President Donald Trump's long-promised Liberation Day tariffs that the commander-in-chief claims are set to reshape global trade and potentially plunge economies into turmoil. After weeks of anticipation and uncertainty, the White House confirmed that President Donald Trump will announce the specifics from the Rose Garden, where he'll be joined by key cabinet members.
The president said last night he has made a decision and a determination. I don't want to get ahead of the president. This is obviously a very big day. He's with his trade and tariff team right now, perfecting it to make sure this is a perfect deal for the American people and the American worker.
Now, even though the White House has been tight-lipped on the exact scope and rates of the tariffs, reports suggest a blanket 20% tariff on imports from nearly every trading partner remains on the table. There's also speculation of targeted tariffs of up to 25% on goods from nations unwilling to negotiate favorable trade deals. Amid President Trump's tariff warning, Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney and the European Union have pledged retaliation if, in fact, the tariffs are enforced.
We're going to be very deliberate in terms of the measures we take to fight for Canada, fight against these unjustified measures by the U.S. administration, but also to protect, to have that minimal impact in Canada.
And even Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum warned of an eye for an eye approach regarding tariffs, making clear that Mexico is prepared to respond strategically.
We do not believe in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, because that always leads to a bad situation. Of course, measures are taken because measures are taken on the other side, but the dialogue must continue. It's not about tit for tat, but about what is best for Mexico and how to face this situation.
And the European Union is also not far behind, warning the commander-in-chief of holding a lot of cards. The EU Commission president declared that Europe doesn't want to retaliate, but will if need be.
Holds a lot of cards, from trade to technology to the size of our market. But this strength is also built on our readiness to take firm countermeasures if necessary. All instruments are on the table.
Meanwhile, President Trump's own administration remains divided. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has been the most aggressive advocate for sweeping tariffs, while Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Trade Advisor Peter Navarro favor a more cautious approach. Now, as the world braces for President Trump's announcement, the potential for a full-blown trade war looms. But what exactly will Donald Trump unveil this afternoon? The world watches and waits, uncertain of what Liberation Day will actually bring. And now shifting focus to the Middle East now, where tensions continue to remain high. In the latest, the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered a reinforcement of U.S. military capabilities in the region. This comes amid Washington's growing friction with Iran and an over 2-week-long American bombing campaign targeting the Houthi rebels in Yemen. Now, while the Pentagon did not specify the types or exact locations of the deployed aircraft, U.S. officials reported that as many as 6 B-2 bombers have been relocated over the past week or so to the U.S.-British military base on the Indian Ocean of Diego Garcia. Experts say that this deployment strategically positions the B-2s that are renowned for their stealth technology and capacity to carry the heaviest U.S. bombs and nuclear weapons for potential operations in the Middle East. Washington is also sending an additional carrier strike group led by USS Carl Vinson aircraft carrier to the Middle East. Now, this is the same U.S. Navy ship from whose deck the body of al-Qaeda terror group leader Osama bin Laden was dumped in a sea burial after he was killed in a U.S. Marine operation inside Pakistan in 2011. This escalation comes after President Donald Trump threatened Iran on Sunday with bombing and secondary tariffs if Tehran did not come to an agreement with Washington over its nuclear program. In response, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei warned on Monday that the U.S. would face a strong blow if President Trump acted on his threats.
The enmity from the US and Israel has always been there. They threaten to attack us, which we don't think is very probable. But if they commit any mischief, they will surely receive a strong reciprocal blow. If they are thinking of causing sedition inside the country as in past years, the Iranian people themselves will deal with them, same as before.
Meanwhile, suspected U.S. airstrikes have battered rebel-controlled areas of Yemen today, with the Houthis saying one strike killed at least 4 people near the Red Sea port city of Hodeidah. According to the Houthis, the intense campaign of airstrikes under President Trump targeting the rebels over their attacks on shipping in the Mideast waters has killed at least 65 people. Now, this current escalation is set against the backdrop of strained relations stemming from President Donald Trump's 2018 withdrawal from the 2015 nuclear deal with world powers, which limited Iran's nuclear activities in exchange for sanctions relief. The coming days and weeks will be critical in observing how these military deployments and diplomatic tensions unfold in this volatile region. And while the U.S. President Donald Trump's attention might currently be on tariffs and trade, his obsession with Greenland continues. So before the president turns his undivided attention to the Arctic island, the White House is reportedly doing a quick cost-benefit analysis of a potential Greenland takeover. How much would it actually cost? How much would it bring to the U.S. in terms of natural resources? The White House is keeping a file ready in case the president wishes to turn his Arctic desire into actionable policy. Our next report has more.
This is Greenland, the world's largest island. Mostly covered in ice, it's home to 58,000 people. But President Donald Trump has made it clear he wants it. While he says he wants to take the diplomatic route to the Arctic island's acquisition, he has not ruled out the use of military force. So now his administration is assessing the cost of bringing Greenland into the United States. Reports suggest the White House is conducting an internal financial analysis to determine the costs of governing Greenland as a U.S. territory. It is also analyzing how much revenue its natural resources could generate, as well as what services Washington would need to provide for its 58,000 residents. Despite outrage from Denmark and Greenland, the US officials are considering offering a sweeter deal to the island than the Danes, who currently subsidize services at a rate of about $600 million annually. Greenland is rich in rare earth minerals, oil and natural gas, resources that could be worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Studies suggest Greenland's mineral reserves could be worth $200 billion. The island's strategic worth in the North Atlantic could be as high as $3 trillion. For Trump, Greenland is not just about natural resources, it's about military power. Greenland sits at a strategic crossroads between the Arctic and the Atlantic. With Russia and China expanding their presence in the region, the US wants to secure control.
We need Greenland, very importantly, for international security. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can't. If you look at Greenland right now, if you look at the waterways, you have Chinese and Russian ships all over the place. And we're not going to be able to do that. We're not relying on Denmark or anybody else to take care of that situation.
But recent reports indicate Greenland isn't a top priority for the White House, describing it as a bonus play to be considered after addressing conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East. Officials have also reportedly stated that the US would only move forward if Greenlanders voted to join. But Greenland has rejected the idea of US ownership. Newly elected Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen has insisted that Greenland's future will be decided by its own people.
First of all, I think it's very important to say that Greenland will never be part of America. Of course, we want respect. We want a strong partnership. We want to trade. We want a strong partnership on national security, of course. But we want it in mutual respect. We will never be for sale, and we will never be American.
Denmark has also pushed back against the Trump administration, especially after Vice President J.D. Vance's visit to Greenland, where he criticized Copenhagen for quote-unquote not doing enough for the island.
Much is being said these days. Many accusations and many allegations have been made. But let me be completely honest. We do not appreciate the tone in which is being delivered. This is not how you speak to your close allies. And I still consider Denmark and the United States to be close allies.
Despite the backlash, the White House continues its review because US President Donald Trump's obsession with the island is still hot.
I think we'll go as far as we have to go. We need Greenland.
But with Greenland and Denmark standing firm, any US bid faces an uncertain future. For now, Greenland's answer remains the same. It's not for sale.
And in business, tech billionaire Elon Musk is once again making headlines, this time for a brewing storm that could threaten his reign as the CEO of Tesla. Elon Musk's Tesla is facing a long list of challenges. The stock saw a decline of 36% in the first 3 months of 2025, the sharpest since 2022 and the third largest drop for a quarter in its history. Tesla is also dealing with violence, vandalism, and protests at its dealerships across the world, targeting the billionaire and his dual role in business and politics. Now, amidst all of this, recently, a prominent Tesla investor, Ross Gerber, publicly demanded that Elon Musk step down as CEO or give up other jobs.
There are too many important things Tesla is doing, so either Elon should come back to Tesla and be the CEO of Tesla and give up his other jobs, or he should focus on the government and keep doing what he is doing but find a suitable CEO of Tesla.
Now, critics say Musk is more committed to his Doge role in the government now, and that he is spending most of his time with the Trump administration rather than running Tesla. Some say the business has been neglected for far too long and also blame Musk's active engagement with his social media platform. Now, as speculation about Musk's future as Tesla grows, attention has turned to Tom Zhu, Tesla's China president and a key contender for the next CEO. Born in China and a New Zealand passport holder, Zhu joined Tesla in 2014 and quickly made a name for himself. He led the rapid construction of the Shanghai Gigafactory, which became Tesla's largest and most efficient production hub. And with his rising success, many believe Zhu could become the steady, focused leader that Tesla currently needs. The billionaire himself has hinted at a possible transition. In fact, back in 2022, Elon Musk said he would step down when the right person was found. Now, while he remains the CEO, his shifting focus towards Doge has fueled speculation that he may soon shift into a more visionary role. In fact, at a recent press conference when President Donald Trump was questioned on Elon Musk's 130-day tenure, the commander-in-chief declared, and I quote, "At some point, he's going to be going back," end quote. President Trump even added that Doge will continue to operate even without Musk.
That a lot of the people that are working with Doge are the secretaries, but they have also gotten a big education and they're doing a really good job. There'll be a point at which the secretaries will be able to do this work and do it very, as we say, with the scalpel. And that's what we want. Yeah.
So while President Donald Trump hints at Musk nearing the end of his tenure and eventually returning back to the boardroom, the big question is, what role will Elon Musk return to? And finally, we turn our attention to Greece, which can't seem to catch a break. Torrential rains and hailstorms have wreaked havoc across Greece's popular tourist destinations. Paros, Mykonos, and Crete are among the hardest hit, with flash floods sweeping cars into the sea, roads being submerged, and schools being forced to close. This comes just weeks after a series of earthquakes jolted Santorini, forcing thousands to flee. Our final report takes you inside the devastation.
What should have been a peaceful spring evening on the picturesque Greek island of Paros turned into a night of chaos and destruction. This is after powerful storms swept across the Aegean Sea. Holidaymakers and residents watched helplessly as streets became rivers, cars floated into the sea, and homes filled with water and mud. The devastation extended far beyond Paros. It battered Mykonos, Crete, Chios, Samos, and other beloved tourist destinations. For 2 days, Greece's idyllic islands endured an onslaught of torrential rain, hailstorms, and fierce winds. Paros, one of the worst-hit islands, was barely recognizable after the flash floods. It turned the charming alleys of its villages into raging torrents of mud and debris. The situation was just as dire in Mykonos, where relentless hail pelted the island, covering once lush landscapes in a thick layer of white ice. Crete bore the brunt of the rainfall. The port city of Hania recorded the highest precipitation levels. Roads crumbled under the weight of the floodwaters. Emergency responders worked around the clock to rescue people trapped in their vehicles. On Rhodes Island, gale force winds toppled trees and damaged vehicles. ferry services were down, leaving many stranded. Rescue efforts unfolded in scenes reminiscent of a disaster film. On Paros, 13 people trapped by floods were brought miraculously to safety by firefighters. Crews on Crete rescued 7 motorists who were caught in the deluge, while authorities in Mykonos deployed excavators to carve channels through the floodwaters in a bid to desperately save homes and businesses from further ruin. Schools across multiple islands like Syros, Simi, Kalminos and Kos were forced to close. Civil Protection Service issued urgent warnings urging residents to stay indoors. In the wake of the destruction, local governments have pleaded for emergency assistance to repair roads and shattered infrastructure. This latest catastrophe comes just weeks after a rare earthquake swarm rattled Santorini, Ios, Amorgos and Anafi. It forced thousands to evacuate. Now, with Greece once again at the mercy of extreme weather, scientists are sounding the alarm. Warming waters and rising global temperatures are turning these once-in-a-lifetime disasters into all too common nightmares. For those who call these islands home and for visitors who return year after year, the destruction is heartbreaking. Whitewashed houses and sun-drenched beaches, symbols of the Greek summer dream, now stand battered and broken.
That's First Post America for this Wednesday, April 2nd. I'm Eric Ham signing off from our studios here in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the big developments in the UK-Mauritius Chagos deal. After months of uncertainty, US President Donald Trump has finally given his approval for the deal, a step the UK said was essential to moving forward. The UK has now confirmed that Trump has formally signed off the proposed deal between the UK and Mauritius regarding the future of the Chagos Islands. It is now up to the UK and to the Mauritian government to finalize the deal. However, no timeline has been provided for when both parties will reach the agreement. The Chagos archipelago is a group of islands in the Indian Ocean that Mauritius claims they illegally detached from its territory by the British in 1960s. Under the terms of the agreement, the UK will surrender sovereignty of the islands to Mauritius. However, it will lease back Diego Garcia, home to a joint US-UK military base, for an initial period of 99 years. The deal was originally signed last October by UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer and the former Mauritian Prime Minister Pravin Jugnauth. However, the deal has faced challenges from his successor, Navin Ramgoolam, who has raised concerns and has renewed the discussions. Progress on finalizing the agreement was also delayed following the election of Donald Trump. The agreement was originally approved under Joe Biden's administration, but Trump's team requested a review after the U.S. elections. This over concerns that it could impact U.S. national security and allow Chinese influence near its strategic military base. The UK's Foreign Secretary made it clear that the deal would not proceed without Trump's approval. However, in February, Trump met with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer at the Oval Office, and he hinted that he supports the plan. Now, as London officially confirms that the United States will not interfere with the deal moving forward, it has caused divisions within the United Kingdom. Conservative critics accuse Prime Minister Starmer of surrendering the islands and calling it a foreign policy disaster. Meanwhile, it remains to be seen what terms Mauritius will demand in the final agreement. Reports indicate that talks have been stalled due to disagreements over financial terms. Mauritius is reportedly seeking more compensation than the original agreement offered. Some reports claim that Mauritius is pushing for a payment increase from around $11 billion to $22 billion, or £18 billion. Now, others suggest that Mauritius has requested up to £800 million, or $984 million annually, along with billions in reparations to secure the base. Neither side has disclosed the final figures involved. So, how exactly will the UK-Mauritius Chagas deal plan out, and how will it impact Port Louis? Now, to discuss further, we have with us Manisha Dukoni, who is an international affairs specialist, who is joining us live from Tamarin, Mauritius. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much, Alison. Great to be here.
Thanks. And how significant is Donald Trump's formal sign-off on the UK-Mauritius deal? What does it signal about the US position on the Chagas Islands dispute going forward?
Well, I think it's very significant. We have been waiting on that. There has been some indication that President Trump, in fact, there was a news conference where he did mention that he didn't have anything against it, but a formal signing is something that is very significant. What I would say also, it is a deal that to me entails four parties. Although the dispute is between Mauritius and the UK, there are two other parties that are in the background. So one is the US. And of course, there is also India, and I would say India has helped in brokering further this deal. Last time when we spoke during the visit of Prime Minister Modi, we did mention that we're hoping that there would be positive notes and positive messages. And I think this is coming in as a positive note because I'm guessing like both countries, which are additional parties to this, meaning, India as a broker, the US also as a stakeholder in there, giving the seal of approval for this agreement.
Right. And Manisha, given the strategic importance of Diego Garcia for both the US and the UK, what are the implications of leasing it back under Mauritian sovereignty, particularly in terms of military operations and regional security in the Indo-Pacific?
I think it places Mauritius kind of central in the map now of the Indian Ocean. First of all, you mentioned it very importantly. It is a question of sovereignty. For us, Diego Garcia is part of Mauritius, is one of, Diego Garcia and the Chagos archipelago, but including Diego Garcia as part of our sisterhood of countries. And it has been, unfortunately, like one of those sisters that has not joined in the rest of the family. So we're really looking forward to it joining the rest of the family. The second thing that is very important is the question, and we've been hearing that recently, the question of Iran. Mauritius has got good relationship with Iran, and it's important to say that we also have a bilateral agreement with Iran. Having this agreement where Mauritius gains back sovereignty, it also in some way secures the position of the US there because of the good relationship that Mauritius has. So we can then eventually become a little bit like Oman is, a sort of an in-between, a go-between to broker deals and to place a number of elements in the center of the Indian Ocean. And of course, I think for us, there's a major, apart from this question of military, there is also a question of protection. So Mauritius has got a very wide, exclusive economic zone, which means that there is a question of protection in a military sense as well that is in line here.
And what challenges or sticking points could still arise between the UK and Mauritius as they work to finalise the deal, especially considering the historical and legal context surrounding the Chagos Islands?
I think the first one, as you mentioned a little bit before, there is a question of revenue and a question of how much, how long, how some of it. I understand the Mauritian party has requested that some of the payment be done in a prepayment type of, upfront in some way. So all these are essentially this revenue element is something that is very important. Apart from that, I would say there is the parliamentary approval, and you hinted to that because there are many parliamentarians in the UK who have spoken against this agreement. However, there is international law that has already in some way already signed it to given its sign of approval for it to Mauritius. The other element that is in some way has been a bit of a bone of contention and questions that have come about is with respect to China. And the suggestion that maybe Mauritius will maybe lease some of the other islands, because apart from Diego Garcia, there's many other islands as well, to perhaps China. However, I think what is important for us to know, the security advisor for Mauritius is from India, and also the fact that we have a very good relationship with China, which is one of the what we call pays de peuplement, meaning one of the countries where the diaspora from Mauritius comes from.
Manisha, thank you. It's great to have you on the show. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much, Alison.
And while the US has steered clear of any controversy in Mauritius, it remains deep in severe diplomatic tensions with South Africa over what it describes as the discrimination against the white population in the country. As ties deteriorate, Pretoria has been bouncing back in its efforts to repair relations with the US. In the latest, South Africa sent a delegation of senior diplomats to Washington to clarify misconceptions from the Trump administration that have soured the bilateral ties. Now, the delegation was led by South Africa's G20 Sherpa Zane Dangor, who met with the US National Security Council's Africa Director, the Acting Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, and the Treasury Department representatives. Now, this meeting comes after the US expelled the veteran South African ambassador Ebrahim Rasool last month over his controversial remarks against US President Donald Trump. Now, this followed US aid cuts over Trump's claims about land confiscation in South Africa under its land reforms. Trump also offered white South Africans refugee status in the US. In Washington, the South African delegates intended to explain the country's policies. They offered clarifications regarding the controversial Land Expropriation Act, explaining the conditions under which the government will seize abandoned or unused farmland for redevelopment. But they stressed that no land will be forcibly confiscated, contrary to Trump's claims. Now, the delegates also addressed misconceptions over race laws intended to undermine minority rights in South Africa. They explained that the post-apartheid government is constitutionally mandated to rectify the injustices of the past, and these initiatives align with the country's commitment to non-racialism. This comes as South African-born tech billionaire Elon Musk, who now heads the US Department of Government Efficiency, has repeatedly claimed that the South African government is encouraging a quote-unquote white genocide in the country, a claim that Pretoria categorically disregards. Now, the South African delegation also briefed the UN General Assembly on the country's ambitions for its G20 presidency this year, which carries the theme solidarity, equality, and sustainability. The US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, refused to attend the first G20 foreign ministers meeting in February, saying it had an anti-American agenda. Other disagreements between the two countries are also over some of South Africa's foreign policies, including its case against Israel at the International Court of Justice over the war in Gaza. But with the United States being South Africa's second biggest trading partner, will Pretoria's pursuit of dialogue with Trump work in its favor? We will continue to track all of the developments. And shifting focus to East Africa, where a new controversy has erupted in Kenya, this time involving the military rather than President William Ruto himself. Now, Kenya's top security chiefs are under fire after condemning the quote-unquote Ruto must go slogan. Now, their remarks have sparked widespread backlash and renewed fears of military overreach in Kenya's political landscape. Kenya's Chief of Defence Forces, General Charles Kahariri, and the National Intelligence Service Director warned last week that the chant Ruto must go could destabilize the country and undermine its government. During a public lecture, General Kahariri stated that when citizens want a government removed, it must be done through constitutional means. He stressed that the military would not tolerate any attempt to oust an elected government and insisted that Kenya cannot descend into anarchy, adding that the military remains neutral. But his comments have drawn strong criticism, especially from President Ruto's opponents. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who was impeached last year, has hit back at General Kahariri, urging him to stay out of politics. Now, speaking at an event, Gachagua warned Kahariri against dragging the military into politics. He stated that the Ruto must go chants do not call for an illegal removal, but rather express public dissatisfaction. He added that Ruto will be removed through constitutional means in the 2027 elections. Meanwhile, social media has also jumped on the ship. They have criticized Kahariri for dragging the military into politics. Some users have called using the Ruto must go slogan a constitutional right, while others believe that Kahariri has made a big blunder and may have to face consequences. Now, the phrase Ruto must go has been regularly trending on social media, especially since the Gen Z-led protest in June of 2024, when demonstrators stormed Parliament, prompting President Ruto to deploy the military to restore order. Now, similar chants have been heard at social gatherings, including political rallies attended by Ruto himself. Just last month, during the World Safari Rally's closing ceremony, his speech was repeatedly interrupted by the slogans. Now, in recent months, Ruto's popularity has been declining, particularly following the public outrage over his new tax policies. Last year's mass protests have thrown his administration into political turmoil, forcing him to seek new allies to shore up his power. He also faces growing criticism over his crackdown on dissent, including allegations of forced disappearances and abductions. But despite the criticism, Ruto's allies continue to defend him. The former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who signed a political pact with Ruto in February, has distanced himself from the Ruto Must Go movement. He questions where must the president go and what happens after that. Now, with Kenya's military now thrust into the political spotlight and public dissatisfaction growing, the debate over President Ruto's future is only intensifying. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is from Nigeria. Few creatures strike fear like the scorpion, but in Nigeria they are more than just a threat. Here, their venom has become a valuable commodity and a thriving business. Contrary to popular belief, scorpion venom is used in medicines and cosmetics. Thanks to hard work and innovation, Nigeria is turning one of nature's most feared creatures into a global success story. Our next report gets you more details.
Scorpions, one of the most feared creatures on the planet. Their sting can send shivers down your spine. But in Nigeria, they're doing more than lurking in the dark. Here, their venom isn't just a danger, it's a gold mine. On a farm in Lagos, over 10,000 scorpions are carefully milked for their venom, a substance worth millions in the global market. Contrary to what most people think, scorpion venom isn't just for scares, it's a scientific treasure. It's used in pharmaceuticals, biotech, and even cosmetics. Scorpion venom is packed with proteins, enzymes, and peptides, key ingredients that could revolutionize medicine. It's being researched for cancer treatments, pain relief, and even neurological disorders. But milking these tiny creatures is no easy feat. It takes thousands of extractions just to collect a tiny droplet worth selling.
We have made our research to the extent that we have been able to extract. Because to extract only is not easy. We've met some people online, different countries. Some people have this scorpion they cannot extract.
1 gallon, which is equivalent to around 3.4 liters, is about $10 million US. To get even 2 meals is a challenge. You probably have to milk about thousands of scorpions to have something tangible to sell.
Twice a month, farm manager Mohammed Usman carefully harvests venom from two of the most sought-after species, the death stalker and the emperor scorpion. Each drop is stored under strict conditions, waiting for buyers willing to pay a fortune. But here's the twist. Scorpion farmers aren't just battling the sting, they're facing a bigger threat: technology. With advances in AI and synthetic biotechnology, scientists may soon replicate venom compounds in labs, which could send the demand crashing.
If in the near future we can have a good number of databases, that we can now synthesize some of these pure compounds, or these active ingredients from venom in the lab, it's going to reduce the demand from the natural farmers, from the farmers. And as a result, once the demand is being reduced, the price will also go down.
For now, the Lagos farm is playing the long game. After a year of careful milking, they haven't even filled a gallon. But they're betting that patience will pay off. Patience, precision, and thousands of tiny venomous creatures. It's a high-stakes game, but in this farm, fear is just another business opportunity.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. You know what we'll talk about today? Trump's tariffs. He's targeted everyone, friends and foes, even islands where no one lives. There's a lot of conversation around this move, a lot of analysis and projections. Tonight, we'll try to break it down for you. What exactly has Donald Trump done? What are the 10 things that you should know about his tariff moves? How does it impact India? How is New Delhi reacting? What about the United States? How will this play out for American consumers and businesses? And their allies in Europe, will they retaliate? We can tell you that China will. It's been the worst hit with more than 60% tariffs. We'll discuss what this means for China's struggling economy. And is this the end of multilateral trade? So a lot of ground to cover here. Also in focus, the Philippines dares China with its game-changer F-16 jets. In West Asia, it's back to square one with Israel beginning an offensive to split Gaza. In Washington, is Elon Musk leaving Doge to steady his businesses? And what's the record 25-hour speech that is making headlines? We'll tell you how it's an endurance test.
They charge us, we charge them less, so how can anybody be upset?
We're going to fight these tariffs.
This is not the act of a friend.
The global economy will massively suffer.
Tariffs, one of the many things you learnt in school. You may remember reading about it in your textbook. Some of you may have thought, why bother? It's not like I'll ever use it in life. Well, now we know how wrong we were. Tariffs will probably be the word of the year, and if Donald Trump has his way, maybe even the word of the decade. Yesterday was his big liberation tariff day. President Trump held a special event at the White House. The stage was decked in American flags, and Trump walked out to a big round of applause and music. Then came the big speech. Trump spoke for almost 1 hour. He brought in charts. He made false accusations at countries, and he promised liberation for Americans.
China. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. They watched in anguish as foreign leaders have stolen our jobs, foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen.
After the speech, Trump signed an executive order. With one stroke of the pen, he ripped up the global trading order. He effectively started a global trade war, and at the center of it are reciprocal tariffs. We have explained this before. These are basically tit-for-tat tariffs. You impose 10%, I will impose 10%. That is the definition of reciprocal tariffs. But Trump's version is a bit different. Tonight, we'll tell you about this tariff regime. In fact, we've split it into 10 parts. The 10 things that you must know about this move. Number one, Trump has not gone for full reciprocity, which is a deviation from his original plan. Initially, he wanted to go beyond reciprocity. He said he won't just look at tariff rates, he will also look at non-tariff barriers like subsidies or tax cuts. That approach would have been even more devastating, but as it turned out, Trump did not go that way. The current rates are less than reciprocal. He has called it kind tariffs.
I call this kind reciprocal. This is not full reciprocal. This is kind reciprocal. But what we do is we cut it in half. We charge them.
So what are these kind rates? That's our second highlight. Trump has unveiled a 10% baseline tariff. This will apply to all goods entering the United States, basically a blanket tariff. And this will come into effect on Saturday. For some countries, this is also the only rate, like the United Kingdom, Brazil, Singapore, Australia, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia. Trump says these countries charge American goods 10% tariff, so the reciprocal rate is also 10%, meaning only the baseline applies to these countries, the ones that I just mentioned. Which brings us to the third highlight. Around 60 countries face customized tariff rates. These are over and above the 10%. I'll quickly go through some of them. The White House says China's tariffs are 67%. The reciprocal rate is 34%. Remember, China already faces 25% US tariffs, so the total comes to over 50%. The White House claims that Europe imposes 39% tariffs, and the reciprocal is 20%. For Japan, it is 24%. For India, it is 27%. For Israel, 17%. For Pakistan, 30%. For South Africa, 31%. South Korea, 26%. And Taiwan, 32%. These are the tariffs on major countries. They will be imposed on the 9th of April. That's next Wednesday. Trump channeled his reality TV persona while announcing them. With the chart in hand, he rattled out the rates.
China, 67%. European Union, 39%. Vietnam, 90%. Taiwan, 64%. We're going to charge them 32%. Japan, 46%. They would charge us 46%. India, very, very tough. Very, very tough. They charge us 52%. Switzerland, 61% to 31%. Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. Oh, look at Cambodia, 97%. United Kingdom, 10%. South Africa, 60%, 30%.
Next is highlight number 4. Trump announced a special rate for foreign automobiles, a 25% tariff. Say you're importing a car made in Germany or China or France. Then the importers must pay 25% tariff. This applies to cars made anywhere in the world. And this tariff came into effect this morning. I know we've thrown a lot of numbers at you, but how did Trump arrive at these numbers? Well, that is highlight number 5. The White House is talking about a very complicated formula, but some mathematicians have figured it out. First, they took a country's trade surplus with America. Then they divided it by their exports to America, and the result was then halved. Let's look at the example of China. China's trade surplus is $295 billion. Their exports to the US are $438 billion. If you divide that, you get 0.67. 67% is how the Americans calculated it. If you halve that and round it up, you get 34%, which is what Trump is now imposing on China. Economists are baffled by this calculation. They're calling it 6th grade maths. But some countries don't have to make these calculations, the likes of Iran, North Korea, and Russia, because Trump is not imposing tariffs on them. Iran, North Korea, and Russia, no tariffs. And that is highlight number 6. These countries are already under significant US sanctions. Their tariff rates are also quite high. So the White House says additional tariffs are not necessary. Besides them, the tariffs are comprehensive, perhaps too comprehensive, which is Our seventh highlight. Trump has even targeted remote islands like Heard Island and McDonnell Island. These are technically part of Australia, but Trump has imposed a separate 10% tariff on them. Guess how much this island exports? Nothing, because no one lives there. Trump will have to ask penguins to cough up the money. Another example is Norfolk Island. This is yet another Australian overseas territory. It has been slapped with 29% tariffs. That's actually 19 points more than the tariffs on Australia. And how many people live there? Just 2,000. Even Australia's Prime Minister is scratching his head.
Norfolk Island, interestingly, is I think 29%. I'm not sure what Norfolk Island major exports are to the United States and why it's been singled out, but it has.
Remember Lesotho? Trump claimed that nobody had heard of this country. Yet he's slapping them with 50% tariffs, 5-0, which makes you wonder, what is the logic here? Thankfully, certain goods are exempt from these tariffs, and that is highlight number 8. There will be no extra tariffs on pharmaceuticals, also on copper, semiconductors, gold, and energy. Basically, all things strategic, no tariffs on them. Next is highlight number 9. Yesterday's rollout had a lot of logistical errors. It did not live up to the liberation hype, and I'll tell you why. Trump's chart showed India's tariffs at 26%. But then the White House said it was 27%. A couple of other countries also had such discrepancies. Plus, look at Taiwan. It is listed under a table called countries, even though the US does not recognize Taiwan's independence. If intentional, this is a bold statement, but chances are it's a mistake. And finally, the 10th highlight. How are markets reacting to Trump's Liberation Day? Not well. Japan's Nikkei lost almost 1,000 points today. It fell to an 8-month low. In India, the Sensex lost more than 320 points. In France, the CAC fell almost 240%. In Germany, the DAX fell more than 600 points. In Hong Kong, the Hang Seng dropped 350 plus points. And as expected, it is worse in America. The S&P 500 was down 225 points in opening trade, and Dow Jones almost 1,500 points down. Everywhere you look, stocks are in the red, and this is just the start. Once the retaliation comes, the bloodbath may worsen. I guess it's time to brush up on those tariff lessons.
India, very, very tough. Very, very tough.
So Donald Trump's trade war is well and truly underway. He has spared no one this time, not even India. Some observers had different expectations. They believed that India would be left out because both sides are negotiating a trade agreement. India and the US, they've been talking about a trade deal. Trump himself said this a few days ago. So the hope was that he won't impose tariffs till those talks conclude. But that's not how it played out. Listen to this.
India, very, very tough. Very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left. And he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing.
India is very tough, he said. He called Prime Minister Modi a great friend, but he imposed tariffs nonetheless. They will come into effect on the 9th of April. And what's the rate? 27%. Although Trump's chart, as we just told you, said 26%, the official order of the US government says 27%, and that chart had many such discrepancies. But for the moment, we'll focus on India. What will be the impact of these tariffs on India? How much would it cost the Indian economy? $34 billion. That's the cost. That's almost 1% of India's GDP. $34 billion, 1% of India's GDP, 0.9% to be precise. And which industries and sectors will be hit? We have a list. Electronics worth $14 billion, gems and jewelry worth $9 billion, and automobiles and auto parts. They will be charged a different rate though. Trump has announced a blanket 25% tax on automobiles and auto parts. That's for all countries. So the same 25% rate would apply to India too. This is only for auto exports, 25% tariffs. And auto exports in India's case is not a substantial amount. India does not export a lot of finished automobiles to the US, but it does supply auto parts. And this export is worth $2.2 billion. So broadly, these are the industries that will be hit. Now let's talk about the ones that are safe. Pharmaceuticals, semiconductors and copper, steel and energy products. All these have been spared from the new Trump tariff regime. And what is India's response? The Commerce Ministry has issued a statement. It said New Delhi is, and I'm quoting, carefully examining the tariffs. It plans to take feedback from the industry. There is one line that stands out in the statement. Let me quote. The department is also studying the opportunities that may arise due to this new development. Now, the use of the word opportunities is interesting. How can India benefit from Trump's trade war? Is there a silver lining? Experts say there is. Look around the region. Other players have been slapped with far steeper tariffs, like China. Effectively, Chinese products will face 54% tariffs. That's the highest among all US trade partners. Vietnam comes next with 46% tariffs overall. Then you have Bangladesh at 37%. For India, the tariff is 27%. It's still a blow, but it could have been worse. And this gap between India and its neighbors may work in India's favor, specifically in three high-value industries: textiles, electronics, and machinery. Experts say that Trump's tariffs can open new doors for India. One example they give is that of Taiwan. It's the world leader in semiconductor supply, but if the supply chains shift from Taiwan, and if India emerges as an alternative, if it replaces Taiwan even partially, it would be a boost for India's economy. All of these are big ifs, but there's a possibility. New Delhi can start with some low-hanging fruits, stuff like packaging, testing, and low-end chip manufacturing. So that's one scenario, to harness the impending supply disruption. Similarly, India has opportunities in areas like machinery and toys. China currently dominates the space, but with tariffs as high as 54%, businesses will look elsewhere to make their goods, to cut costs and maintain their bottom line. So India is in a strong position, but to leverage this, India must reform. India must position itself to win new businesses. It must make structural reforms and offer compelling incentives to invite businesses. This includes building infrastructure and strengthening the logistics network. There's a lot of work to do. Trump's tariffs could push India towards making these changes. At the same time, India will have to manage Trump's unpredictability. Which brings us to the trade deal. The US wants India to make sweeping concessions. It wants India to reduce tariffs across the board, from energy to defense and even agriculture. Now, if India agrees to American terms, it could still evade the tariffs. But the price for this would be steep. If you lower the barriers on American goods, Indian manufacturers could lose out. If tariffs on farm products are reduced, Indian farmers would protest. And this is tricky, both economically and politically. So New Delhi will have to strike a tough balance. Our next story is for the American consumer. You're in for pain. Prices will go up. Whatever you plan to buy, a pack of avocados, a can of beer, a new car, your bill will be higher than before, thanks to your president and his tariffs. Well, his logic is simple and skewed. He wants to cut the reliance on foreign goods, to bring jobs back to America, and to make it great again.
April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy.
So tariffs have a patriotic packaging, and like most packaged stuff, there's more gas than substance. Because tariffs will make imported goods costlier, and that extra money will come from American wallets. This is how it works. Say an American company buys beer from Mexico or car parts from Canada. Now they have tariffs. So this company will have to pay extra, and the company will not eat the cost. It will pass it on to the consumers, and things will get expensive. In fact, we have a list of what will be the worst hit. The first is houses. Housing is the biggest purchase for most American households. 94% of American houses are made of lumber. And the US imports 1/3 of its lumber from Canada. Now, with tariffs in place, lumber prices will go up, and by extension, prices of houses will go up too. Second is cars. Trump has announced 25% auto tariffs on cars and car parts, and this came into effect today. Trump believes it will revive the US auto industry.
But such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base and put our national security at risk. I don't blame these other countries at all for this calamity. I blame former presidents and past leaders who weren't doing their job. They let it happen, and they let it happen to an extent that nobody can even believe.
But will it really? Will it help the US auto industry? Cars are the second largest purchase for most Americans. In 2024, the US imported around 8 million cars. That is around $240 billion in trade. It makes for nearly half of the sales. Most of these car makers rely heavily on international supply chains, mostly in North America. They produce vehicles in Mexico and Canada. Car parts are also manufactured there. So these new tariffs will affect all of it. We are talking about goods worth $460 billion. So car prices will certainly go up in the US, anywhere between $4,000 to $10,000 per vehicle. That is what economists estimate. Then we have fuel prices. America imports crude oil. More than 60% of it is from Canada. It is the largest foreign supplier of crude oil to the US. So tariffs could push up fuel prices too. The fourth product that will get expensive is alcohol. If you're a fan of Modelo or Corona, brace yourself. Mexican beer will cost more because of the new tariffs on beer and the aluminum cans that they come in. Same for bourbon, tequila, and Canadian whiskey. Long story short, your weekend drinks will burn a hole in your pocket. The fifth on this list is daily groceries like avocado and maple syrup. Nearly 90% of US avocados come from Mexico, 90%. So your guacamole will get pricier. There's also maple syrup. Canada accounts for 75% of its global production. So if you want to save money, pancakes without syrup is your new normal. Now, Trump believes that these tariffs will boost American companies. They will produce everything domestically and people will buy that stuff. Great idea on paper. But here's the problem. US manufacturers are not ready to meet the demand. It takes years to build supply chains from scratch. Until then, consumers pay the price. And this is just the beginning. Tariffs don't just stop at the grocery store or the gas pump. They ripple through the entire economy. Jobs get cut, businesses slow down, exports struggle. As prices climb, wages often do not keep up. All of this means inflation will rise, and that has raised fears of a recession.
We should be very concerned. The last time trade war on this scale has happened was in 1930s. Exactly 1930, it was Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, and it led to a global recession worldwide. And if this trade war escalates, we could see a slowdown of the global economy on the scale of a global financial crisis of 2014 and possibly deeper. And this is the largest threat which would affect the whole world.
Yesterday, we told you about Goldman Sachs. It raised the possibility of a US recession to 35%. And now Barclays has flagged it too. It says there's a high risk that the US will enter recession. It is even driving bets On prediction markets, more than 50% are betting on the fact that America will slip into a recession. So the question is this short-term pain for long-term gain, or is it just pain all the way? Will it bring jobs back to the US, or will America end up paying the price literally? We'll be tracking this for you.
They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic.
Europe has everything it needs to make it through the storm. We are in this together. If you take on one of us, you take on all of us.
Tariffs are like a heavyweight boxer's punch, blunt, messy, and capable of knocking out entire industries. Donald Trump is in the ring, dealing back-to-back blows. But not all opponents are hitting back immediately, even when he's calling them names. Listen to this.
European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. You think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%.
So Trump is imposing a 20% tariff on Europe, which came as a shock to them because Europe is one of America's biggest allies and trading partners. Look at the numbers. In 2023, the European Union exported goods worth over $500 billion to the US. In 2024, it was the largest single market for US goods exports. So the tariffs felt like a stab in the back, especially from its closest ally.
I know that many of you feel let down by our oldest ally. Yes, we must brace for the impact that this will inevitably have. Europe has everything it needs to make it through the storm. We are in this together. If you take on one of us, you take on all of us. So we will stand together and stand up for each other. Our unity is our strength.
They shouldn't be too surprised, though. Last month, Trump imposed tariffs on EU steel and aluminium products. And Europe responded with countermeasures. They sanctioned American goods worth around $28 billion. So this one was a long time coming. Germany's car industry is sweating. Italian fashion houses are recalculating their losses. And French champagne makers, let's just say, there's not much popping out of bottles right now. But Europe says it is prepared for this. They are ready with so-called countermeasures. It's not clear what they are, but despite the frustration, Europe is trying to stay calm.
We have always been ready to negotiate with the United States to remove the remaining barriers to transatlantic trade. At the same time, we are prepared to respond. We are already finalizing the first package of countermeasures in response to tariffs on steel. And we're now preparing for further countermeasures to protect our interests and our businesses if negotiations fail.
Von der Leyen's message was mirrored in EU capitals. Germany called for negotiations. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni called the tariffs wrong, but she's pushing for a deal. France called the levies a catastrophe. Spain is unveiling plans to protect its economy, so the response is mixed. But the sentiment is the same. Europe knows that it has options, but it's also wary of escalating things too quickly.
The U.S. administration has decided to attack this link unilaterally. And I would like to stress this by deploying, as you know, an absolutely unprecedented tariff package of 25% for our cars and 20% for practically all products imported from the European Union. In short, it is a return to 19th century protectionism.
The U.S. government is therefore treading a path that will only end up with losers. The European Union has the strongest single internal market in the world with 450 million consumers, and that gives us strength. We are available for talks with the U.S. government to avert a trade war, and the President of the Commission has already made this clear. Germany and Europe continue to stand for free trade.
So what's the game plan? Well, for starters, Europe is considering some strategic countermeasures, and if there's one target they've got, it is big tech. Your Apple, Meta, Amazon, X. They've had a pretty smooth ride in Europe, especially when it comes to taxes. They often route profits through low-tax countries.
The big tech companies have an incredible dominance in Europe and are largely exempt from European taxes, so they benefit from it, and we do too, of course. The consumers and companies that use these companies simply take advantage of the offers that are available.
Well, that could change very soon. France has already hinted at a digital tax. Germany says it is on the table. So US big tech may be caught in the crosshairs of this trade war. Another option is restricting US companies from bidding on European government contracts or even limiting their intellectual property rights. That could put a dent in US firms looking to expand. French President Emmanuel Macron is pushing for this. He also wants European companies to pause investments in the US. But remember, all of these are only options at the moment, options that Europe does not want to exercise because it does not want to turn this into a full-blown trade war. They're still hoping for a deal.
The Americans are being given 14 days to enter into talks, and that's a smart move. Europe, we shouldn't be the hotheads, we shouldn't be the first to start the fire, but we should always try to extinguish the fire. The goal should be to de-escalate and avoid a tariff war, a tariff dispute.
Across the channel, the UK situation is a little different. Their tariffs aren't as severe as Europe. It's only 10% for the UK, so there is some relief, but London is not too thrilled about it. Negotiations are currently underway for a trade deal, and the hope is to soften the blow. The Brits say they're ready to hop on a plane to Washington if a deal seems within reach.
Let me be clear with the House. A trade war is in nobody's interests. And the country deserves, and we will take, a calm, pragmatic approach. That's why constructive talks are progressing to agree a wider economic prosperity deal with the US. That's why we're working with all industries and sectors likely to be impacted.
Well, here's the thing. Tariffs do not just affect governments and corporations, they hit regular people too. For the West, inflation is already a headache, and these new tariffs are not helping. So what happens now? The next few weeks will be crucial. Trade officials are meeting in Brussels and London to map out their next steps. Businesses are doing their best. They're behind the scenes lobbying, hoping to protect their industries without making things worse. Because this is not just about tariffs, it's also about leverage. It's about who blinks first. As Trump throws his punches, the West is figuring out exactly how to counter him without getting knocked down. So American allies want to take the middle ground. They want to talk to Trump. China, on the other hand, wants to hit back. China has vowed to retaliate. It has called Trump's tariffs bullying.
China has repeatedly stressed that there are no winners in trade wars and tariff wars, and protectionism is not a way out. The unilateral tariff hikes by the U.S. violate WTO rules, harm the common interests of people of all countries, and do not help solve the problems of the U.S. itself. It is clear to everyone that more and more countries are opposing the U.S.'s unilateral bullying actions, such as imposing tariffs.
Out of the entire lot, China faces the highest tariffs, a whopping 65%, that is if you add up yesterday's reciprocal tariffs and all the previous duties that Trump announced earlier. The total comes to some 65%. It's an all-out attack on Chinese exports. This is how Trump justified it.
So, if you look at that, China, first row, China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. I think, in other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how can anybody be upset? They will be, because we never charge anybody anything, but now we're going to charge.
Trump's tariffs could cripple China. The impact is already showing. Experts are assessing the potential damage to China's economy, and they paint a bleak picture. They say China's growth is all set to fall. It may fall by over 2 percentage points. China's currency, the yuan, is weakening. It has hit a 7-week low after Trump's announcement. Chinese stocks have also slumped. The markets, both in Hong Kong and mainland China, ended the day's trade in red. There could be more pain in the coming days. So can China avoid it? There are 2 factors to consider here. First is the state of China's economy. After years of decline, Beijing was hoping for a recovery this year. It had set a target of 5% growth. And the US market was key to achieving this target because it is their biggest market. Every year, China sends goods worth nearly $500 billion to the US. This is over 16% of China's total exports. It goes to the US, $500 billion. The new tariffs strike at the very heart of this business. If the tariffs stay, Chinese goods will become quite expensive in the US. Their demand is expected to fall, and so China's revenue from the US would fall. Credit ratings agencies are already worried about China's finances. Today, Fitch downgraded China's credit rating from A+ to A. Fitch has highlighted 2 problems. The first is weak finances of China's governments, both at the central and local level. Their finances are a mess. Their debt levels are very high and rising. And this is a major concern. Now, US exports could have helped mitigate it. But with these tariffs, China risks losing access to the entire American market, and that too for a broad range of products. So that is the first factor, government finances. The second factor is the state of US-China relations. Trump has named his price to lower tariffs. He wants more market access in China and almost 0 import taxes on US goods. So just like others, China too will have to negotiate a deal. But unlike others, this is going to be a tough conversation for Beijing. It's going to be much harder for them to strike a deal with Trump. The talks could take months. And remember, China faces the highest tariffs in Trump's plan. He will not scale back easily. He is also not on the best of terms with Chinese President Xi Jinping. So this is not going to be easy, whenever they start a conversation, that is. As for the tariffs, they will come into effect in less than a week. Beijing is trying hard to soften the blow. President Xi Jinping is making moves on various fronts. A few days back, he met with top CEOs from across the world, at least 40 of them, and the Chinese president tried to win them over. He promised them stable policies. In the same breath, he also attacked the United States.
We must jointly maintain an open and cooperative international environment. Some countries have engaged in small-scale activities, high walls and tariff barriers, politicized economic and trade issues, instrumentalized and weaponized them, and forced companies to take sides and make choices that violate economic laws and are not in line with market rules and the general trend of opening up.
That statement now sounds outdated because Trump has set the US and China on a collision course. A deal is a long shot. Beijing has warned that it will strike back. It has made no announcement so far. But we know that China does not have the luxury to wait this out. This is a situation that will not fix itself. Xi Jinping is up against his toughest challenge yet.
Liberation Day, waiting for a long time. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. Baseline tariff of 10%.
Human beings have traded for centuries, first from village to village, then kingdom to kingdom, and recently country to country. After the Cold War, trade became an engine of growth. I have some numbers for you. In 1989, trade made up just 38% of global GDP. By 2008, it was up to 61%. Most countries embraced this new reality. where trade was key to growth. And not just any trade, free-flowing multilateral trade. The world has invested a lot in this idea. We built a specialized agency called the WTO, the World Trade Organization. We created laws for freedom of navigation. We ran campaigns to reduce barriers. But yesterday, US President Donald Trump took a chainsaw to that order. He ripped up the global trading system. The question is, can it survive this onslaught? Well, it has to. Tariff or not, no country is 100% self-reliant. They have to buy things from abroad. So multilateral trade is not going to die. But its present form could change. Let's look at the World Trade Organization. This agency was created with very specific goals in 1995. Create rules for world trade, push for reducing barriers, and provide a platform to resolve differences. This was what the WTO was supposed to do. Trump could have taken his tariff complaints to the WTO, but he's not a big fan of this organization or any UN organization for that matter. He's already cut funding to the agency, the WTO. Plus, his allies say that the WTO has been hijacked by China, which is true to some extent. So what did Trump do? He decided to settle the issue outside the WTO with reciprocal tariffs. A lot of countries say that his tariffs violate the WTO rules. So they plan to sue Donald Trump at the World Trade Organization. We say good luck to them. WTO litigations often take years to complete, and Trump is blocking the appointment of a WTO judge, so the agency is deadlocked anyway. Nonetheless, it's a story in itself. It's true that developing countries charge higher tariffs, but in most cases, these are WTO compliant, meaning those tariffs are accepted under established trade rules. But Trump's tariffs are not. They are a direct attack on these established rules. If this continues, can the WTO survive? The agency's chief is confident. Let me quote from what she said. Members are saying to me, yes, we are concerned, but at the same time, we are using the system and we want to continue using it. I'm telling you that the bedrock of trade is here and it's not going anywhere. Confidence is good, but the ground reality is different. Faith in the trading system has eroded. The West feels that China has been given a free ride. Even here in India, the WTO is not all that popular. Recently, Indian farmers asked the government to leave the WTO. And this is a big problem because the success of any multilateral agency is based on trust. All parties should trust the agency. If not, it cannot succeed. Recent political tensions have also contributed to this. Just look at America and China. As their rivalry heated up, we saw both sides using trade barriers. They imposed tariffs and import quotas. These were not based on free trade principles. These were based on politics. As a result, global trade has suffered. In fact, let me go back to those numbers that I gave you. In 1989, trade made up 38% of the global GDP. By 2008, it went up to 61%. But in 2023, it came down to 58%. So the takeaway is pretty clear. Global trade is losing momentum. It is happening. It was happening even before Donald Trump's election. He's simply speeding things up. If these trends are here to stay, what does the future look like? A lot of countries are looking at bilateral options, including India. A top Niti Aayog official pushed for this. He says, take care of issues with bilateral trade deals. You can't always depend on the WTO. And that makes a lot of sense with Trump. But it does raise questions. For example, let's say India cuts tariffs on American EVs. Wouldn't European EV makers demand the same? And Japanese and Korean ones? A multilateral trading order avoided this confusion, but now every government will have to deal with it. And all of this makes the future of global trade uncertain. We could be looking at a period of disruption in the form of tariffs, in the form of militarized shipping lanes, and in the form of sanctions. It's proof that all agencies and systems must reform continuously. If not, they will be swept aside by time. China's drills around Taiwan have ended, and Beijing has achieved two things: cheap propaganda and a bad reputation. But they've also pushed Donald Trump to commit more to the region. He has approved a major weapons deal for the Philippines. Manila will get 20 F-16 fighter jets, and this is a major boost for their security needs. This deal is worth $5.5 billion. The jets will come with long-range air-to-air missiles and guided bombs. And the timing is significant. Last week, Taiwan received a new batch of F-16 jets, and now it is the Philippines. Fun fact, the Philippines has not had a frontline jet since 2005. They will now get 20, and they want more. That is bad news for China. Their aggressive drills are only pushing the region towards the United States. Our next report has more.
Donald Trump has returned to the White House with a mission: contain China. And it involves Uncle Sam's closest ally in the Indo-Pacific, the Philippines. The Trump administration is drastically recommitting to the region. Why do we say this? Because of some latest developments. The Trump administration has approved a major weapons deal for the Philippines. The country will now get 20 F-16 fighter jets. But these aren't just any F-16s. These will be the F-16 Block 70 and 72, the most advanced and lethal version of the aircraft yet. These will be equipped with modern radars, advanced targeting pods, long-range air-to-air missiles and guided bombs. The deal is worth over $5.5 billion, and the deal includes a large weapons package. The Philippine Air Force will receive over 100 air-to-air missiles, including the long-range AMRAAM. The jets will also come with around 100 guided bombs, including the 2,000-pound Mk-84 bunker buster bombs. This is a major boost for Manila's security needs, and China is fuming.
Any defense and security cooperation between the Philippines and other countries should not target third parties, harm third-party interests, threaten regional peace and security, or exacerbate regional tensions.
The Philippines has long trusted the U.S. for its weapons. Manila is the largest recipient of American military assistance in the Indo-Pacific. Some major platforms include the Typhoon missile system, a land-based weapon that fires Tomahawk missiles against maritime threats. Then, most of the air logistics fleet of the Philippines is American. This includes the C-130 Super Hercules cargo planes and the UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters. The Philippines also buys infantry fighting vehicles and small arms like rifles and mortars from the United States. And now, they will get modern lethal F-16 fighter jets. But the timing of this deal is important. The Philippines is buying a frontline fighter aircraft for the first time since 2005. The reason? China. China has increased its aggressive behavior in the region. Beijing recently concluded drills around Taiwan. Meanwhile, Chinese boats often violate maritime boundaries of the Philippines. From spraying water cannons to deliberate rammings, Chinese ships repeatedly harass Filipino boats. Beijing's actions have pushed Manila even closer to Washington. Relations between the Philippines and the United States go way back. They have been allies for decades. The two signed a mutual defense treaty in 1951. This allows the United States to station troops in the Philippines. There are currently 9 American bases on Filipino soil, and these are strategically important for Washington. These bases monitor Chinese maritime activity. They also ensure freedom of navigation through the South China Sea. Filipino President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. says the 20 F-16 fighter jets are just the beginning. He wants to buy an additional 20 jets once the first batch is delivered. Marcos Jr. also wants to increase freedom of navigation drills in the region, and he's asking other democracies to participate. He has already invited India, Japan, South Korea, and Australia. Clearly, China's brash behavior is only uniting others and isolating Beijing.
Let's turn to West Asia. The situation in Gaza is worsening. Israel conducted airstrikes last night. At least 77 Palestinians were killed. Israel says it struck sites belonging to Hamas. Clearly, the ceasefire deal is in tatters. Negotiations have come to a full stop. Israel and Hamas are busy playing the blame game. Both sides accuse each other of violating the deal. Only the first phase was somewhat successful. The first phase of the ceasefire deal, when Hamas released 33 hostages and Israel stopped its offensive. But the deal had two more phases. Hamas was supposed to release all the Israeli hostages, and Israel was supposed to withdraw from Gaza. Also, Gaza was supposed to be rebuilt. The opposite is happening now. Israel is switching gears. The Israeli Defense Force, or the IDF, has launched another major offensive. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has approved it himself. He wants to achieve two things: control Gaza and break it up. Let me explain. Israel is trying to seize more territory in Gaza. Israeli troops have created multiple buffer zones. They control more than 60 square kilometers of the Gaza Strip, which is almost 30% of Gaza, under Israeli control. Now, Netanyahu wants more. That's part one of his plan. And the second part, to dissect the Gaza Strip into multiple parts. Listen to this.
Last night in the Gaza Strip, we switched gears. The IDF is seizing territory, striking the terrorists and destroying the infrastructure. We are also doing something else. We are seizing the Morag corridor. This will be the second Philadelphia, an additional Philadelphia corridor, because we are now dividing the Strip and increasing the pressure step by step so that they will give us our hostages.
So that's Netanyahu's plan: divide Gaza and create another corridor, which will be controlled by the Israeli army. It will be called the Morag route. Morag was once a Jewish settlement. It stood between the cities of Rafah and Khan Yunis, but now it is abandoned land. Let me show you on a map. The Gaza Strip has two corridors. Netzarim is in the north. It caters to the Gaza city. And Philadelphia is in the south. It borders Egypt and caters to Rafah. Israeli troops control both these corridors, and now they want to create a third one. Like I said, they're calling it the Morag route. A corridor between two corridors. Netanyahu announced his plans last night. This is what he said.
And as long as they do not give them to us, the pressure will increase until they do. We are determined to achieve the objectives of the war, and we are acting relentlessly, and with a clear line and a clear mission. And with God's help and that of our heroic soldiers, we will also achieve them.
So Netanyahu's solution is more war, except he has tried that already. We are 1.5 years into this war. Gaza is completely ruined. More than 50,000 Palestinians are dead. More than 1 million have been displaced. But Hamas remains active. They continue to operate in the Gaza Strip, and they still have the hostages. But Hamas too is to be blamed here. They refuse to free the hostages. They keep firing rockets into Israel. Hamas fired projectiles last night as well. Naturally, Israel wants to keep fighting, at least until all hostages are released. This has been Israel's ask since day one. You know who's paying the price for all of this? Ordinary civilians, both in Gaza and in Israel. They are all fed up. Israelis are rejecting Netanyahu's new plans. Families of hostages are demanding diplomacy, not more war.
The escalation of the military attack causes us great anxiety because we know that a military operation is a great threat to the living hostages, obviously, but it's also a threat to the deceased hostages, that we might lose them forever. I think that military force can only go so far, and at some point we have to use diplomacy.
The timing of Israel's new offensive is also important. The U.S. is ramping up its military presence in the region. More F-35 stealth jets have been flown in. A second aircraft carrier is now in the Red Sea. We already told you about the B-2 stealth bombers in Diego Garcia. That's America's strategic base in the Indian Ocean. The U.S. says it wants to keep the Houthis in check. But the deployments are also a message to Iran. Tehran will have to think twice before supporting its proxies like the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. The U.S. deployments will keep Iran and the Houthis at bay. This eases pressure on Israel. They don't have to worry about multiple threats. They can focus only on Hamas and Gaza. That's what Netanyahu is doing. But how will this help? Until when will this cycle continue? 1.5 years of war, and we are back to square one. Elon Musk is having a rough time. He suffered a $20 million blow. Voters rejected his choice for a Supreme Court candidate from Wisconsin, whose campaign he pretty much bankrolled. Tesla has reported its biggest sales drop ever, falling 13% in the first quarter. There are cases of vandalism and protests against Tesla in the US and abroad. And now, on top of all of this, there are rumors that Musk is leaving Doge. That's the Department of Government Efficiency. Reports quoting Trump's inner circle claim that the tech billionaire has overstayed his welcome in Washington. So will his polarizing stint end soon? What's behind this speculation? And what does a Doge exit mean for Musk and the department? Here's a report.
If there is one place in the world where Tesla should be prospering, experts say it is Norway. Here, electric vehicles make up 90% of car sales. But so far this year, Tesla sales have slumped 12% in the Scandinavian country. The electric car maker is doing even worse in other European countries, like France, Sweden, and Denmark. In fact, the world over, Tesla sales are on the downward slope. Global sales are down 13% in the first 3 months of the year. This is the company's worst quarter since 2022. And this is hardly the only problem for Elon Musk, the chief executive of Tesla. Tesla's stock has plunged by roughly half since mid-December, when it hit a record high. Tesla dealerships have been vandalized in the US and abroad. There are protests against the company, as well as against Doge. This is the Department of Government Efficiency, which, as you may know, is also headed by Musk. His chainsaw-wielding work, including the firing of about 200,000 federal employees, has fueled growing unease. And this week, Musk suffered another setback. Wisconsin voters rejected his choice for a state Supreme Court candidate whose campaign was heavily bankrolled by Musk. And now, to top it all off, there are rumors that Musk may have overstayed his Washington welcome. Report after report has quoted mega insiders, apparently, including Trump's cabinet members. They say that Musk is stepping back from his role as Doge head, and that this transition will happen in the coming weeks so that Musk can focus more on his businesses. This news comes soon after Musk made this statement in an interview.
It's actually disadvantageous for me to be in the government. My companies are suffering because I'm in the government.
Even Trump has acknowledged it.
I think he's got a big company to run, and so at some point he's going to be going back.
Musk claims that Doge has already accomplished most of the work it set out to do, which may not be true. Musk had a $1 trillion goal, and by Doge's estimates, he has saved U.S. taxpayers $140 billion. So while the math is not mathing, Musk's Doge exit speculation has made some people very happy, leading to a 6% rise in Tesla shares yesterday. So how true is it? Is the tech billionaire really leaving his side hustle as the Washington Chainsaw Man / cheerleader? Well, the world's richest person has answered this million-dollar question himself. Earlier today, Musk took to X and called the reports of his departure fake news. The White House press secretary has backed him. She has called it garbage. So they have dismissed the rumors, and at least publicly, Trump has shown nothing but admiration for the man who has spent millions to help elect him. Earlier this week, he said that, "I'd keep him as long as I could keep him." So the Musk-Trump bromance seems to be alive and well. That said, Musk's tenure is on a ticking clock. He was hired as a special government employee. This means that he can only work 130 days in a year. He will hit this deadline on 30th of May. So what does this mean for Doge and Musk's Washington stint? Under Trump's executive order, Doge is set to continue until 2026. And as for Musk, he may look for the exit door. But according to experts, it is highly plausible that he will retain an informal role in Washington. So there could be other ways to slash and bash federal bureaucracy, even though Musk's Doge days may soon be over.
Politics and sports seem very different, but if you look closely, they share some qualities. They both demand resilience and endurance from those who choose to take part. And this week, U.S. Senator Cory Booker proved it. He delivered a record-breaking speech. He spoke for 25 hours. He did not stop to eat. He did not sit down. He did not even go to the bathroom. So how did he endure a speech that long? And what are some of the other longest speeches ever delivered? Here's a report.
We have a president who's come in, and one of the first things he's done in 71 days.
When Cory Booker stood on the US Senate floor, his smart ring repeatedly asked if he was working out. At one point, it recorded his heart rate shooting up to more than 100 beats per minute and staying there for some time. But the 55-year-old senator was not exercising. He was delivering a speech, the longest speech in the chamber's history. It went on for 25 hours straight, during which Booker didn't stop to eat, he didn't go to the bathroom, he didn't even sit down.
These are not normal times in America. And they should not be treated as such.
During his speech, Booker condemned the Trump administration. But this is not why he's making headlines the world over. Booker's talkathon has led people to hail him as an endurance athlete and speculate whether he was wearing a catheter or an adult diaper. According to his communications director, he was not, and there were periodic breaks as colleagues asked him questions. But for the most part, Booker was talking alone. So how did he manage to do it? The senator started speaking on Monday evening and continued to talk until Tuesday night. He says he stopped drinking water since Sunday night. His logic was simple. He didn't want to stop to use the bathroom because that would involve yielding the floor for a break, allowing the Senate to move on. And that's not all. He even fasted for days leading up to the speech. His efforts would certainly make doctors raise their eyebrows. But nevertheless, delivering a speech for 25 hours is no mean feat. Going for that long without using the bathroom can raise the risk of kidney stones and infection. The dehydration can make muscles cramp up, which Booker says he experienced. Dehydration can also cause fatigue. It can make it even harder to stand for a long period of time. The lack of food can make people dizzy. Plus, speaking for so long requires a lot of cognitive energy. And this ordeal is made worse with the lack of food, water, and sleep. It is indeed an endurance test. But Booker is not the only one to have gone through with it. The duration for the longest speech in history stands at 90 hours and 2 minutes. It was achieved by Nepal's Anantaram in 2018. Many politicians have delivered long, continuous speeches as well, like 24 hours and 18 minutes of speech by a US senator in 1957, or a speech lasting 23 hours and 51 minutes by a Scottish parliamentarian in 2004. So how do people deliver these seemingly superhuman speeches? According to research, it has more to do with the mind than the body. When people are performing a demanding task, it could be preparing for a test or playing a sport, it all comes down to motivation. Studies show that motivation can help people overcome exhaustion and push them to continue the task. This applies to delivering a speech as well. It explains why people can power through, and it goes to show how humans can push the limits of their body when their spirits are high.
There's so much liberation happening today. Liberation from a booming stock market, liberation from falling inflation, and from economic prosperity. This has to be a unique move in political history because there's not a single country on earth that is supporting this policy. That must be some sort of record. I mean, America has taken a lot of wrong decisions. Just think back to when they invaded Iraq. Even then, good old Britain stood by the Americans. But now the US has lost London too. It's a sign of too much liberation. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese takes a tumble on stage during his election campaign. Protesters in Georgia get creative with face masks to defy a government crackdown. And US engineers reveal the world's smallest pacemaker, which is the size of a grain of rice. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1984, Rakesh Sharma became the first Indian in space. He was part of the Soviet Soyuz mission. He stayed on the Soviet space station for 7 days and 21 hours. Till date, Rakesh Sharma is the only Indian citizen to have travelled to space. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है आपको?
जी मैं बगैर किसी झिझक के कह सकता हूँ कि सारे जहां से अच्छा।
Hello everyone, and we're so glad to have you with us today here at Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, and we're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. President Donald Trump's tariff tsunami has arrived, and he's boldly declared the golden age of America has also begun. These hefty import taxes aim to tackle trade imbalances, protect American jobs, and reshape the rules of global commerce.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day, waiting for a long time. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. We're going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy.
But his sweeping tariffs have already stirred up a storm of reactions from allies and rivals alike. Here's how the world, in fact, is reacting. First, we begin with China. The commander-in-chief imposed a massive 54% tariff on all Chinese imports. The tariffs now add at least 34% on so-called reciprocal tariffs to existing 20% duties on all Chinese imports to the United States. Beijing swiftly condemned the tariffs as typical unilateral bullying, vowing to strike back hard.
The U.S. side under the guise of reciprocity, imposed tariffs on products from many countries, including China. China firmly opposes this and will take necessary measures to resolutely safeguard its legitimate interests.
And now we move to Japan. Tokyo charges 46% duties on cars imported by America, and the commander-in-chief in turn has imposed exactly half as an import duty, charging Japan 24%. Japanese Prime Minister called the move very disappointing, and Tokyo is now mulling challenging the tariffs at the World Trade Organization.
Japan has repeatedly explained its concerns at various levels and has urged that unilateral tariff measures should not be taken. Despite this, the U.S. government has announced comprehensive tariff measures, which is extremely regrettable.
President Trump's tariff thunder rained on India as well. Despite the praise for Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a great friend, India faces a 27% tariff on its goods. President Trump argued this was fair, claiming India imposes a 52% charge on American products.
Yeah, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left, and he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right.
The EU was hit with a 20% tariff, prompting it to call the move a major blow to the world economy. The bloc, already facing tariffs on steel, aluminum, and autos, is gearing up for countermeasures.
Let's be clear-eyed about the immense consequences. The costs of doing business with the United States will drastically increase. And what is more, there seems to be no order in the disorder, no clear path through the complexity and chaos that is being created as all U.S. trading partners are hit.
The UK, however, is relieved to avoid the 20% rate, but still faces a 10% tariff on all goods. Prime Minister Keir Starmer's diplomatic approach seems to have softened the blow, but the levy still threatens thousands of jobs and risks slowing economic growth. Now, in a surprising twist, Russia and North Korea were spared from the new tariffs. The White House explained that existing sanctions on both nations already preclude any meaningful trade. In 2024, U.S. trade with Russia totaled just $3.5 billion. Meanwhile, U.S. trade with North Korea in 2023 was a mere $183,000. And as the dust settles, the world waits to see if the commander-in-chief's vision of a golden age for America will shine brightly or cast a long shadow over global trade. And staying on the tariffs, President Donald Trump also announced the implementation of 25% tariffs on the auto industry, while exempting essential and strategic industries like pharmaceuticals and semiconductors. While also launching the auto tariffs, President Trump blamed his predecessor, Joe Biden, for devastating the U.S. industrial base.
But such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base and put our national security at risk. I don't blame these other countries at all for this calamity. I blame former presidents and past leaders who weren't doing their job. They let it happen, and they let it happen to an extent that nobody can even believe. That's why, effective at midnight, we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles.
Now, in his address, President Trump did not acknowledge the concerns over high prices of new cars that the American consumers will certainly pay due to these tariffs. The 25% tariffs will apply to all cars assembled outside the United States and will cover more than $460 billion worth of U.S. vehicles and vehicle parts imports. The automobile tariffs go into effect immediately, and those on imported auto parts will go into effect starting May 3rd. This means from May, even Americans who do not plan to buy new cars could be impacted because they would pay more for their car repairs. There will also be a partial exemption for cars made in Mexico and Canada as a result of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement, or the USMCA. Now, car makers will not have to pay multiple duties on parts like engines, transmissions, or batteries that were made in the U.S. and later installed in cars in Mexican or Canadian factories. Now, due to this, auto giants like General Motors, which derive their supply chain from Canada and Mexico, will not be hit as bad as feared. Car makers like Tesla and Honda, too, have been saved from the worst blow. But at the same time, Mercedes-Benz, Toyota, and sports car maker Porsche have been worse hit by the auto tariffs due to foreign origin of their auto components. Notably, President Trump announced 32% tariff rates for Taiwan, but exempted semiconductors from tariffs, which is the self-ruled island's biggest export to the United States. Now, this means that the world's biggest semiconductor makers won't face the brunt of Trump's tariffs. President Trump decried Taiwan's prominence in semiconductor production and suggested his policies would make America win the new age technological race of prominence, the chip wars.
Taiwan, where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it. Now we have almost none of it.
And President Trump has cited the need to boost domestic manufacturing behind his much anticipated tariff tirade. But can the United States become its own manufacturing powerhouse by antagonizing its trade partners worldwide? And now President Donald Trump wants Americans to believe he solved their egg crisis. During his speech yesterday, he proudly declared that egg prices have plummeted by 59% thanks to his administration's swift actions. With Easter approaching, he even joked that people were once urged to use plastic eggs due to egg shortages, but not anymore. But is the reality as sunny side up as Trump claims? Our report has more.
Madam Secretary, Agriculture, great job you did on eggs, by the way. The egg prices came down 50%. You got them down 50%. Once we got involved, they were going through the sky. The egg prices, they were going through the sky, and you did a fantastic job. Now we have lots of eggs, and they're much cheaper, down about 59% now, and they're going down further.
At the White House's Rose Garden, while unveiling bombshell tariffs, US President Donald Trump most definitely didn't forget to leave the eggs out. In fact, he took a victory lap, claiming egg prices dropped dramatically by 59% since he took over. Trump went on to recount how he had been blamed for soaring egg prices shortly after taking office.
This year, but in February, core inflation dropped to the lowest rate in 4 years. And the price of eggs, as you know, just in a month and a half, we were there for 4 weeks. And the first week, I got blamed for eggs. I said, I just got here. They said eggs have gone up at like 250% and you can't get eggs. And they were going crazy. And I said, I just got here.
With Easter just around the corner on April 20th, Trump quipped that people were being urged to use plastic eggs instead of real ones due to past shortages.
Fantastic. They were saying that for Easter, please don't use eggs. Could you use plastic eggs? And you really came through. It's an amazing job. Thank you very much, Brooke. You did great. But likewise, an old-fashioned term that we use, groceries. I used it in the campaign. It's such an old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term, groceries. It sort of says a bag with different things in it. Groceries.
But do the numbers back up Trump's claims?
I campaigned on that.
Here is the real situation. While egg prices have indeed come down, the drop is nowhere near the 59% figure Trump quoted. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, or the USDA, wholesale egg prices fell to $3 per dozen as of April 2nd. That's only a 9% decrease from the previous week. The USDA report noted that grocery store shelves are now fully stocked again, and consumers no longer face purchasing limits. In February 2025, the average retail price of eggs was around $5.90 per dozen. The recent decline is largely due to a slowdown in avian flu outbreaks and a dip in demand after previously high prices forced consumers to cut back. Sellers say that now there's plenty of supply. Farmers in Pennsylvania, among other states, have been replenishing their stock of egg-laying hens, hence helping boost production. So the demand went down and the supply went up, pushing the prices lower. It's simple economics. However, the USDA cautioned that lower wholesale prices might take weeks to reflect in retail stores. Egg prices have been particularly volatile since the bird flu outbreak in 2022. The virus devastated poultry farms, leading to a slaughter of over 150 million birds in an effort to control the spread. The supply chain disruptions drove egg prices to a record high, forcing the US to look for alternative sources, including imports. While Trump's claims about a dramatic price drop may be exaggerated, there's no denying that the worst of the egg crisis appears to be over for now. However, whether prices continue to fall or climb once again will depend on factors like production stability, further avian flu outbreaks, and consumer demands. Looks like for now, the Americans can enjoy a variety of egg-based breakfasts.
And now to a million-dollar question about a billion-dollar man. Is Elon Musk a liability or an asset for Donald Trump? For months now, the two men have been inseparable. But is the bromance cooling off? There's speculation that Elon Musk will leave the Trump administration soon as he reaches the legal limit allowed for special government employees. But does that mean his influence on setting Trump's agenda and policy will wane as well? Or will President Trump's first buddy be back in a new avatar? And are critics counting their chickens before they hatch? We've got the latest in our next report.
Once inseparable, President Trump and Elon Musk now face growing questions about their partnership. Because their relationship, which was once defined by camaraderie, mutual admiration, and unwavering support, now appears to be strained. The cracks began to show when the commander-in-chief was set to unveil tariffs on Liberation Day. The front row was occupied by top Trump administration officials, including Vice President J.D. Vance, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. However, among all the important people, President Trump's billionaire buddy was missing.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And it seemed like the president was least bothered, because all his attention was on once shy Vice President J.D. Vance.
We're pleased to be joined on this momentous occasion by Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D., thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Where are you, J.D.? No, that wasn't too hard to find. I was looking, he likes to take a low-key attitude, so usually we sit right in front. He's gaining a lot of confidence, Mike, isn't he?
Now, this comes after Musk's foray into Wisconsin politics backfired.
We did it. You did all
because
the work.
Even though he backed conservative Brad Schimmel for a critical Supreme Court seat, funneling millions into his campaign, Schimmel lost by 10 points. Some even criticized the billionaire's intervention and blamed it for energizing the Democratic voters.
Elon Musk came to Wisconsin and said, I want to give you money in exchange for your voting, or in exchange for your pledge to vote, or something like that. This doesn't sit well with Wisconsinites. They want money out of politics.
The defeat was a damaging misstep, and this comes amid the global Tesla takedown protests over federal cuts and Doge firings. So whispers of whether Musk is more a liability than an asset to the Trump administration are getting louder.
For some reason to run for a third.
While President Trump hasn't said anything against Musk publicly, the commander-in-chief acknowledged that the billionaire's time as a special government employee is coming to an end.
Amazing, but I also think he's got a big company to run, and so at some point he's going to be going back. He wants to.
Musk is a polarizing figure. There is no love lost between him and the Democrats. His ruthless approach, his controversial statements like equating Social Security to a Ponzi scheme haven't earned him any friends.
Deficit reduction.
Social Security is not charity. It is not some giveaway. Social Security is something that people earned by paying into it for all of their working years.
So while Musk's future with Doge seems to be coming to an end, will his influence on President Trump and his administration also wane? Only time will tell. But Musk comes with deep pockets, and Donald Trump knows that. So don't hold your breath for the first buddy's full retreat.
And finally, we shift our focus to the deepening crisis in Haiti, where the capital, Port-au-Prince, has become a battleground controlled by powerful armed gangs. Clashes erupted as thousands took to the streets to protest against surging gang violence. And at least a dozen of the protesters were heavily armed and opened fire on officers who responded outside the offices of the Prime Minister and the Transitional Presidential Council. Some demonstrators also brandished machetes as they weaved their way through the streets of the capital city. Protesters set up barricades and blocked roads, prompting shops and schools to close as Port-au-Prince was largely paralyzed.
We came here to give the government our demands. We demand freedom, we demand security. We need to be able to work and save our country.
Armed gangs that already control 85% of the capital are in fact pillaging communities in a bid to seize control of even more territory, forcing over 60,000 to flee their homes last month alone. These gangs have even started plundering communities beyond Port-au-Prince now. In fact, earlier this week, they attacked the city of Mirabelles in central Haiti, where they stormed a prison and released more than 500 inmates. For nearly a year, a transitional government has been in place in Haiti. However, it's been unable to stem the violence unleashed by a coalition of gangs known as V Ensemble. The unrest has forced over 1 million people to flee their homes, pushed thousands into severe hunger, and has crippled the nation's economy. These gangs have been accused of widespread extortion, mass rapes, and killings. Many critics point fingers at the transitional government, alleging that their poor response is linked to corruption and even collusion with the armed gangs and their financial backers. The government, however, vehemently denies these accusations, and adding to Haiti's woes, the United States announced a 10% tariff on goods from Haiti. The situation in Haiti remains deeply precarious, and now the added burden of tariffs raises further concerns about the future stability and well-being of the Haitian people. That's First Post America for this Thursday, April 3rd. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios here in Washington. Thanks for tuning in, everyone, and we look forward to seeing you right back here tomorrow.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest developments from South Africa. US President Donald Trump has triggered a new trade war, imposing reciprocal tariffs on dozens of countries across the world on Wednesday. South Africa is among the hardest hit, with the Trump administration slapping a 30% tariff on imports from Pretoria. Trump said that his reciprocal tariffs were for countries that treated the US badly. He also imposed a baseline 10% tariff on all imports coming into the US. The US president claimed that the tariff rates were calculated based on each country's existing duties on American goods, imposing half of what those nations charged the US in return. For South Africa, whose second largest trading partner is Washington, Trump stated that the 30% reciprocal tax was imposed because Pretoria levies a 60% tariff on U.S. exports. Trump escalated his criticism, claiming, quote-unquote, bad things were happening in South Africa.
They made a fortune with the United States of America. United Kingdom, 10%, and we'll go 10%. So we'll do the same thing. South Africa, 60%, 30%, and they've got some bad things going on in South Africa. You know, we're paying them billions of dollars, and we cut the funding because a lot of bad things are happening in South Africa. The fake news ought to be looking at it. They don't want to report it.
Now, this comes amid worsening relations between Pretoria and Washington in Trump's second term over South Africa's controversial Land Expropriation Act, which Trump claims is anti-white. The new U.S. government has also torn into various other foreign policies of Pretoria, which finally culminated in the expulsion of South Africa's ambassador last month. Washington has also cut off crucial aid to Pretoria. President Cyril Ramaphosa even sent a delegation to Washington this week to clarify Trump's so-called misconceptions. Yet there are few signs of ties improving, and with 30% tariffs coming in, things are likely to get further complicated. Now, responding to the imposition of tariffs, Ramaphosa said on Thursday that the unilateral imposed and punitive tariffs are a concern. He noted that tariffs serve as a barrier to trade and shared prosperity. South Africa further said it remained committed to a mutually beneficial trade relationship with the United States and will look to negotiate a new bilateral and mutually beneficial trade agreement with Washington. South Africa's trade minister, however, criticized Trump's move, questioning how the U.S. calculated the 60% tariffs imposed by South Africa on American exports. He added that South Africa was actively seeking new markets and opportunities.
Partnerships for mutual benefit are certainly under threat from unilateral tariff measures. Therefore, South Africa will not be left wanting in this trade tussle. We are actively working towards new opportunities and new markets for our goods and services, and working with partners to see the value of mutually beneficial partnerships.
Now, economists have also warned that tariffs could destabilize South Africa's economy, potentially reducing its economic growth by up to 0.3 percentage points. Now, of particular concern is Washington's imposition of a universal 25% tariff on all automobile imports. Automobile exports account for 64% of Pretoria's exports under the U.S. African Growth and Opportunity Act, which provides duty-free access to the U.S. market for most of South African products. The exports are reportedly estimated at more than $2 billion. But South Africa is not alone in bearing Trump's tariff brunt in Africa. Now, some of the other African countries hit with reciprocal tariffs include 50% for Lesotho, 47% for Madagascar, 40% for Mauritius, 37% for Botswana, 32% for Angola, and 14% for Nigeria. Kenya, Ghana, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Uganda, Senegal, and Liberia, Egypt, and Morocco were among those countries which will have to pay the baseline tariff of 10%. Now, the U.S. is expected to start charging the 10% tariffs on imports from the 5th of April, with the higher duties for certain nations starting on the 9th of April. As these reciprocal duties take effect, one question looms. Can South Africa and other affected nations negotiate a way forward? Or is this just the start of a prolonged trade war? To discuss more on this, we have with us Khani Magubane, a political analyst who is joining us live from Johannesburg, South Africa. Thank you for being with us, Khani.
A very good afternoon to you and your viewers.
Now, let's jump right in. What are the possible political and economic motivations behind Trump's claim that bad things are going on in South Africa? And how might this rhetoric be influencing U.S. trade policy?
Well, we know that as early as last year, when Donald Trump was still on the election trail, we had a South African political party called AfriForum, which is a mostly white Afrikaner right-wing party, go to the United States and in Washington to talk to Donald Trump and his team there, to tell them that there was a genocide on white people, particularly the white farming communities. And this created the impression that South Africa is undergoing a systematic eradication of white people, particularly those in the rural areas in the farming community. Now, this has been dispelled, of course, by a number of facts. If we just look at what is motivating some of those farm attacks, it has been found that it is criminal. South Africa has very high levels of crime. And so those assertions that there's a genocide against white people, has been seen to be untrue. It's false. It's not factually correct. However, the Donald Trump administration is running with this rhetoric because in many ways it's part and parcel of the global right-wing movement of conservatives. The minute the conservatives took power in America, it emboldened the conservatives in South Africa, and suddenly they felt like they had a big brother in America that they could go and cry to about the conditions of white people, quote unquote, in South Africa. So those bad things that Donald Trump is referring to is actually non-existent bad things, because it's not only white people, unfortunately, in South Africa who are experiencing crime. It's everybody equally. However, the impression that's been created right now is that there is a category of crime, or there is a category of genocide that is reserved for white people, and nothing could be further from the truth. And of course, the Trump administration knows this. The Trump administration, in fact, America has top intelligence. They've got the CIA, they've got the FBI, they've got their agents and operatives in every country. They know for a fact that this is not true. So the question is, why are they running with this narrative?
Right. And how will the imposition of a 30% tariff impact South African industries that have, of course, relied heavily on the duty-free access under AGOA? And could this lead to broader regional economic consequences?
Well, I think in the short term, there definitely will be a number of harsh effects because of these tariffs. I mean, at 30%, what this will mean, of course, is that American products are going to be more expensive to be brought into the country, but also it affects our import and export numbers because, we are a very big trade partner with the United States, and South Africa and the United States have always had a very cordial and I would say a warm relationship over the years, and that is part and parcel of what has made America great in the past, has been the relationships that it's had with its trade partners, with its diplomatic partners, in the form of the many countries around the world. But right now, 50 of those countries that Donald Trump listed today are in Africa. So the question is the Trump administration anti-Africa? Is it anti-development of Africa? Is it anti the forward movement of Africa? And this will then, in the long term, force us to look at diversification of trade partners. As much as America says that South Africa is friends with his enemies like India and Russia and Iran. But the truth is South Africa is also part of BRICS. And it wasn't too long ago that America made a very direct threat to BRICS to say if they move away from using the dollar and they start to adopt the BRICS currency, that there would be consequences. However, the moves that he's making is pushing us towards that. It's pushing the world's countries towards, a different economic bloc that no longer relies on America and the dollar. And of course, America wants to remain at the center of geopolitics and the global world trade movement. But the way that the Trump administration is moving, they are in essence, removing themselves from the center, and they're pushing themselves towards, the periphery of global trade. And they are unfortunately going to feel the effects of the moves that they're making now, when countries that they thought would not survive, without them, are suddenly making it in areas where they previously needed American funding.
Right. Connie, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa. Great to speak with you, as always.
Thank you.
While Trump clashes with some African nations, he is simultaneously reaching out to others. Now, the U.S. has appointed a new senior advisor for Africa. He is Masad Boulos, who is the father-in-law of Donald Trump's daughter, Tiffany Trump. Now, Boulos also serves as a senior advisor to the president on Arab and Middle Eastern affairs. Quickly after his appointment, Boulos is embarking on a key Africa mission. He will visit the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya during the next few days. The U.S. says his trip aims to engage with heads of state and business leaders to advance peace in the Eastern DRC and to boost American private sector investment in the region. Now, this comes as the DRC's president, Felix Tshisekedi, offers the U.S. direct access to its vast mineral reserve in exchange for Washington's help in restoring peace. Eastern DRC, a region ravaged by conflict, is home to some of the world's most crucial rare earth minerals used in electronics, defense systems, and electric vehicles. The country's untapped resources are estimated to be worth $24 trillion. However, the DRC has struggled to benefit from its mineral wealth. Hundreds of militias operate in this mineral-rich East, and among them, the Rwanda-backed M23 rebels have wreaked the most havoc. Since January, the M23 has seized the mineral-rich territories, and the escalating clashes have claimed the lives of at least 7,000 people. Now, the DRC accuses neighboring Rwanda of using M23 to loot its minerals, which then enter global supply chains. The DRC also accuses American tech giants like Apple of sourcing what it calls conflict or blood minerals from Rwanda. So instead, Kinshasa now offers the U.S. direct mineral access. Reports suggest it may even be hoping for an American military deployment in return. While that seems unlikely under Trump's America First policy, experts say that the U.S. could still play a role in stabilizing the region through diplomatic pressure, targeted sanctions, and humanitarian aid. Now, just ahead of Boulos' visit, the DRC commuted the death sentences of 3 U.S. citizens who were convicted for a failed coup last year, reducing their punishment to life imprisonment. Now, despite the timing, the DRC denies any U.S. pressure in the decision. The full details of Trump's advisor mission remain unclear, but his visit signals that Washington is willing to take a more active role in the DRC crisis. How will it impact the region? We will continue to track all of the developments. From the U.S.'s East Africa outreach, we now turn to West Africa, a region that has become a flashpoint for geopolitical rivalry between the West and Russia. And some recent developments reflect this escalating competition. Bola Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, a country seen as a Western ally, has headed for France on a working visit. Meanwhile, the foreign ministers from the junta-led states of Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso are visiting Moscow to strengthen ties with Russia. Tinubu's 2-week trip to France, however, is not a conventional diplomatic outreach. Instead, the president calls it a retreat for self-reflection on his administration's performance. Now, according to his office, the visit aims to assess midterm achievements to review the ongoing reforms and to shape national development priorities. It remains unclear whether he will meet with the French government officials or other foreign leaders. Now, this is not the first time that Tinubu has embarked on a self-reflection trip. Since taking office in 2023, he has made several such international trips, often sparking criticism from many in Nigeria. Critics argue that these trips are costly, excessive, and a distraction from pressing domestic issues. However, the president defends these retreats. France remains his most frequently visited destination, the same France that has been ousted from several West African nations. Tinubu's visit coincides with a high-profile trip by the foreign ministers from Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger to Russia. And these three countries have abandoned the West-backed regional bloc ECOWAS, of which Nigeria's Tinubu is the current chair. They have now formed their own alliance, the Confederation of Sahel States, known as the AES, and this marks their first official visit to Russia since forming their alliance. During their Moscow visit, the foreign ministers will meet with Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov to discuss the deepening cooperation in defense, security, and economic development. The AES considers this a pivotal step in advancing their strategic objectives. These three nations were once key allies of their former colonizer, France. But after military coups swept through their governments, they have shifted allegiances toward Russia. Now, Russia, through its Wagner mercenary group, now rebranded as the Africa Corps, has already provided military support, and new defense agreements have been signed between Moscow and the AES states. Collaboration in the energy and mining sectors is also underway. Now, the visit follows the AES's decision to withdraw from multiple international organizations and to establish a joint 5,000-strong military force to combat regional terrorism. So while West Africa is at a crossroads, with nations choosing between Western alliances and Russian influence, Tinubu's visit to France and the AES's minister's trip to Moscow highlight this shifting landscape, one that will shape the region's future. And for our final story today, let's jump back to Southern Africa, where Zambia has just launched a series of new banknotes. Now, Zambia's central bank has introduced a new series of banknotes and coins this week. The move is meant to reflect the country's economic progress and cultural heritage. The bank has launched 6 new banknotes and 6 coins for its currency, the kwacha, which are now in circulation as legal tender. Now, speaking at the launch in Lusaka, the governor of Zambia's central bank stated that the new kwacha notes aim to streamline transactions, while also reflecting the country's growing financial needs. He added that both the old and new notes will circulate for a year to ensure a smooth transition. Zambia has seen multiple versions of banknotes and coins in the past, featuring icons like its first president, Kenneth Kaunda, and the African fish eagle since 1968. But these new notes, which include 500, 200, 100, and 50 kwacha denominations, among others, have been redesigned to highlight the country's natural beauty. They feature Zambia's diverse landscapes, lush flora, majestic wildlife, and the iconic Victoria Falls, symbolizing its rich resources and economic potential. But why has Zambia introduced these new banknotes now? The reason goes beyond celebrating national heritage. A key goal is to combat counterfeiting, a persistent issue in Zambia's economy. To prevent fraud, the new banknotes feature advanced security elements, including watermarks, security threads, and color-shifting ink. Beyond security, this currency upgrade also supports economic modernization as a part of its push to reduce cash dependency. Zambia is encouraging digital payment platforms, hoping to boost financial inclusion and to streamline transactions across the country. Now, despite the introduction of these newly designed banknotes, Zambia's economic woes continue. Inflation remains high, driving up the cost of living, while the burden of rising debt weighs heavily on the country's finances. It is this challenging economic climate. Will these new banknotes, for which the government is launching a public awareness campaign, have a meaningful impact beyond symbolism? Or will they struggle to gain traction amid the persistent financial pressures? Only time will tell. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. It's been almost 48 hours since Donald Trump announced his tariffs. The world is still reeling. There's been a bloodbath on the stock markets. Investors have lost more than $3 trillion. Experts are predicting a recession. American companies are among the worst hit. Their tech giants, which depend heavily on global supply chains, are bleeding money. Countries are hitting back at the US with tariffs of their own. Some others are hoping that talks will make Trump rethink. We will bring you the full impact of the tariffs that have hit the global economy as hard as the Wuhan virus. Meanwhile, 3 years into the Ukraine war, Western companies want to return to Russia. But Putin has set one condition. We'll tell you about it. After slapping tariffs and arming China's neighbors, the US is talking to Chinese generals. We'll discuss what this is about. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi met Bangladesh's Yunus and told him to, quote-unquote, avoid rhetoric. Now the Prime Minister is in Sri Lanka and a defense deal between New Delhi and Colombo is on the cards. Back in the US, the TikTok sale deadline ends tomorrow. Who will buy the Chinese app? What's the $682 billion live shopping craze? And is ChatGPT creating fake Aadhaar and PAN cards?
You are going to be so proud of your country. You're going to be so proud of your president. We're going to turn it around and we're going to start winning again. We're going to win so much. We're going to win at every level. We're going to win so much. You may even get tired of winning and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more. We're going to win so much.
Donald Trump loves winning. You just heard him say that. His tariff plan was built on that promise. Trump wants to win global trade by waging a trade war. But today, there are no winners. Trump's trade war is making everyone lose, and the stock market is the biggest loser of all. The sell-off has been brutal. Just look at the numbers. America's Dow Jones, the S&P 500, the Nasdaq, UK's FTSE 100, Germany's DAX, Japan's Nikkei, and India's Nifty. Every major index is in the red. It is a stock market Armageddon, and it was induced by the Trump tariffs. Now look at the losses in one day. American investors alone have lost some $2.4 trillion in one day. 2.4 trillion. This is the biggest one-day wipeout since 2020. And that was the year the pandemic struck. So basically for the markets, the tariffs are proving to be as deadly as the Wuhan virus. And India has not been spared. Investors here lost some 9.5 lakh crore rupees today. That's over $110 billion, all thanks to a trade war that no one asked for. Trump says he's not surprised by any of this. He was expecting the markets to crash.
First, we'd love to get your reaction, sir, to what's going on in the financial markets today.
Well, I mean, it's to be expected. This is a patient that was very sick. It was a sick patient. It went through an operation on Liberation Day, and it's going to be a booming country, a very booming country. It's going to be amazing, actually.
Trump says the U.S. economy is sick and tariffs are the cure. But as things stand, the cure is hurting more than the disease. He's right on one point, though. The sell-off is not surprising at all. Investors are jumping ship. They are dumping stocks because their investments no longer reflect the new reality. We are in a global trade war, and like all wars, it is chaotic. Donald Trump has not set any deadlines. He looks prepared to drag this out.
What we have is a set of tariffs based on what they've been charging us. That's reciprocal. And those tariffs have come in, and every country's called us. That's the beauty of what we do. We put ourselves in the driver's seat.
Some U.S. trade partners are already hitting back. They have imposed retaliatory tariffs on the U.S. Others are mulling their options. We'll tell you more about this in just a bit. For the moment, let's look at the U.S. president. He has targeted 60 countries and trading blocs. Not everyone will be able to strike a deal with him and get out of this. So if you're an investor, this is a tricky time to make bets. Be very careful. No one knows how this trade war will shape up. There is significant risk both in the short and the long term. Global agencies are sounding an alarm, like the International Monetary Fund or the IMF. Its head, Kristalina Georgieva, has issued a warning. She says Trump's tariffs threaten the global economy. Georgieva has appealed to the U.S. that the IMF does not want a protracted war. They want America to end these trade tensions and reduce the uncertainty. And remember, the U.S. is the IMF's largest shareholder, so this statement is quite significant. It is a rare criticism of the United States. But the IMF's concerns are valid. A global recession cannot be ruled out this year. Look at what JP Morgan is saying. It is the biggest American bank. It has raised the odds of a global recession to 60%, 60. Earlier, that figure was 40%. So Trump's tariff announcement has caused a 20% bump. The World Trade Organization, or WTO, is alarmed too. It has projected a 1% fall in global trade. Now, this is a contraction of 1%. And the WTO says that it is deeply concerned because tariffs would lead to a chain reaction. Although Washington is downplaying it, the US Vice President J.D. Vance says this is, and I'm quoting, this is just one bad day for the markets. Although he did warn about long-term pain.
You don't fix that stuff overnight. We know people are struggling. We're fighting as quickly as we can to fix what was left to us, but it's not going to happen immediately.
So how would this play out? Tariffs will make imported goods expensive. This will reduce the demand for goods, which in turn will impact factories, the ones that make these goods. The factories will be forced to cut supplies. This will disrupt supply chains and the job market. The high entry barriers will force companies to rethink their strategy. They will have to consider the cost of tariffs. They will have to relocate to avoid them. And none of this will happen overnight. But if the tariffs stay, it will happen. Hence the long-term pain. This is Donald Trump's gift to the world. What happens when you tariff the whole world? Simple, the world hits back. And President Donald Trump is learning that the hard way. Most countries have vowed retaliation. Some have already done it, like Canada and China. Yesterday, Canada imposed tariffs on US goods, specifically on American cars. Most of them will soon attract 25% tariffs. And how many vehicles would it affect? Nearly 67,000 every year.
As I told President Trump during our call last week, Canada will respond to the U.S. auto tariffs. And today I'm announcing that the Government of Canada will be responding by matching the U.S. approach, with 25% tariffs on all vehicles imported from the United States that are not compliant with CUSMA.
Remember, Trump had already imposed steep tariffs on Canada, so he spared them on Wednesday, but his auto tariffs will affect Canada. Trump has slapped 25% tariffs on all foreign cars, 25%, which is why Canada has hit back. China too has retaliated. They will impose 34% tariffs on all US goods. Why 34? Because that's what Trump is planning to charge China. He had already imposed a 20% blanket tariff on them. This week, he added 34% to that. China's tariffs will come into effect on the 10th of April. They're also curbing the sale of rare earths. 7 items used in consumer electronics have been listed. China will limit their exports to the US, and they're not done yet. Beijing is also taking Trump to court. They have already filed a lawsuit at the WTO, the World Trade Organization. China says Trump's tariffs violate established trade rules. Now, all of these are major moves. They pit the world's biggest economies against each other, America versus China, the top 2 global economies. Their bilateral trade is worth $580 billion. And that trade is now at major risk. Trump's tariffs will kick in on April 9 and China's on April 10. Meaning, next week, we will officially be in a trade war. Of course, this was expected from China. How else would a rival react to tariffs? But more worrying for Trump should be Europe's reaction. Yesterday, EU President Ursula von der Leyen promised retaliation. Later, French President Emmanuel Macron proposed a new idea. He wants to suspend all European investments in America.
I think what's important, and that's all the work that must be done by the sector, that future investments or investments announced in recent weeks should be suspended until things are clarified with the United States. Because what message will it send to have big European players investing billions of euros in the American economy at a time when we're being hit?
So how much money is at stake here? EU companies have invested $2.4 trillion in the US. That is the total investment. 2.4 trillion, obviously you cannot reverse the past deals. You can only suspend the new ones. And this will have a big impact on the US economy, but it also reveals Europe's insecurity. Many EU firms are trying to cut deals with Trump. Basically, they're trying to get individual concessions. For example, shipping firm CMA CGM, they announced $20 billion of investments in America. Luxury goods giant LVMH is planning more US investments. But now French President Macron is warning against it. He wants Europe to respond in one voice. And chances are they will hit back in kind. But expect it to take more time. The EU is expected to announce one round of tariffs by mid-April. They will target symbolic US goods like blue jeans, orange juice, and Harley-Davidson bikes. Now, just to be clear, this is not a response to this week's tariff. This is a response to Trump's earlier steel and aluminum tariffs. And that's the thing about the European Union. They always work behind schedule. Next is Britain. Trump has imposed just 10% tariffs on them. He says Prime Minister Keir Starmer was quite happy about it.
We're talking to the Prime Minister about it, and we'll see how that turns out. We have a very good dialogue going. And I think he was very happy about how we treated them on tariffs.
The UK is trying to reach a trade deal with America. At the same time, they're drawing up plans to retaliate. London is making a list of US goods that can be targeted. They have set a deadline of May 1st. If a deal is not reached by then, they will impose tariffs on America. So the UK's approach is more cautious. And they're not alone. A number of countries are pursuing talks. Argentina, Mexico, India, Japan, South Korea. None of these countries have hit back yet. Instead, they're trying to talk things out with President Trump. A few countries are also planning ahead. They know that certain industries will be hit by the tariffs, so they're setting aside money to support them. For example, Taiwan, their government has announced a package of $2.7 billion. This will mostly help industries and agriculture. The fact is, every country would like to settle this issue with talks. After all, the US is the biggest market in the world. But the problem is, they don't know what Trump wants. Does he want to reduce the deficit? Does he want to make in America? Does he want fairer trade rules, or does he want all of this? It is not clear. And remember, these responses will keep piling up. Other countries just have to deal with America's tariffs, but America has to deal with tariffs from all over the world. Let's see how long Trump can keep this up.
We are looking at pharma right now, pharmaceuticals as a separate category. And we'll be announcing that sometime in the near future, not too distant future.
It was just another Thursday until it wasn't. The markets opened, they bled, and by the closing bell, the top 500 companies lost around $2.5 trillion. $2.5 trillion. It's not because of a military conflict. It's not because of oil or even Silicon Valley drama. It's Trump's tariff announcement. That is what tanked the stocks. It was a seismic sell-off. For the Magnificent Seven, the tremors ran deep. I'm talking about America's tech giants: Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia, and Tesla. Together, they're called the Magnificent Seven. It's because of their dominance of the stock market, these 7 companies. But yesterday they stumbled, and how? The Magnificent Seven lost a combined total of $1 trillion. $1 trillion wiped out in a day. The worst hit was Apple. Apple shed $310 billion in just one day, and it's because of how Apple operates. About 80% of iPhones are produced in China. India produces around 7%, and Vietnam assembles 20% iPads. Now, all of these nations have been hit by high tariffs. And the math was brutal. According to some estimates, Apple's costs could go up by $40 billion every single year, 40. The tariffs leave Apple with a difficult choice. Option 1, pass on the higher costs and hope that the consumers will not mind. Option 2, swallow the tariffs and see the profit slump. Chances are they will choose option 1 and pass on the cost to the consumer, which means iPhones will get even more expensive. Right now, the iPhone 16 sells in the US for $799. It could go up to $1,142. The iPhone 16 Pro Max currently sells for up to $1,599, almost $1,600. That could rise to almost $2,300, a $2,300 phone. Will people even buy it? That's what's worrying investors. And that is why Apple stocks are slumping. Then there's Nvidia, everyone's favorite chip maker. Its chips are produced in Taiwan. The island got slapped with a 32% tariff. But here's the twist. Semiconductors themselves are technically exempt from the tariffs. There is no tariff on them yet, on semiconductors. But the stuff they go into is not exempt. Things like your laptops, servers, gaming rigs. These are not exempt from tariffs, which is why Nvidia lost around $210 billion. The third big loser was Amazon. Amazon is heavily dependent on Chinese imports. It lost around $180 billion, $180 billion. And it's the same issue again. 20% of all Amazon goods come from China. So the new tariffs will impact the company. They will set it back by millions of dollars every year. But it wasn't just the Magnificent Seven that bore the brunt. Retail companies too are being clotheslined, quite literally. American retail has always been a quiet symphony of foreign parts. T-shirts from Bangladesh, zippers from China, synthetic soles from Vietnam. It functioned like a seamless orchestra. But tariffs have turned it into cacophony. Take Nike, for example. The company relies on a vast global supply chain, and that is going to cost it. Nike makes half of its shoes in Vietnam and China. So your sneakers will get more expensive. By how much? Estimates suggest around $30 to $40 per shoe. That's how much the price could rise. Then there's the auto industry. As we've been telling you, there's a 25% tariff on cars and car parts. It is to revive American manufacturing, but for now, it is bringing back layoffs. US car maker Stellantis is laying off 900 people. It is at 5 of its American facilities. It is also shutting down 2 plants, one in Mexico and the other in Canada.
It's scary, and a lot of people are scared of change, but I think they're more scared of not knowing what's going to happen. Change is a little bit easier to navigate. At least you know the variables. Here, we don't know the variables. That's the scary part.
Even airlines couldn't escape this bloodbath. United dropped by 16%, Delta fell 11%, and Frontier took a 12% dive. You may wonder, why is that? Why are airlines affected? That's because higher tariffs make everything cost more. There's jet fuel, imported parts, snacks, and probably even those tiny airplane pillows that no one uses. All of it is going to cost more, so it's looking like a lost fight. Thankfully, not everyone ended up face down on the mat. For example, the pharma industry. For now, they're exempt from the tariffs. There was some relief there, but that ended with Trump's ominous warning. Listen to this.
Pharma is going to be starting to come in, I think, at a level that you haven't really seen before. We are looking at pharma right now, pharmaceuticals, as a separate category. And we'll be announcing that sometime in the near future, not too distant future. That's under review right now.
So here's the thing. Tariffs are not just taxes on imports. These are taxes on how the modern economy works. We live in the era of global supply chains. A T-shirt might be designed in Los Angeles, stitched in Cambodia, dyed in Vietnam, and shipped via Singapore. Break that chain, and you're not just disrupting business, you are disrupting globalization. And for many companies, that means rebuilding supply chains from scratch, and that too at an enormous cost. So Trump's tariffs are more than a policy. They are a rejection of the interconnected global economy. Some will call it protectionism, others will call it long overdue realism. But whatever you call it, it has teeth. And those teeth are leaving marks on companies worldwide. Now let's look at Russia, a country the West desperately wanted to isolate. When the war in Ukraine began in 2022, the Western powers had a strategy. They cancelled Russia. They closed their embassies in Moscow, they slapped sanctions and seized Russian assets. They removed Moscow from global financial systems, and this forced hundreds of Western businesses to shut shop in Russia. Big names like Apple, McDonald's, Mercedes-Benz all made an exit. The message was clear: no business with Moscow. All of this happened in 2022. We are now more than 3 years into the war, and with a new president in the White House, things are changing significantly and rapidly. The US president is engaging with Russia. Donald Trump is speaking to Vladimir Putin. Their diplomats are meeting frequently. They're working on a peace deal, and they're talking about normalizing relations with Russia. This is a drastic shift in American policy just from 5 months ago. Washington's strategy is going from boycott to business. And on cue, Western companies are eyeing a comeback. They want to return to Russia. But they have one concern: sanctions. They want the sanctions to be lifted so that business can go back to normal. And this is easier said than done, because look at the scale of the sanctions. The West has slapped, and listen to this, the West has slapped more than 28,000 sanctions on Moscow. Yes, 28,000 sanctions. Removing even a few will be a long drawn process. And there are other roadblocks too, like re-entry. You see, Western firms spent the last 3 years ending operations in Russia. This included closing down outlets, abandoning supply chains, and finding alternative markets. All of this takes time. Many Western businesses even sold off their stakes to Russian businesses. McDonald's is a good example. Before the war, it had 800 outlets in Russia. It sold all of them. They're now rebranded as Vkusno and Tochka. That's what McDonald's is called in Russia. Then there is Starbucks. They too sold their units to a Russian restaurant chain. Starbucks is now called Stars Coffee in Russia. And these are just two examples. There are hundreds like these. From retail giants to food chains to car makers, every Western brand was in a rush to exit Russia. It was all part of a plan. The West called it economic isolation, and let me tell you, it has failed miserably. Because once Western firms made their exit, others swooped in. The void in Russian markets was filled quickly. Indian, Chinese, and Turkish companies made their moves. And now they're making profits. Western boardrooms see this, and they're asking themselves one question: did we make a mistake? They want to return now, because Russia remains a lucrative market. It is the 11th largest economy in the world. It has more than 140 million customers. This is a country rich in oil, gas, and minerals, not to mention a major military power. So Russia will always be in business. And if you're a business firm, you don't just walk away from a market like this. Western companies did, and they're paying the price for it. Which brings us to the next question. Who will return first? Most likely companies that are not directly affected by the sanctions, like retailers and food producers. American cosmetic giant Avon and beverage firm PepsiCo are examples. Fun fact, both these firms never fully exited Russia. They continued doing their business silently, and they're eyeing a full comeback now. Who else is plotting a return? French car giant Renault is another name. They too want to return to Russia, and it's not just the Western players who are rethinking the boycott. South Korean companies want to return too. Firms like Hyundai, Samsung, and LG, they want to be back. Again, because Russia is a major market, and global consumer brands want a slice of it. So what happens next? If Western firms return, it will be a PR nightmare for their governments. It would undermine the sanctions and send a mixed signal to Ukraine. As for Russia, they won't complain. But do they want Western businesses to return? President Putin says he's open to the idea, but he wants compensation for the shoddy exit. Listen to this.
The market situation is different. Companies have become stronger and increased their capitalization. Their cost is different now. That's why it's obvious that every such deal will require a separate thorough consideration. If niches have already been taken by Russian companies, as I said earlier, and as the saying goes, the ship has sailed. There won't be preferences for those who will be coming back.
The West was desperate to isolate Putin. Western businesses left Russia to make a statement. But in this period, the Russian economy grew more than many G7 members, and Russia is far from defeated or isolated. So after all their preaching and lecturing, the businesses want back in. Moral of the story? Profits trump politics. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. You may have heard the saying before, but you know who's actually practicing it right now? Donald Trump. The US recently sold F-16 jets to Taiwan and the Philippines. It also announced a new war command in Japan. And now American generals have met their counterparts in China. This meeting was held in Shanghai, the first of its kind since Trump's return. And what was in the agenda? Unsafe and unprofessional actions by the Chinese military. That's what the Americans called it. Unsafe and unprofessional. They have flagged the latest Chinese drills around Taiwan and said that Beijing's actions were dangerous. So on one hand, Trump tariffs China and arms its neighbors. On the other, he sends his generals to talk to the Chinese. Our next report decodes the strategy.
The Indo-Pacific region has been quite turbulent this week. China held 2-day live-fire drills around Taiwan. Beijing wanted to send a message that Taiwan's independence would not be entertained. The drill saw large participation from the Chinese Navy and Air Force. Chinese warships practiced a naval blockade of the island. The Chinese Air Force simulated airstrikes on Taiwan. China said the drills were about preparing its military for war. The drills lasted 2 days. Chinese military assets are now back to base, and there's a reason for this: Donald Trump. The US president recently sent his generals to China. The US military officials met their Chinese counterparts in Shanghai. These were the first working-level talks between the two militaries since Trump's return to the White House. The talks were part of the Military Maritime Consultative Agreement, a working group that meets twice every year. And here's why the latest discussions were significant. The American generals flagged their concerns openly, and the talks were focused on 2 things. First, unsafe and unprofessional actions by the Chinese Navy and Air Force. The US generals referred to the latest Chinese drills around Taiwan. But they had other complaints as well. That brings us to point number 2. Dangerous aerial passes by China's Air Force in the Indo-Pacific. Chinese fighter jets have increased dangerous maneuvers against foreign military aircraft in recent years. The most recent incident was in February. A Chinese J-16 fighter jet released flares in close proximity to an Australian military plane. And this trend is only increasing in frequency. Until recently, Chinese jets would often only harass American aircraft over the South China Sea. But now they're also harassing America's allies in the region. And the US generals raised this with their Chinese counterparts in Shanghai. So how did China respond to the lecturing? Like a teenager at best. Chinese generals tried to gaslight. They accused the United States of provocative actions in the South China Sea. They said American warships sailing through the Taiwan Strait were the reason for China's aggression. The Chinese generals then told their American counterparts that they would respond to all provocative and dangerous actions by the United States. In the end, the talks pointed to one thing: that the Indo-Pacific is still tense. The timing of these talks is also noteworthy. They come shortly after US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth visited the region. He assured more American support to Japan and the Philippines. In Tokyo, he announced a new war command. After he returned to the United States, the Trump administration approved the sale of 20 F-16 jets to the Philippines. Ties between Beijing and Washington have been strained over Taiwan and the Indo-Pacific. But Trump wants the US to stay committed to the region. The recent developments show that Trump is serious about China. Like many countries, he sees them as a threat to peace and stability. The military talks are important to keep the lines of communication open, because the last thing the region needs is an isolated China escalating its aggressive behavior.
The big meeting has finally happened between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Bangladesh's interim chief, Mohammad Yunus. It's taken a long time coming. Yunus took charge in August last year. Since then, he's met a lot of world leaders. Former US President Joe Biden, Chinese President Xi Jinping, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, even Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. It took him 8 months to meet India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That in itself tells a story. Nonetheless, both leaders met in Bangkok today. They were in Thailand for the BIMSTEC summit. BIMSTEC is a regional grouping. India and Bangladesh are among the members. There was chatter about a possible meeting on the sidelines of the summit, but the lead-up was not encouraging. Yunus visited China before traveling to Thailand. He also took a dig at India's northeast. And after that, a meeting looked very unlikely, but that's diplomacy for you. Even amid tensions, you try to make things work. So Modi and Yunus spoke for almost 40 minutes. They were joined by delegations from both sides. Afterwards, Yunus also presented a gift to Prime Minister Modi. It was a portrait from 2015. Back then, Yunus had attended the Indian Science Congress in Mumbai. There he was given a gold medal by Prime Minister Modi. A picture of that event was presented as a gift today, so the optics were good. What about the substance? There's a lot to unpack there. The Indian statement has three main points. Number one, Prime Minister Modi voiced support for a democratic, stable and inclusive Bangladesh. He said India's approach would be people-centric. He also said the relationship should be based on pragmatism. That's point number one. Number two, and this is important, Prime Minister Modi asked Yunus to protect religious minorities. He urged Dhaka to investigate instances of atrocities.
Prime Minister also underlined India's concerns related to the safety and security of minorities in Bangladesh, including Hindus, and expressed his expectation that the government of Bangladesh would ensure their security, including by thoroughly investigating all cases of atrocities committed against them.
And finally, number three, Prime Minister Modi cautioned against rhetoric that vitiates the environment. This is a timely warning by the Indian Prime Minister because the rhetoric from Dhaka has been reckless. We've heard officials talking about breaking up India's northeast, even blaming India for last year's floods. This week, Yunus himself joined in. He said this in China, that India's northeast was landlocked and that Bangladesh is the guardian of the Indian Ocean. Many in India see that as a subtle threat. So to sum it up, Prime Minister Narendra Modi did what was expected. He offered his support to Dhaka, but he also drew red lines. And how did Yunus respond? Well, Dhaka's statement is a lot more extensive. It has four main points. Number one, Yunus praised Bangladesh's ties with Dhaka. He also thanked New Delhi for its support back in 1971. And this is also significant. Yunus has been diluting the 1971 legacy, yet he recalled it during his meeting with Prime Minister Modi. So that's point number one. Number two, he raised the issue of Sheikh Hasina. Remember, Dhaka has asked India to extradite Hasina, but New Delhi has not responded yet. India's Foreign Secretary was asked about this, and he said, it is not the time to comment.
जहां तक शेख हसीना का सवाल है और उनके सिलसिले में जो बांग्लादेश की ओर से एक निवेदन आया है, मैं इसके बारे में इसके बारे में बातचीत हुई थी और जो हमारे स्पोक्स पर्सन हैं उन्होंने पहले ही इसके बारे में आपको अवगत किया है कि हमारे पास इस मुद्दे पे एक निवेदन आया है। इस समय इस विषय पे कुछ और कहना मेरे लिए उचित नहीं होगा।
Yunus also raised the issue of Hasina's speeches from India. He said her statements were false and inflammatory. And how did Prime Minister Modi respond? He blamed social media for the tensions around Hasina's remarks. He also reaffirmed that India's commitment is to the people of Bangladesh, not a person, party or organization. Number three, Yunus raised the issue of border killings. Dhaka has accused Indian troops of firing at Bangladeshis, but Prime Minister Modi set the record straight. He said Indian troops only fire in self-defense. He also talked about preventing illegal border crossings, especially at night. And finally, number four, Yunus refused to accept the attacks on minorities. He said the bulk of them were fake news. He also urged Prime Minister Modi to send reporters to find out the truth. And that sums up the key takeaways. Now let's look at the impact. Since last year, India has tried to build a working relationship with Dhaka. Today's meeting is further proof of that India has kept the door open for talks. But is Bangladesh willing? Reports say Mohammad Yunus requested this meeting. In his remarks, he also called for deepening ties. But in this case, actions matter more than words. Yunus is adamant about testing India's red lines and patience, whether it's obsessing over Sheikh Hasina's extradition or dismissing concerns about minorities. And that's the gulf that both sides will have to address. India says, let's turn a new page. Dhaka says, let's turn the pages back. It's good that both sides are meeting to understand each other. It is also an admission of how important this relationship is. But for meaningful progress, Dhaka must walk the talk. The Prime Minister's trip is not over. After Thailand, he is visiting Sri Lanka. He landed in Colombo just a short while ago. Prime Minister Modi is the first world leader to visit Sri Lanka under their new president. We've spoken about him before. Sri Lanka elected a new president in September last year. His name is Anurakumara Dissanayake. Most Sri Lankans call him AKD. During the campaign, he was seen as China's favorite. But as president, he's been his own man. In December, Dissanayake made his first foreign trip as president, and unlike Muhammad Yunus, he visited India. Now he's hosting his first state visit, and once again, he invited India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The question is, where do we go next? Tomorrow will be the moving day of this visit. Modi and Dissanayake are expected to sign a number of deals on energy, on digitization, on healthcare, and on debt repayment. Remember, Sri Lanka faced a major economic crisis in 2022. One of the triggers was China's steep loans. It was India that stepped up to help. New Delhi gave assistance worth $4 billion to Sri Lanka. Today, the island is returning to normal. So now it's time to kick on, to go beyond bailouts and stabilization. Prime Minister Modi will be breaking ground for a new project tomorrow, a joint solar power plant of 120 megawatt. Talks may also focus on the proposed Trincomalee refinery. Trincomalee is located in northeast Sri Lanka. India is looking to turn it into an energy hub. Once completed, it will compete with China's hub in the south, in Hambantota. Beyond this, a defense deal is also on the cards. Both leaders discussed this in December. They will be hoping to conclude it tomorrow. And if that happens, it will be huge. The deal involves closer ties between the two militaries, things like joint maritime surveillance, joint military exercises, and even equipment support. There is talk of India giving more weapons to Sri Lanka. Again, this will be very, very significant. It will be the first formal defense deal since 1987, since India's doomed peacekeeping mission in Sri Lanka. It was a traumatic period for both sides, but they're trying to move on. And I know all of this makes it sound like this is a perfect relationship. It's not. There are irritants. Before Prime Minister Modi's trip, the Tamil Nadu Assembly passed a resolution. It was adopted unanimously on Wednesday. And what did it say? That India should try to retrieve an island from Sri Lanka, the Kachativu Island. It is located between India and Sri Lanka. After independence, both countries claimed this island. But in 1974, they signed a border deal. India and Sri Lanka signed a border deal in 1974. India gave up its claims over Kachativu. New Delhi basically admitted that it was Sri Lankan land. But Tamil Nadu's leaders did not. Successive governments in this state have questioned New Delhi's decision. In fact, in March last year, Prime Minister Modi also talked about it. He blamed the Congress party for giving away Kachativu. He said it weakened India's interests. The matter is further complicated by the fishing angle. If you own Kachativu, you own the waters around it, meaning more area to fish in. And this is a big concern for India. Our fishermen often mistakenly sail into Lankan waters. A lot of them end up getting arrested by Colombo. In 2024, 530 Indian fishermen were taken into custody. This year, 2025, 147 have been held so far. Some of them have later complained about mistreatment. Prime Minister Modi may take up the issue of fishermen tomorrow, but Kachativu, that looks unlikely right now. It's important to build on the positives at the moment, because if we don't, China will. Despite the debt trap, Beijing has continued to pump money into Sri Lanka. In January, President Dissanayake visited Beijing. He signed 15 deals with China. It shows the new reality of Sri Lanka. Whether we like it or not, China is there to stay. India's priority must be to limit their influence and to ensure that Colombo puts India over China. Now let's talk about TikTok, the social media giant. Once again, its future in the US hangs in the balance. It faces a shutdown in the country unless it sells to an American company by tomorrow. So a range of bidders are racing up to buy the Chinese app. US President Donald Trump says that he is, and I'm quoting, he is very close to brokering a deal, and that he would like to see TikTok remain alive. Those are his words. But will it remain alive? Will the app be sold by the weekend? Who is expected to buy it? And if TikTok does not reach a deal, what happens next? Here's a report.
Rumors are swirling. The list of would-be buyers is growing. The deadline is looming. And the future of TikTok in the US is at stake again. TikTok is a social media giant. It has 170 million users in the US who spend 51 minutes per day on the app, on average. And their government is not happy with it. TikTok is owned by the Chinese company ByteDance. Washington has said that TikTok poses a threat to national security because Beijing might access its treasure trove of user data. Chinese authorities have denied this claim. So has TikTok. But last year, the US Congress passed a bipartisan law. It mandates ByteDance sell the app, or face, being shut down in the country. This January, US President Donald Trump signed an executive order. He postponed the ban or divest deadline until April. This delayed the ban by 75 days. And now, the time is almost up. The app faces a US ban unless it sells to an American company by tomorrow, April 5th. So who will buy TikTok? Much like the app's future, the list of those trying to buy it is veiled in ambiguity. But according to reports, it includes all kinds of bidders. From US tech giants to a British entrepreneur dubbed the king of homemade porn. Here are some names that have cropped up in recent weeks. Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison is apparently a top candidate. Trump has said that he would be open to selling TikTok to him. Amazon has put in a last-minute offer to the White House. Other potential buyers include billionaire Frank McCourt and Canadian businessman Kevin O'Leary, a celebrity investor on Shark Tank, along with Reddit co-founder Alexis Ohanian, who says that he has joined McCourt's bid. Then there is computing giant Microsoft, private equity company Blackstone, venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz, and search engine Perplexity AI. The founder of OnlyFans, Tim Stokely, has also offered to buy TikTok. So has the biggest YouTuber in the world, Jimmy Donaldson, who is popularly known as Mr. Beast. Trump also says that he would be okay with wonderchild Elon Musk buying the app, though the tech billionaire has said that he has no intention of doing so. Earlier this week, Trump said that multiple investors are closing in on a deal. And Vice President J.D. Vance says that the Trump administration is set to announce a deal ahead of the deadline. While it is still unclear who will win this race, in all probability, TikTok will be on the losing end. No one knows exactly which TikTok assets will be sold, or what would happen to its algorithm. Because that's where the power of the app lies. It decides what content users are exposed to, and it is the primary reason for its success. The White House is reportedly considering a deal where ByteDance would keep ownership of the algorithm but lease it to a new entity within the US. If this is not lucrative enough, Trump has another deal in mind. If China agrees to approve a TikTok sale, Trump tariffs on Chinese imports could get some relief. Despite this generosity, TikTok has not confirmed if it is even willing to do a deal. But it is sitting on a ticking time bomb. If no deal is reached by tomorrow, TikTok faces dark times ahead in the United States. Quite literally.
Have you ever watched live shopping channels where presenters demonstrate products and viewers call in and buy them? Such shopping channels do not hold the same relevance that they once did. So younger generations are giving live shopping a makeover, a digital avatar. Today, live shopping mainly stands for live stream shopping. And these streams are as much sales pitches as they are entertainment. Hosts stand in front of a smartphone, or dozens of them. With an energetic patter, they hawk everything from cosmetics and clothes to detergents and microwaves, while the viewers ask them questions and place orders in the stream. The hosts make their sales pitches with the urgency of an auctioneer. They show off the latest finds in a real-time video. And they move fast. They present the items and sometimes even model them, all within the span of seconds. These hosts can go through hundreds of products in a single live stream, all while holding the viewers' attention with jokes anecdotes, and best of all, live discounts and flash sales. Many of these hosts are so successful, they have tens of millions of loyal viewers. They make thousands of dollars in sales per show. And this is not surprising at all. Live shopping is a $682 billion global market. $682 billion. After all, it is not a new phenomenon. It has been part of the internet culture in the Asia-Pacific region for about a decade now. It is especially big in China, worth about $66 billion there. Their government calls it the new engine of e-commerce growth. And why wouldn't Beijing like it? Unemployment is soaring in the country, consumption is low, so a rising class of youngsters racing towards live shopping is good news. But China is not alone here. Live shopping is a major trend in Singapore and the Philippines as well. And now European and American sellers are experimenting with it. While still in its nascent stage, live shopping is a $32 billion market in the US. According to a survey, 45% consumers have hopped on to the trend. But this is not to say that live shopping is for everyone. And I will give you 3 reasons why. First, critics think that it has a limited appeal. You cannot try on different sizes before buying something. You may not be able to exchange products, and you need a keen eye because products can go by fast. This is quite unlike online shopping platforms like Amazon, where you can browse at a glacial pace. You don't have to be afraid of missing out. The only scared party is your wallet. So that's one issue. Secondly, not all products work on live shopping streams like jeans, because shopping for jeans is painful irrespective of the platform. And third, selling on live shopping is not as easy as it looks. Hosts need a good product and an even better personality to attract buyers. But if you manage to succeed, then this is a lucrative business. It is a game changer for many businesses, including global brands from KitKat to Samsung and IKEA to Louis Vuitton. Brands often pay influencers to stream their products and routinely announce hundreds of millions of dollars in sales in a single sitting. Even Kim Kardashian has tried to sell her perfume on a Chinese stream, and she sold 15,000 bottles within minutes. And brands or hosts are not the only ones who benefit, so do the platforms. People live sell on social media. In the West, TikTok is a big part of this growing trend. It hosts more than 6,000 live shopping sessions every day. Then you have dozens of softwares and apps. They're dedicated to live shopping, much like the buyers and sellers who are jumping on this bandwagon, because live shopping is not just retail therapy, it is a craze that shows no signs of stopping. In the last few weeks, ChatGPT has wowed the internet. Its Ghibli-style art is taking over social media, but behind the viral spectacle lies a more serious issue. AI's growing ability to generate images, including fake Indian identity documents like Aadhaar cards and PAN cards. You name it, AI can make it. Of course, they won't pass the biometric test, but they're good enough to fool someone, especially someone who's not expecting it. And this raises some urgent questions. How can ChatGPT make government documents? Are there any guardrails against it? And should you be worried? Our next report tells you.
If you scroll on social media, you may have come across these images. It's the photograph of an Aadhaar card. That's India's biometric identity document, complete with name, address, photograph, and a string of numbers. The photo resembled the original, but the name on it was that of Elon Musk. Yes, the Tesla CEO. So if you're wondering when he became an Indian citizen, well, he didn't. These Aadhaar cards are not real. They were created by ChatGPT. And it's not just Aadhaar cards, there are other government IDs too, like PAN cards, which raises a question. Can ChatGPT really generate fake government IDs? Well, we decided to ask the chatbot itself. The first prompt was on the computer. ChatGPT replied with a templated denial. I can't help with that. Creating or using fake identification documents like Aadhaar cards is illegal and against OpenAI's policies. We persisted with another prompt, but the response remained the same. But on the phone, things were a little different. The first prompt was the same. The reply was, if you need a sample pan for educational or illustrative purposes, I can generate a version. So more compliant than the first attempt. So we asked it to generate one for Sam Altman, and it did. A PAN card for Sam Altman. We know it has sample written on it, but the details are pretty close. And that's the problem. Feed ChatGPT a fictional name and a few realistic-looking details, and you might get a card that, at first glance, passes the sniff test. Yes, it's missing the security features. There's no scannable QR code or a tamper-proof hologram. But it could still deceive people. Imagine you're a landlord in a small Indian town. A new tenant hands you a printed Aadhaar card. You don't have the tools or time to verify it. It looks legitimate. It has a photo, an address, a birth date, all present and correct. But it was generated in seconds with the help of a chatbot and a little imagination. Now, fraud like this is not a new phenomenon. For years, scammers have forged ID cards using multiple tools. But generative AI changes the game. Not because it's better, but because it's easier. What once required technical skill now needs only curiosity and a few prompts. What makes this more than just a parlor trick is scale. OpenAI's tools are now in millions of pockets. They have access to the same generative engine. And that engine, if pushed just right, can mimic authority. Worse still is the lack of regulation around it. OpenAI, to its credit, has built some guardrails. But there are other models that offer fewer restrictions. They are open source, unregulated, unsupervised. A rogue actor or scammer doesn't even need ChatGPT. They can replace the same result with a few tweaks on a local model and zero oversight. So, should you be worried? Well, the answer is yes and no. No, because official KYC systems in India and elsewhere have multiple layers of verification. Verification that an image alone cannot bypass. But yes, because people can be fooled. And when trust becomes negotiable, society pays the price. On social media, the Elon Musk Aadhaar card may seem funny, but it's also a warning. ChatGPT didn't mean to make fake ID cards, yet it did. And the real risk here isn't just the fake cards, it's also the illusion that AI tools are harmless toys. Because a tool is only as dangerous as the person holding it.
3:33 a.m. is often called the devil's hour. Though Americans may disagree, for a lot of them, 9:30 a.m. is the new devil's hour because that is when the markets open. People are pleading with Donald Trump on social media. They're asking him to keep the market shut. Of course, the president is not bothered. He is off to a multilateral event in Florida. And no, I'm not talking about a summit. I'm talking about Saudi Arabia's Live Golf Tournament. It's a question of what comes first, another round of golf or another round of tariffs. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Arson suspected as wildfire ravages central Honduras. Britain's King Charles gets musical as he plays a song on a carrot. And Qatar's skies light up during the Lusail festival. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1949, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, was established. It was formed in the aftermath of the Second World War. NATO started with 12 founding members. It aimed to ensure collective security and deter Soviet expansion. Today, NATO has 32 member states. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend.
Hello and happy Friday, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, and we're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We begin in Washington, where the Inspector General of the Department of Defense has launched an investigation into Pentagon Secretary Pete Hegseth's use of the encrypted messaging app Signal to discuss sensitive military operations in Yemen. The probe follows a bipartisan request from the Senate Armed Services Committee after reports surfaced that the highly precise intelligence was shared in a Signal group chat that included a journalist. And investigators will now examine whether the Secretary of Defense and other Department of Defense personnel violated classification and record retention rules. Last week, the controversy erupted after the Atlantic published messages reportedly sent by Defense Secretary Hegseth. These texts allegedly contained detailed operational plans for airstrikes against Houthi rebel targets in Yemen. And among the details shared were the launch times of F-18 fighter jets, bomb drop schedules, and of course the timing of naval Tomahawk missile strikes, all before the operations even took place. However, when the Defense Secretary was asked about sharing the war plans, he dismissed concerns about sensitive information being shared in messages.
Nobody's texting war plans. Well, I noticed this morning out came something that doesn't look like war plans. And as a matter of fact, they even changed the title to attack plans because they know it's not war plans. There's no units, no locations, no routes, no flight paths, no sources, no methods, no classified information.
Now, despite the growing scrutiny, the White House has backed the Secretary of Defense strongly, denying that any classified information was in fact shared. In fact, they insist that the messages were simple team updates and contained no sensitive intelligence sources or methods.
We have said all along that no classified material was sent on this messaging thread. There were no locations, no sources or methods revealed, and there were certainly no war plans discussed.
However, legal and military experts argue otherwise. In fact, the Pentagon's own classification guidelines indicate that military plans of this nature typically require at least a secret classification with some real-time operational updates, potentially falling under an even higher level of scrutiny. In the coming days, as the review takes place in Washington, all eyes would be on the Pentagon and the answers that it provides. And moving on, a day after President Donald Trump unleashed tariffs, economists are warning that these tariffs will translate into a substantial tax increase for consumers, driving up prices across a wide range of products. The tariffs will have a significant impact on everyday goods in the United States. Let's break down where, in fact, Americans will see these prices rising, kicking in almost immediately. The steepest could begin with the morning coffee, almost all of which comes from Colombia, Costa Rica, Papua New Guinea, and others. Americans will also be paying more for shelf-stable items like sugar, rice, prepared soups, and nuts. Even olive oil prices are expected to shoot way up. Each year, about 95% of olive oil consumed in the U.S. is imported, with much of it coming from Italy, Spain, Tunisia, and Turkey. And it's not just groceries. Clothing and shoes will also be significantly affected by President Trump's latest tariffs. And analysts are saying the industry was blindsided by tariffs as high as 46% on goods from Vietnam and 37% on imports from Bangladesh. Now, this will impact major retailers including Nike, H&M, Gap, Amazon, Target, and of course Walmart. Moreover, a loophole that allowed Chinese companies like Shein and Temu to avoid tariffs on smaller packages is being closed. As per the White House, under the new rules, these shipments from China will face tariffs of either 30% or of their value or $25 per item. These additional measures come on top of already steep taxes on imports on apparel, especially on women's items. Last year, 97% of clothing sold in the United States came from abroad. Now let's talk about cars. Dealers predict a significant jump in vehicle prices by summertime, and popular brands like Toyota, Honda, and Subaru are expected to hit first. But eventually, nearly all vehicles will in fact be affected. Analysts predict an average price increase of around $6,000 per car. And finally, let's take a look at the expected price increases on electric items. Apple's iPhones, nearly all of which are made in China, now face a 54% tariff. Now, this could add roughly $250 or more to the cost of a $1,000 iPhone. Other electronics like televisions, computers, and gaming consoles will also see steep increases. Industry experts say current retail inventories might last a few months, but prices will likely climb by back-to-school season and the holidays. Experts call President Trump's latest tariffs massive tax hikes on Americans, which could now be left with lighter pockets and lighter shopping bags. And now we have to talk about America's love lockdown in China. When it comes to matters of the heart, the U.S. government has officially swiped left. American diplomats in China have been reportedly handed a new directive: absolutely no romantic entanglements with Chinese citizens. Forget flowers, flirting, or forbidden liaisons. The policy affects diplomats, their families, and contractors with security clearances. The new rule aims to prevent espionage threats posed by honey trap operations. Here are more details in our latest report.
In a world full of complicated relationships, leave it to international diplomacy to take "it's not you, it's national security" to new heights. If you thought dating was hard before, Try doing it with a security clearance. The United States government has quietly issued what might be the most awkward HR memo in history. American government staff stationed in China, plus their families and any contractors with security clearances, are now strictly forbidden from engaging in any romantic or sexual shenanigans with Chinese citizens. Yes, all of them. And no, not even just coffee. According to reports, the rule was put in place in January by outgoing US Ambassador Nicholas Burns. Apparently, he wanted to leave behind a legacy of broken hearts. While some agencies already frowned upon cozying up with the locals, this full-blown Cold War-era flashback takes things to another level. Even back in the day, diplomats in other countries could flirt, date, and even marry locals. But in China, not anymore. Previously, the rule was limited to guards and support staff at US embassies and consulates. But as of January, it's a complete romance lockdown on all the US missions in mainland China. Doesn't matter if you're in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenyang, Wuhan, or even Hong Kong. But there are also exceptions for people in pre-existing love stories. These couples need to file official paperwork begging for Cupid's approval. And if their request is denied, they will have to choose between their job and Mandarin love. And if you're found violating the rules, then the official will have to immediately bid goodbye to their posting in China. Romantic, right? So why all the drama? Intelligence officials say China is still playing a Cold War game of honey trap. Here, flirtation can be a form of espionage. US personnel are reportedly briefed before arriving in China with real-life cautionary tales of seductive spies and love-struck diplomats who accidentally spilled secrets between pillow talk. It's all very Mission Impossible, minus the soundtrack. Back in 1987, similar policies were introduced after a US Marine in Moscow got a little too friendly with a Soviet agent. But those rules thawed out in the 1990s. Now, with diplomatic tension back in fashion, the romance ban has returned from retirement. Less swan song and more spy-proof chastity belt. Now, here comes the fun part. The new rule hasn't been announced publicly, but it has been communicated to the American staff through official channels, emails, and presumably a few awkward meetings. The State Department, in classic fashion, declined to comment. In the end, it seems love may conquer all, except government policy and classified security protocols. So for now, American diplomats in China are being reminded that while diplomacy may build bridges, flirting can burn them.
And now moving to the U.S. South and Midwest, where widespread flooding and severe storms continue to wreak havoc across multiple states. A powerful storm fueled by an atmospheric river has left at least 7 people dead and tens of thousands without power. Officials report that the tornadoes were reported from Arkansas to Illinois on Wednesday and early Thursday, flattening homes, tearing off roofs, and destroying churches and warehouses.
I'm walking down the street. Next thing you know, I look up, the sky is getting black and blacker. And next thing you know, you just hear a loud wind come past you. And it just, y'all see the background of them. Y'all see the results of what I've seen in the sky.
The National Weather Service confirmed at least 10 tornadoes across Missouri, Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, and Arkansas. And the devastation has led to emergency declarations in several states, including Kentucky and Tennessee, as officials warn of worsening conditions.
Here in Franklin County, I know we had tornadoes touch down a number of places in Kentucky, including in McCracken County, where the airport was hit and sustained damage, as well as in Jefferson County, where a number of commercial buildings sustained some damage. So over these next couple of days, know that we could have both flash flooding and more widespread flooding, especially in western and central Kentucky.
As of Thursday evening, nearly 150,000 homes and businesses were without power, with Michigan and Indiana among the hardest hit states. Several major airports also experienced significant flight delays and cancellations due to the extreme weather. However, officials warn that the most immediate threat now is historic flooding. The NWS has warned of catastrophic, potentially historic rainfall across the lower Ohio Valley, Mid-South, and Ozarks, with some areas expected to receive over 15 inches of rain. The severe weather has also impacted infrastructure. Local authorities reported at least 22 counties in the state sustained damages from a combination of tornadoes, strong winds, hail, and flooding. With rain expected to continue through the weekend, authorities are warning residents to stay alert and prepare for further disruptions. Federal and local agencies have also deployed water rescue systems and emergency supplies, while bulldozers and cleanup crews work to clear debris from roads and neighborhoods. The Midwest and South have been hit hard by extreme weather in recent months, and many areas are still recovering from previous storms now face another round of destruction as communities brace for what could be one of the most significant flooding events in recent history. And finally, we end on Elon Musk versus Netflix's hit show Adolescence. Just when you thought Elon Musk had run out of things to tweet about, the billionaire has now turned his gaze to the Netflix drama. This time he's taken a stab at the streamer's British series Adolescence, calling it out for what he claims is a racially reimagined portrayal of a teen killer. Musk has officially entered the chat by backing an X user who claims the show is an anti-white propaganda tool. Here's the latest on Elon Musk and his bizarre rants.
Billionaire entrepreneur and full-time internet stirrer Elon Musk has found a new battlefield: Netflix. After a brief hiatus from firing off hot takes, Musk returned to X to blast Netflix's latest smash hit, Adolescence, a show that's been lauded for being gritty, gripping, and apparently very offensive to Musk's sensibilities. In an X post that criticized the show, Musk commented, "Wow." The X user wrote, "The show, which follows a 13-year-old British schoolboy who fatally stabs a classmate, was not only based on real events, but had the audacity to race swipe the alleged killer." According to the user, who Musk responded to, the killer was a black migrant, and the show changed it to a white teenager radicalized by online forums. His verdict? Just the absolute state of anti-white propaganda. The claim was cooked up by internet personality Ian Miles Chong. He posted a detailed note on X connecting the show to real-life UK crimes. That is when Musk sneaked inside his comment section with his opinion. And after this what happened, netizens had a field day. Someone wrote it stinks of whitewashing. While one user called the claims ridiculous, one emotional user called the show a rewriting of reality. One account dismissed the tweet as a complete lie. The show's co-creator, Jack Thorne, promptly pulled up to the drama in a damage control mode. Speaking on a podcast, he said, and I quote, "Are you kidding me?" He clarified that the story is not based on any one crime and called the whole race swap accusation both absurd and harmful. Jack Thorne elaborated that the show isn't about race at all. It is about masculinity, or more accurately, toxic masculinity. Additionally, it is also about the digital hellscape that's raising young boys today. He said, and I quote, "We're just saying, hey, maybe we should talk about what's going on with our boys before they start stabbing people." Fair point. The four-part series, directed by Philip Barantini and starring British acting heavyweights Stephen Graham, Ashley Walters and Erin Doherty, dives deep into the psychological and social dynamics behind the tragic stabbing. It doesn't sugarcoat, and it doesn't shy away from the messy stuff either. And audiences are eating it up. Since its release on March 17, Adolescence has racked up a jaw-dropping 66.3 million views. That's not just a hit, that's a cultural moment.
Yeah? Describe each other as friends then.
So whether you think Adolescence is an eye-opening commentary on troubled youth or just more woke propaganda, one thing is clear. Netflix knows how to start a conversation, and Elon Musk knows how to hijack it.
It's crazy.
That's our show for this Friday, April 5th. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios here in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with our top story from the tiny kingdom of Lesotho in southern Africa. The landlocked nation is completely surrounded by South Africa. It is home to just 2.3 million people. But this small nation is subject to the highest tariffs from the Trump administration, and it could face the worst impact. US President Donald Trump unveiled his much-anticipated Liberation Day tariffs yesterday. The new reciprocal tariffs targeted countries across the world, big and small. Now, some of them are even uninhabited, and however, at 50%, the highest tariff fell on Lesotho. Now, the same Lesotho that Trump, a few weeks ago, mocked that no one had ever heard of and called its US aid to it unjustified. Now, Trump claims that Lesotho imposes a 99% tariff on US goods. The government questions how Trump arrived at this number. It says it will urgently send a delegation to Washington to plead its case.
First thing that we have to do, that we're going to do quite quickly, is to visit Washington and meet with the relevant authorities, the executive there. And we have to show them our case and make a case for Lesotho to be given its rightful tariff. We do understand that we have a new government in power in the United States with a different policy altogether. And we do not have a problem with. We just have a problem with being evaluated using the wrong tariffs.
Lesotho, as we said, has a population of just over 2 million. Its GDP is just over $2 billion. A large chunk comes from exports, mainly from textiles, including jeans. Diamond exports also make up a large share. Now, the United States is Lesotho's key trading partner. For years, Lesotho has enjoyed duty-free access to the US market under a trade deal called the African Growth and Opportunity Act, or AGOA. Now, last year, Lesotho's exports to the US were worth $237 million. Now, its garment factories have in fact made jeans for American brands like Levi's and Wrangler. As a result, Lesotho has become the denim capital of Africa. But now the industry faces extinction. For thousands of workers, it's a matter of survival.
As the government of Lesotho needs to issue a statement regarding that before we can say USA has imposed at least 50% tariffs on what we are charging them, that is 99%, which I think somehow the US government maybe has not got the right information.
If the closure of the factories were to happen, the industry is going to die and there will be multiplier effects. You know, those sectors will be adversely affected. Those are the implications. So Lesotho will be dead, you know, so to say.
Trump's tariffs on African nations have raised fears about AGOA's future. The deal is set to expire in September of this year. Now, experts say the new tariffs could mean the end of AGOA. Others argue that since AGOA is a congressional program, the tariffs should not apply until it's repealed by Congress. Lesotho says that an end to AGOA could cost up to 40,000 jobs. And not to mention the tariffs come at a time when the country is also suffering due to the US aid cuts. So what does the future look like for this tiny kingdom? To discuss this further, we have with us Patrick Bond, a political economist, joining us live from Johannesburg. Thank you for being with us, Patrick.
It's good to be back with you, Alison. Thanks.
Now, with Lesotho's economy heavily reliant on textile exports, primarily to the US, how damaging could the 50% tariff hike be for the country's already fragile GDP and the employment landscape?
Well, it's absolutely devastating. And it was interesting to hear one of the affected workers said, look, this is nonsense. There's misinformation to think that Lesotho has a 99% tariff or non-tariff barrier on US products, because Lesotho's basically exporting about $237 million last year and importing only 2.8 million. But one of the main reasons is that a lot of US exports that go into Lesotho come through South Africa first, because it's an island within South Africa. And so the numbers for Lesotho are just absolutely inaccurate. But most important, this is a really simplistic measure of the reciprocity, the proxy, that is what the US government people are measuring is the deficit between the US and Lesotho. Lesotho has this large surplus on the jeans and the diamonds. And then you divide that by the imports, the total imports. And then what you come up with is this 99%. And then they cut that in half to make it 50. And as Firstpost has showed, this is just no way to run any sort of trade policy. It's absolutely insane. And so this is the sort of thing that across Africa, it's not just Lesotho, but Madagascar at 47%, Mauritius at 40%, South Africa 31%. New tariffs are popping up because the US is running trade deficits. And I do think actually it means it's the end of AGOA. It basically overrides and makes many of our exports. The exception might be Angola on oil. But for a country like Lesotho, especially with the PEPFAR, the AIDS cuts, AIDS medicines cuts, this is absolutely life-threatening for thousands.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lesotho is sending a delegation to plead its case in Washington. Realistically, what leverage or diplomatic tools does such a small nation have to influence trade policy decisions made by a superpower like the US?
Well, none by itself. And to show you the futility of just one country going up against the US, our own South African trade minister, Parks Tau, visited last month and he couldn't get any relief. And indeed, even this week, the Director General of our Foreign Ministry, a very talented bureaucrat, Zane Dangur, could get no relief. Once the US government takes this sort of irrational and, I must say, probably racially motivated stance against Africa. After all, Donald Trump once called African countries S-hole countries. It's going to be very hard unless you have collective power. And that's why I think here in South Africa, hosting the G20 and potentially threatening Donald Trump with being voted off the island, a G19, so that he doesn't get to host it next year, might be the only leverage Africa has. And Africa is also the AU, the African Union, and South Africa. And I think it's going to be a matter of unity, not just one country going and begging on its own.
Yeah, as a collective. Now, could this tariff hike signal a broader shift in US trade policy toward smaller export-dependent nations? What alternatives does Lesotho have to diversify its trade partnership or its industrial base in response?
Well, about 20 years, Lesotho got sucked into this idea that if it were very cheap and female labor force with quite bad working conditions, very, very low pay, then it would then have this AGOA benefit to export the Levi's to the US. And the only question really is whether an African continental growth or free trade area could emerge very quickly as that alternative. In other words, to find new markets or to find different ways that the people of Lesotho can make a living for themselves. And I would hope that's going to be based upon self-reliance and sustainability rather than the whimsical exports to the United States. It does seem indeed a major change from a neoliberal free market corporate-oriented agenda to spread capitalism everywhere to this isolationist paleo-conservative, as they call it, populist nationalism. It's a huge change, and I suspect it's going to be with us for several years to come.
Right. Patrick, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we shift to Lesotho's neighbour, South Africa, where the national budget is threatening government collapse. South Africa's parliament passed the national budget this week. It scrapped this with a slim majority and scraped through with 192 votes in favour, with 182 votes against. Now, those voting against included members of the ruling coalition. South Africa's second largest party, the Democratic Alliance, or the DA, has rejected the budget. Now, the party says it will challenge it in court. Not just this, it's now reconsidering its position in the government.
So it cannot be the case in our estimation that the minister does not have confidence that he'll get the votes in Parliament. He then goes ahead and announces a VAT increase, which is set to take effect on the 1st of May. And no bill has moved through Parliament to support that VAT increase. We're challenging that concept. We're saying it's unconstitutional, and that's why we're here today.
The DA was once South Africa's main opposition party, but last year it joined President Cyril Ramaphosa's African National Congress, or the ANC. This after the ANC lost its parliamentary majority for the first time in 30 years. They formed a government of national unity, along with other smaller parties. But joining the unity government hasn't closed the gap. The two main parties disagree on key policies. The budget is now a flashpoint. The centre-right DA rejects tax increases and demands spending cuts across all departments. The ANC, which positions itself as a centre-left party, refuses to bow. It has called the DA's demands an austerity budget. Ramaphosa's own ministers now doubt that the DA will stay in government. Meanwhile, opposition parties are celebrating the split. The DA is seen as an advocate for the white minority in South Africa. It takes a pro-business, free market stance. After joining the government, the party has also clashed with the ANC over education and over plans for the national health insurance. Foreign policy differences have also emerged. The DA questions the ANC's alignment with Russia. Now, is this budget the final nail in the coffin? Will the differences tear apart Ramaphosa's government of national unity and plunge South Africa into a new political crisis? And from the southern part of the continent, let's now take a look at the latest news from West Africa. The foreign ministers of Sahel junta states Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso met with their Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov on Thursday for a summit aimed at strengthening military and diplomatic relations. During the summit, Russia's top diplomat expressed Moscow's readiness to help the three countries strengthen their military capabilities. Moscow also pledged to assist in training troops, law enforcement officers, and to provide military equipment. Lavrov also mentioned that Russia could help the Sahel countries form a joint military force by offering special courses and utilizing the significant number of Russian military instructors already active in the region. Meanwhile, the Russian minister also accused Ukraine of destabilizing the Sahel region, claiming without evidence that Ukraine is openly supporting terrorist groups operating in the region. Now, these claims were later echoed by Mali's foreign minister, who went further by calling Ukraine a terrorist state.
Certain out-of-region actors, even today, try to destabilize the situation in Sahel region. Recently, apart from former colonial powers, the Kiev regime popped up among them. With the full connivance of its Western sponsors, it openly supports the terrorist groups in this part of Africa.
We have common views on fighting insecurity and terrorism in our region, which is supported by foreign state sponsors and regional actors from our area, which continues to serve as a rear base and support terrorism, which we need to fight against. It includes Ukraine at your doorstep here, which we consider simply a terrorist state.
Ukraine has rejected these claims, calling them baseless, and has questioned the legitimacy of Mali's government, which is led by a military junta. Mali broke off diplomatic relations with Kiev last year, accusing a senior Ukrainian official of involvement in an attack that led to a heavy defeat suffered by the Malian troops. Niger followed suit, severing ties with Ukraine over similar accusations. At the same time, ties between the Sahel countries and the West have become increasingly strained. Now, following military coups in Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger in recent years, the juntas have expelled French and US forces. Moreover, last year, Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso announced their withdrawal from the ECOWAS, which requires them to organize presidential elections and transfer power to civilians. Weakened by attacks from armed groups linked to Al-Qaeda, the Islamic State or separatists, they created the Alliance of Sahel States, or the AES, to pool their military and diplomatic forces. Moscow has capitalized on the deteriorating relations between the West and the coup-affected Sahel nations to send fighters and to assert its influence. Warming up ties with the West African juntas has also helped Russia to counter the international isolation it has faced in the West after launching an offensive against Ukraine. Moscow has concluded defense agreements with Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger, as well as supplied them with extensive military equipment. Russian mercenaries from the Wagner Group and its successor, the Africa Corps, are also helping the AES countries counter terrorists, whose attacks have killed tens of thousands of people in the three countries. Beyond security, Russia also cooperates with the AES on energy and mining. So, as Russia's influence in the West African countries makes an upward trajectory, will its presence strengthen or further deepen the region's political and security challenges? And staying in the region for our last story, Nigeria has just unveiled its new advanced homemade drones, marking a major milestone in the country's ability to develop advanced defense technologies. Now, the Nigerian military, in partnership with Brech UAS, has the largest drone manufacturer in the country, and has showcased its advanced drones, missiles and bombs at its facility in the capital of Abuja. Now, although the technical details about the drones are not known yet, Nigeria's Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has emphasized that the drones will serve as a force multiplier and will significantly complement Nigeria's existing surveillance and reconnaissance platforms. Moreover, Musa also emphasized that the launch of these drones can reduce its dependence on foreign sources, ensuring quicker acquisition and a more rapid response to emerging threats, while playing a crucial role in countering insurgency operations. Now, to put it into perspective, Nigeria has long relied on foreign-made drones, such as the Chinese Wingloon 2, the US Air Force Aerosonde drones, and the Turkish-made Bayraktar drones to bolster its fleet and military capabilities. Nigeria has also been plagued by the armed violence since the 2009 emergence of the Boko Haram group. Now, in the Lake Chad Basin, in the northeast of the country, various Islamist groups have split from or emerged alongside the insurgency, notorious for several mass kidnappings of schoolgirls, despite a military crackdown. Now, they have also reportedly begun using drones to attack the military. At the same time, armed bandits and kidnap gangs have also spread chaos across the region. The unrest has also spread to northwest of the country, where a new group, the Lakurawa, has worsened the violence in the region. Now, this has pushed the military to significantly acquire and deploy drones to counter the threats. Nigeria is also significantly suffering from massive oil thefts, especially in its Niger Delta state, which is a hotspot of illegal refineries and theft that has cost Nigeria millions each month. Reports suggest that the military has deployed drones to conduct surveillance and to curb the theft of oil so that it can save the revenues lost from stealing. So as Nigeria takes a stride into the developing advanced drone technologies, can it turn the tide in the fight against insurgencies and criminal violence across the country? And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.